Oh, this is one of you.
Get him in, get him out. He comes with a group of four.
Okay, good evening, everybody. I wanted to welcome you to the City of North Miami Beach City Commission meeting of Thursday, June 27th, 2024. First is a roll call. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Chernoff?
Here.
Commissioner Jean?
Here.
Commissioner Joseph? Commissioner Smith?
Present.
Commissioner Smuggler?
Present.
Vice Mayor Florimon?
Here.
Mayor Evan Piper?
Here.
Mr. Mayor, quorum has been established. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, for the invocation, I'd like to call on Pastor Greg Williams, Holy Family Missionary Baptist Church, and a few other duties.
Praise the Lord. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Mayor Commission, Manager, residents, friends. God bless you. Let us go before the Lord in prayer. Eternal God, our Father, we thank you for this day, for this is the day that you have made. We come to rejoice and to be glad in it. You said in your word, if my people who are called by my name shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then we shall hear from heaven. Father God, we know that thou art is in heaven, but you're also down here on earth. We know that you are our Alpha and that you are Omega. You're our beginning, and Lord, you are our end. You are our hope for tomorrow. You are our peace in the time of war. You are our joy when there is sorrow. Father God, we come and ask that you would please forgive us for all of our shortcomings and our sins and failures. For you said in your word that we all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. And with that, God, we want to say thank you. We want to thank you for your amazing grace. We want to thank you for God for always being there for us and not leaving us. And God, we want to thank you for this mayor and commission. We want to thank you for this manager and his staff and all the employees and, Father God, the residents of this great city. We thank you, O God, for waking us up this morning and starting us on our way. And we thank you, O God, for always being by our side. Father God, we ask that you would bless this mayor and commission. We ask that you would bless this manager and his staff and all of the employees of the city. And bless all these residents. And Father, a special blessing for the police officers that guard and watch over our city. And we ask you, do you keep us all, God, in your perfect will. We thank you, O God, for you being God and you being God all by yourself. Father God, please, God, continue to walk with us. Bring civility into this room. bring unity into this room. Bring tranquility in this room. And Father God, we'll be so very careful to continue to give you the honor, the praise, and the glory in the sweet, majestic name of our Lord and Savior. And everyone that loved the Lord said amen,
Amen.
amen,
Amen.
and amen again. God bless you and have a good evening.
All right. Thank you, Pastor Williams. At this time, I'd like to have a moment of silence for the recent passing of two city employees, Commander John Faloma of the North Miami Beach Police Department and Gene Francis from the Public Works Department. So if we could have a moment of silence. Okay, thank you. Next, I'd like to do the Pledge of Allegiance. If everybody could please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, next is request for withdrawals, deferments, and additions to the agenda. Madam Clerk.
Under the quasi-judicial category, the following items will be deferred to the July 16th City Commission meeting, and they are as follows. Item 10.2, Resolution Number R 2024-70, titled New North Site Plan. Item 10.3, Resolution Number R 2024-71, titled New North Alley Vacation. And Item 10.4, Ordinance 2024-10, titled New North Development Agreement, first reading. Those will be deferred to the July 16th Commission meeting. Per the request of Commissioner Smith, a discussion item titled Fairchild Project will be added as discussion item 15.6. Per the request of Commissioner Smith, an item titled Direction and Resolution will be added as discussion item 15.7. Those are the only ones that were brought to my attention.
Can you repeat the last two?
Sure. So the last two will be discussion item. They'll be titled Fairchild Project, and that will be item 15.6. The next one will be titled Direction and Resolution, and that will be item 15.7.
Okay, so I need a motion and a second to, for the,
Motion.
thank you, second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. Okay, next, we're on to presentations and discussions. I want to start with 5.1, legislative updates from Senator Jason Pizzo, Florida State Senator, District 37. Welcome.
Thank you, everybody. Good evening. This is on. We're on. Good to be here. Some Jason Pizzo, formerly 16433 Northeast 31st Avenue, but no longer. A little further down the street. Folks, it's a little sentimental. We follow each other, I think, all on social media, but who you first met as a small 9-year-old boy moving into Eastern Shores, my son Jack, yesterday enlisted and was sworn into the United States Marine Corps. So it's a little sentimental coming through the, yeah.
I'm sure to thank him for his service.
Mom and I are very nervous, but very proud at the same time. So I just want to go over a few things. We have a great working relationship with your city manager and great communication. Evidence last September, after our April storms, mostly in our Broward section of our district, that saw crazy flooding. And then again, a couple weeks ago, we convened the Division of Emergency Management Director Kevin Guthrie, along with the incoming Senate President Albritton, and a number of us met in Hollywood. 24 cities came, and there was a lot of money and programs and procedures that were left on the table that a lot of our cities are now able to take advantage of, which is a good thing going forward. The storms are coming, the flooding is going to continue, and my focus has been, ever since I sat up on that dais when I had a cup of coffee on the Water Utilities Board and Commission, was infrastructure. The 5,374 septic tanks we still have in the city, we need to convert those, and we need to increase sanitary expansion as well and capacity, pump stations. So we should expect our district, which encompasses 20 cities, 575,000 constituents. The city of Hollywood is even worse off with 15,444 septic tanks. But at long last, it's not a partisan issue. Both sides of the aisle firmly agree. We convened a new Senate committee called Resiliency, chaired by the incoming Senate President, and I'm the vice chair. We need billions of dollars to come down here if we're going to have what the mayor, I think, coined nicely as a legacy interest in our community. My kids want to continue to live here when they're older, and I think for too long and for an entire generation, we've been worrying about today and what can you do for me now and not the future. So you should expect a lot more support. The governor vetoed a bunch of things this year. I know you guys got one thing funded and a couple of vetoed, even the big one on the traffic calming. There are hundreds of millions of dollars now available through DEP. He came down here right after the last storm, did a press conference in Hollywood. He vetoed, you'll recall, 4 years ago of $6 or $7 million on my projects, and then came in over the top at $66.5 million for the same. So we should expect multiples in return, just a different kind of application process, which I think inures the city benefits to the benefit of the city, because you don't have to hope that your funding request got in at the state level, makes it through session, finally gets funded on the last list, and then sit there and pray and call Pastor Williams and ask him to pray even harder that it doesn't get vetoed by the governor, because that's typically what happens. He vetoed nearly $1 billion in projects. So a couple of things I just want to go over, though. On the ballot, folks, to all of you, a number of issues are going to be on the ballot. One of them is, by near unanimous consent, that we all voted to put on the ballot to allow for an escalator in your homestead exemption tied to inflation. So if inflation pops 10%, not the school board portion, because Tabitha would get angry at me, but there's an inflation index that's attached to the value of your home on your homestead exemption going forward. And obviously, any ballot measure that's on the November ballot needs 60% or more in order to pass. You guys have been spared. I'm not. The Form 6, I don't know if you saw with the court hearing, we're seeing a lot of nodding heads. A number of our local elected officials actually resigned over the issue with some concerns, but for the time being, it seems to be okay. My Safe Florida Home has expanded, a lot more money available for mitigation and hardening projects for people's homes, and a new pilot program this year of $30 million for condominiums, up to $175,000 per association, up to $1,500 per unit, available on the condo pilot project, and I'm urging everyone to sign up for it. Does require unanimous consent by all the owners in order to participate, but who wouldn't? Because obviously you guys are hearing about a lot of special assessments that are coming to condos. The principal chunk of the condo bill that passed this year, 1021, is a bill that I spoke to this commission about years ago, because I filed it 6 years ago. When I did, interest rates weren't north of 7%, and labor and materials were a lot less, and it wasn't compounded by the perfect storm of high property insurance rates as well. It took 98 people dying in my old district of Surfside for people to start paying attention to condo issues, and years of deferred maintenance. For an entire generation, association fees were artificially suppressed, so boards got reelected. They didn't want to give sticker shock. They did that with property insurance, the scope of coverage. They did that with structural issues, and it may appear to be a tough love measure, and we get a lot of angry emails every day, but I will not compromise the safety and integrity of my constituents to be able to enjoy the lowest cost provider, for an entire generation. But we do a number of town halls. We've done 15 already. They usually number 300 to 600 people show up, and we'll stay as long as we have to talk through each and everything. One sort of popular misconception is this idea. I actually heard it tonight walking in from a couple of people. When we say fully funding reserves, that does not mean that beginning January 1st, 2026, when those reserves have to be starting to be collected from your 25 budget, that does not mean that you have to have 100 cents on the dollar for the replacement of that component that's considered structural. If you have a roof come January 1st, 2026 that has 10 years of useful life remaining, you just have to go ahead and budget to collect 10% of that if you're not getting any kind of return on your money, 10% of that, 1/10 of it every year until the end of its useful life, not the $1 million at day one. That's been a popular sort of confusion or misconception as well. One of the bills that I am very proud of, and I know it's a good one because my kids hate it, but our law enforcement community have not had the tools necessary to fight street takeovers and this racing. If you don't know what it is, it's the ones where kids are doing crazy donuts, hanging out the window, trying to slap the back of the car. We had a mother of 4 decapitated in Miami Gardens. We have a number of kids who have had near-death injuries, and law enforcement has not been able, we have not given them the tools to be able to make arrests, to seize vehicles until now. The governor signed my bill into law a couple weeks ago, and now just off Instagram posts where these kids are being idiots, we can go ahead and seize vehicles. We can take their license for 4 years, fines up to $4,000. It really gives them the teeth necessary to do it. And I know Miami-Dade Police Department especially, who came up to Tallahassee and helped in support of that bill, is really excited. I don't know if you know what these are, but I got stuck in one in Liberty City one night. They'll take over an entire 4-point intersection. They have cars racing. First responders, fire, and law enforcement cannot get to anybody, especially if they're injured, and it's absolute chaos. And they happen all over the place from Jacksonville down to Key West. But we're looking really to hammer down on those. Live Local had its second permutation. That's a moniker that we've given to a bill to encourage affordable housing. 5 years ago, we passed HB 7031, the House version of President Tom Lee's bill, which encouraged municipalities and counties to go ahead and require developers to include affordable housing components in their development with a density bonus. Very few took advantage of it, especially the city of Miami just kept collecting money and not actually requiring anything to be built from the affordable housing perspective. This has an incentive, but this year's bill cleaned up a lot of concern that I know that single-family detached communities had especially, which is single-family home, 60-story high-rise. And living in Sunny Isles, that was a concern because it said anything within 1 mile that it enjoys a particular density and a particular height gets to enjoy the same kind of situation. In a place like Sunny Isles, even parts of North Miami Beach, you can go 1,000 feet, and all of a sudden it's a wild change and a wild difference. So it's no more than 150% of the height of any neighboring community of single-family homes where they're 25 or more contiguous. So that basically is, I keep neighborhoods in my mind of my 20 cities when this is passing. So that should be helpful, and it should be find itself where development should be incentivized in the appropriate area for it, as far as physical transition between properties. And let me just, a couple other things. There were a number of bills that we killed successfully. The metric for that is whether or not the League of Cities, says that, and Representative now City Attorney Geller will tell you, if they give you like a friend of League of Cities, if they give you a defender of home rule, that means you killed the most bills. So they gave me that award this year, which means that I'm trying to protect the, it just means I'm trying to protect from further preemption by the state. A bill of huge concern, and it's a huge concern, and I used the example of living on Northeast 31st Avenue when a gun was pulled on us by one Airbnb-er, and a guy was sitting on my boat in the backyard asking me why he had to move one night when the kids were out back. I used that example, I did on the Senate floor, that no one wants to call an 850 or an 800 number up in Tallahassee at 2 o'clock in the morning on a Friday to resolve a dispute that's happening in a single-family neighborhood, because no one's going to show up and no one's going to be able to attend to it. We laid out our record on the floor. The House Speaker actually put an exception in for his own county, that his county of Flagler would not be subject and would be accepted from this authorization, this control, which I found to be, at the very least, quixotic. So I expect the governor to actually veto that bill maybe as soon as tomorrow. But that means that we have to draft something sort of in response and come up with ideas what to do through the League of Cities. And then a couple other bills we killed, but you should expect next year. So I want city manager, city attorney to start contemplating this. The sovereign immunity caps, which have typically been historically at 200,000 individual, 300,000 combined, for total incident. You should expect those are going to go up. They haven't gone up for a long time, but you should expect that those are also going to go up. Property tax relief from the majority party may look like something from maybe a 3 to 2% cap going forward as well in the future. And then obviously we really need to, we spent a lot of time talking about taking of bears, being able to shoot bears in your neighborhood and other weird stuff. And now you can buy a 15-liter bottle of wine at a restaurant if that suits your fancy, but we did very little on property insurance. And then I've expressed to many of you individually and collectively, it's just easier for these companies to go up to Tallahassee and give 1 or 2 people a $100,000 PAC check and not have to face constituents on these issues. And people sort of forget when they drive 474 miles up there of why they were in that place in the first time and what responsibility and duty they owe to their constituents. So at long last, I think the train's left the station on that one, and you should expect to see some bit of relief for our constituents. You're hearing about, there's new companies that are coming into Florida, but none of them are writing condo, and none of them are writing anyone that's in a flood zone, basically, at this point. So happy to take any questions. A couple thousand bills, 3,000 bills filed, 180 go into effect July 1st, about 60 go into effect October 1st, but happy to take any questions because I'm the one that reads all of them.
Good.
I just want to thank Senator Pizzo for always thinking about North Miami Beach and remembering that he did grow up here. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith.
Commissioner, don't let the gray fool you. I haven't grown up yet.
I want to thank him for always answering his phone calls. That is something in government we're not used to, and we really appreciate it. I have a question, Senator Pizzo, in reference to getting rid of the septic tanks and turning everything over. In the money that's coming, will the connection be included? Because I saw that they were required to connect, and it was $10,000 per household.
Right. So years past, through the DEP, at the state DEP level, Department of Environmental Protection, they use federal dollars and act as an escrow and dispersing agent for what's called the Small Community Wastewater Treatment Program. It was available to cities, municipalities, but it capped the population and also capped the AMI. So the Goldilocks scenario was El Portal qualified. Biscayne Park population was okay, but they were $37 over their AMI. And I expressed to the DEP, to NOAA at the time, that it was ridiculous to have those caps because the viability and vibrancy of neighborhoods are as dependent on one another. It works out to about $36,000 a house to remove the tank, put in select fill, and do the tie-in. And historically, people have said, standing alone, the number is just exorbitant. For Miami-Dade alone to rip up, repair, and replace, which, mind you, would just be complying with the consent decree from the EPA when they got sued by the EPA years ago, would be upwards of $3.5 billion just to replace, rip up, repair, and replace pipes, not including pump stations, and then also to take septic tanks, 101,000 of them in Miami-Dade. Not everywhere has. The Pinecrest, the houses are so far apart. But here's the reality of it.
North Miami Beach has a lot.
Yes, you have 5,374 in 2020. It's too many in 2024 to be anywhere near within a mile or two of waterways is absolutely unacceptable. It's just, this is the 21st century. And in Sunny Isles where I live, which looks like Dubai at this point, those people are still flushing their toilets into pipes that are 65-year-old. I mean, we look like Miami Instagram models. We're really pretty on the outside, but our organs are shot. And so here's the thing. The city manager can probably, give you a guesstimate on North Miami Beach alone, but even if the price tag is $6.5 billion, to the mayor's point again earlier about a legacy interest, if we actually want to be here next year, if we want to be here 10 years from now, $6.5 billion is de minimis compared to the $1 trillion of market value that we risk losing. Because of poor infrastructure, the roadways, stormwater, sanitary, all of those things. And so that's the question really to be asked. In El Portal, we had 87 homes that qualified for the program. They were set to go online. And what held it up, candidly, was we needed a 25 by 45-foot stretch of property to put the pump station on to service those 87 homes, to take them off septic and put them online. And the Horace Mann Middle School principal basically held the project hostage because he wanted $18,000 in school supplies and annual rent for that property.
Annual rent.
So I at long last, after 13 months of holdup, I said I would pay it personally, just let's get going. Because you risk losing the 87 homes in places like El Portal, the water table, it's not just about like flooding, it's about the water table perking up within 6 inches of their drainage field, which means drainage fields of septic tanks are going into the aquifer, which is what you pull from your tap. So that's where, but the question really holistically, in a macro sense, broadly has to be asked, do any of us really care about 5, 15, and 50 years from now? Some of us do, and it's unpopular and expensive.
So one follow-up question. As a state senator, your best recommendation now that we're doing the budget, should we put the majority away for infrastructure and take off the bandage of looking beautiful on the outside but being broken on the inside? Should we gear our budget towards that more than perhaps some other issues?
You should not do so until you're assured of the commitment from Tallahassee that they'll meet you halfway or 2/3 of the way yet. And so It was a very big deal to get the incoming Senate president to preside over a committee when the governor just this year vetoed the mention of climate change, much like Rick Scott had in the past. But for the incoming Senate President, Ben Albritton, to sit down and say, folks, climate change is real and we got to do something about it, was a huge step. I even said it. I was like, can we just repeat what you just said? If God willing, if I'm reelected this November, I'm the incoming Senate Minority Leader. And that's where you basically sit down and you come up with a plan with the majority leadership, who's the president, and you come down to what's the plan. I envision something pretty simple. This is 2024 going into 2025. We should not have 5,374 septic tanks in North Miami Beach. We should not have 15,000 in the city of Hollywood when an hour of rain leaves 8 inches of standing water and God knows where it's going. So we're either going to have a metric, which is a uniform statewide standard as to proximity to open waterways, to low-lying areas, whether it's elevation or what have you, nothing more sophisticated than what FEMA uses for maps, and basically say that you should no longer, any new house built should no longer go on septic. The city of Golden Beach, folks, I'm sorry, I apologize, I'll be done in like 10 seconds. The city of Golden Beach, which is a fully built-out community of nice single-family homes and a very nice, desirable community with a beautiful new city hall built like a bunker, the county was going to require them to put 6 septic tanks on 6 new homes because they said they were out of capacity. And then we raised the stink, and no pun intended, and then all of a sudden now they have capacity for it. But yeah, it's expensive. And here's, Commissioner, you'll appreciate this because you're not this way, but a lot of people don't want to campaign and don't want to have real honest conversations about really expensive, unpleasant things, right? If you can get $1 million in funding for a new park, you can put a name on it with a bench and flags and it's pretty and you can have a ribbon cutting, no one's going to get together and celebrate the fact that pipes they can't see have been replaced. But their kids will thank them years later.
And destroy our water.
Anyone else? Good. Okay. All right, Senator, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Okay, next presentation by Miami-Dade County Public Schools. Tabitha G. Fazzino, Chief Intergovernmental Affairs and Family and Community Engagement, and Barbara A. Mendizabal, hopefully I got that pronounced properly, Assistant Superintendent of Intergovernmental Affairs and Family and Community Engagement, and Renee Mantilla, Assistant Superintendent, Post-Secondary Career and Technical Education. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the Commission. My name is Ailette Rodriguez-Diaz. I'm the Administrative Director with the Office of Intergovernmental Affairs and Family and Community Engagement. Our offices are located at 1450 Northeast 2nd Avenue. My suite is 776, Miami, Florida, 33132. Thank you for giving us some time on your agenda today. I'm here on behalf of Ms. Tabitha Fazzino. She's our Chief of Intergovernmental Affairs. I'm here with some of our colleagues representing Family and Community Engagement, Parent Academy, and Post-Secondary Career and Technical Education. We're here this evening just to thank the city for always being a strong partner to Miami-Dade County Public Schools in support of our schools, our students, and our families. You each have a packet, and within this packet, we are providing to you some information about the schools in North Miami Beach. You'll find information regarding student enrollment for each of your schools, as well as historical performance grades dated back to 1999. The state has not yet released the current school grades, but as soon as they do, we'll make sure to get that information to you. And you'll also have the historical graduation rates. Inside your packet, you will also see a long map. And within that map, you will notice that although you have 5 Miami-Dade County public schools within your jurisdiction, there are currently 5,318 school-aged children who reside here in North Miami Beach, and they attend nearly 163 different Miami-Dade County public schools. So we're thrilled to have them. We're thrilled that they're enjoying choice options in our schools and truly taking advantage of all of the great programming that MDCPS has to offer. In addition, in your packet, you'll also notice volunteer information, mentoring, internship providers, as well as Alumni 305, which are great ways that our community and families can get involved with their child's schools. And we know that North Miami Beach is blossoming with new businesses and commercial spaces, and that's wonderful to see. We would love to engage with the city to partner us with some of those businesses to provide internship opportunities to some of our students. Those businesses, if they're looking to add a great addition to their team, they'll have the opportunity to interview the students and possibly become an internship provider. And if the council will permit, I would like to bring up our Assistant Superintendent for Family and Community Engagement, Ms. Barbara Mendizabal, who will talk a little bit about the re-envisioning of Parent Academy. She's really spearheaded that task. And then I would like to bring up our Assistant Superintendent for Post-Secondary to talk to you a little bit about career technical education. Thank you.
Thank you, Arlette. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, and Commission members. Thank you for having us. On behalf of our Chief of Intergovernmental Affairs, Ms. Tabitha Facino, we're here for you today to talk to you a little bit about the Parent Academy. The Parent Academy has been reimagined. It has been around since 2006, but it has been reimagined to better service the community and our students and our parents and grandparents. Within your packet, you should have received a card. We have branded the Parent Academy division, and we have 3 hubs located, and the address is located here on your pamphlet, with a QR code which will directly take you to the different type of courses and workshops for parents. During the regular school year, we have webinars at 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. in 3 different languages: English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole. Not only do we have the webinars for parents to view at those important hours, 10 a.m. if they don't work, or 6 p.m. after work, we also have the watch parties at school sites and in our location, our hubs. The plan is to expand the hubs, county line, to better service the parents. I can tell you that this year alone, in 10 months, we have had 11,000 parents go through our Parent Academy and complete a course or more. These courses range from 20 minutes to 30, 40 minutes, and then we have a discussion, live discussion with the parents and the grandparents. And I say grandparents and caregivers. We also work closely with, it's very important, right? Foster parents, adoptive parents, grandparents, any guardian that is in need of assistance, we work with them. If you look at the flyer that I have provided you, because I just spoke about the webinars that are during the year, but this summer, we have a special summer session for parents. We call it the Parent Summer Academy for parents. It will be July 16th, 17th, and 18th. The 16th will be in English, the 17th in Haitian Creole, and the 18th will be in Spanish. And if you look at the different hours, parents can go ahead and with your phone, your iPhone, any type of phone, you can register using the QR code. Some of the important topics that you may see: autism. We need to take care of our students in special education and our parents that may have questions. We also have important workshops such as transition to kindergarten. It's, a little bit scary when you have your little one going to kindergarten the first time. These workshops help the parent navigate the system and better help advocate their children as they go through our educational process and education system, and work collectively with the principals and the teachers and the counselors. And we also partner with over 40 different non-for-profit partners and organizations. One of them that we're partnering this summer, we've already had one session, is the EdFed organization. We have financial planning for parents. We have it at our locations 3 times during the summer, and the services will be for the parents. We will have the workshops, again, in English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole. Our own website, if you go to our website, which you will find on the card that I gave you, translate to 8 different languages, including German, French, Russian. We have the resources. We ask you to please share with your community. We're always available for you. If you have any questions, you have my information. But it's really important to help our parents to become advocate for their children and be the link to the success of their students and our students. So we thank you for your time. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Vice Mayor, Commissioners. It is a pleasure to be here. It was so good to hear the Senator speak about his son, who is now a Marine. God bless him. I spent 8 years in the military in the United States Army. up in Fort Stewart. What an honor and a pleasure it was that. So it always moves me. So when I hear of a veteran, I have to speak of the experience that far beyond anything. But anyway, to why I'm here. Let me first bring greetings from our superintendent of schools, Dr. Jose Dodres, my deputy superintendent of schools, Dr. John Pace. I work with all of our technical colleges. We have 7 fully accredited colleges, from County Line Road, as Dr. Gallen, one of our board members, says all the time, from County Line Road to Florida City. We have 7 fully accredited technical colleges. The closest one here is Miami Lakes Technical College. This year, we've serviced over 51,000 residents of Miami-Dade County. The closest adult center that we have to this location is at North Miami Beach Senior High School during the evening. We have about 700 students that take GED classes, ESO classes, high school completion classes, and we just rolled out something called IET, Integrated Education Training. And what that allows us to do is to be able, while a student is learning the language or getting their GED, they're learning a trade. Right now in North Miami Beach, we have phlebotomy, EKG, and basic health care worker. At Miami Lakes Tech, again, the closest technical college to your location, we have 23 programs ranging from practical nursing to welding to automotive technicians, diesel technicians, etc. I can be here all night speaking about the stuff that I love doing. We are here to serve the city of North Miami Beach. Anytime you'd like to invite us back out, if you'd like to visit one of our technical colleges or one of our adult centers, the door's open. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Anything else for a wrap-up, or you're all good?
No.
Okay.
Thank you for the partnership.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for coming.
Questions?
Oh, are there any questions?
I have a question.
You have one?
Yes, thank you. Well, first of all, thank you so much for all the hard work that you guys are doing. And, you know, as a product of the Miami-Dade County Public Schools, I really appreciate all of your hard work. A question came to mind about the transition between high school and post-secondary education. And, you know, we all understand the importance of either technical experience or education and, you know, the traditional college route, and what impact it has on really the outcomes in our communities, you know, from healthcare to, you know, having the retirement and all sorts of socioeconomic impacts. Is there any connection between high school and post-secondary education when it comes to the counseling of the students? So in essence, once they are completed with their high school career, is there any link between their previous school and their first year in college or their first year in a non-traditional environment to assure that they're properly transitioning?
Absolutely. So 2 sides to your question. In terms of the college, transitioning to the college, all of our high schools have CAP advisors that plan, starting in the junior year, for students to transition out of high school into a college or university of their choosing where they're accepted. The other side, which is my world, in terms of the technical education, we start instructing students as early as the 10th grade. They're duly enrolled in our programs as well as the high school. We have approximately, I want to say about 1,700 kids that are currently dual enrolled. Our dual enrollment programs continue to increase. And it's funny because the world is kind of changing. This whole world of trade and technical skills have really been elevated. The need for plumbers, electricians, tradespeople, mechanics. There's such a gap in that world, and our superintendent has put a lot of emphasis there. For those kids who are not ready to go to the college or the university and they want to go straight to work, they can come to our technical colleges where they can get a career in a year to 2 years.
And the reason I asked that question is I'm assuming year one is really probably the toughest year for a lot of students out of high school. And the relationship that I can recall in high school was totally different. Your counselors or CAP advisors or even principals, it's on the first name basis, right? And they know a lot of what's going on with the student. But as soon as they graduate, they go into a world probably filled with, tens of thousands of other students, and they are sometimes lost in that system. And so that's where that concern about the link is. Are we tracking those students once they leave high school to see what their trajectory is or what the numbers are, how many people progress through those technical programs or through the post-secondary education programs? Because the work begins with you, but it continues afterwards, right? So that's the basis of the question.
And I completely missed that question altogether.
Mm-hmm.
So let me speak to that question. If they enter one of our technical colleges, absolutely we can track them because we have their high school ID number and it transitions to a post-secondary ID number. So 100% I can tell you any of the students that come into our technical colleges that transition, we're very, but once they leave, those data systems don't connect. So outside of having relationships with their counselors and their CAP advisors, and I can tell you as a former principal of 2 different institutions, those kids stay connected. They stay connected. But is there a programmatic way to follow those students? No, because the data systems are separate, and then FERPA comes into play where they have all kind of privacy. So unless students engage, we don't necessarily re-engage them.
Good point. Thank you.
My pleasure.
I had one quick question. Thank you so much for your presence and your presentation. I know at North Miami Beach Senior High is under construction through a bond program. Do you have any updates as it relates to the completion of that particular project? And also, we were waiting to hear back from the school board in reference to a partnership with, since the school's gym is going to be under construction, our city manager has been in touch with the principal, and we're kind of waiting to hear back, but I know the school board is kind of figuring out some of those technical issues, so I wanted to kind of hear if you guys had any updates on those.
I don't have updates, but I can touch base with our facilities and design office and get back to you. Sure.
It's very interesting listening to you. I was speaking to one of our staff in reference to bringing programs to the city, getting a grant, we can bring in a program and maybe teach somebody to be an electrician or to be a plumber or what have you. But there is programs currently where you can go to high school and get your college, first 2 years of college and get that degree. So not everybody can finish high school and have the funds and have a year without bringing money into their family to go to technical school. Are they thinking about incorporating in the high school years to train some of the high school students to be electricians or to be a plumber? Are they thinking about starting it in the high school years? Not only will it engage the high school children, but they'll finish high school requirement and go right to work.
So yes, the answer is yes. And that's what I was speaking to with dual enrollment, where students are enrolled in the high school, and then they travel to the technical college to receive instruction during the day. Or in some cases, we have programs from the technical colleges that push into the high school so the classes actually take place at the school site. So yes, absolutely.
And you provide the transportation if needed?
Transportation absolutely is free of charge. All students that are dual enrolled do not pay for books, do not pay for tools, do not pay for uniforms. It's all statutory. The statute pays for everything for a dual enrolled student, whether it's an academic student who may be enrolled at, let's say, Miami-Dade College, or if it's a student that's enrolled in one of our technical colleges. Tuition is free of charge. And by the way, since I have your attention, right? The most inexpensive tuition for technical colleges is here in the state of Florida. It is $2.56 per clock hour. If you did a program, for example, at George T. Baker, which is about 2 years, you got both of your licenses, airframe and power plant, that program will cost you about $6,000, right? If they start a high school, it'll cost them $3,000 by the time they graduate if they want to do that second program. And our technical colleges do not do any kind of student loans. We do Pell, Bright Futures, prepaid, veterans benefits, a plethora of Career Source South Florida. So students that come to our school, for the most part, They receive additional dollars for cost of living, and we do not do any kind of student loans, the most affordable education. And by the way, an automotive mechanic today, when they graduate from one of our schools, if they don't do the apprenticeship route, and we have a lot of apprenticeship programs, but that particular mechanic can start working at a good dealership about $80,000 to $85,000 a year. Within 2 years, they're making six figures, leaving our schools with no debt whatsoever.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
One more follow-up. Because this is a very important presentation. You spoke about mechanics making upwards of six figures within 2 years after leaving. The Biden administration's program, what a lot of people call, the Biden program, right, or the Biden plan. I believe there's upwards of 150,000 specifically to the Haitian community that have come on that program. And if you total all communities that have benefited from that program, we're talking hundreds of thousands of people that are looking for opportunities to become professionals, or they may be professionals in their own country, but now that they're here in America, they're finding it difficult to assimilate. What is the school board doing to assist those people who may have technical skills or other skill sets that really just need to assimilate and integrate into this society? But the only way they can do it, obviously, is through some form of education, lest they be relegated to cash-only jobs and very minimum wage.
So one of the things, programs that I spoke to, IET, the Integrated Education Training, there's a plethora, about 16 different programs. One of them is automotive, where while that individual is learning the language, they're concurrently enrolled in a program of study. So in the past, we've had to wait for a student to, let's say, learn the language and then enter the program. But now through this new methodology, through this new method, right, through this new model of being co-enrolled, the individual can right away learn while they're learning the language, they upskill themselves. Now,
Is that only in the I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, no, go ahead.
Is that only for that particular trade, or is that happening across multiple trades?
That happens across multiple trades.
I think that's a game changer, because that's the notion is learn the language first, or a lot of people, what they're doing is they're going to Miami-Dade College, signing up for English courses, right? And, in all honesty, a lot of times, a good portion of those people don't complete the English course. But if they're, and they have those numbers, I don't. I'm just talking about what I've seen and the conversations that I've had, because a lot of them are looking for ways to make an income, because a lot of them have families still in Haiti, right? Or in another country. And so that is always their most important thing, is to make sure that they generate income. And so to balance the learning of the English language with a career is, to me, a game changer that I think, if we can get some specific information, I don't know if it's included in here, but if we can get some specific information about that, we can, from a city perspective, start putting that out. I happen to meet a family in Miami, in North Miami Beach, where the gentleman is actually a mechanic and is very good at what he does, but he's having a hard time assimilating into the community. So he knows what he needs to know, but he doesn't have that certificate that says that he qualifies to fix someone's car. So that's something that I would definitely like more information on for our residents.
100%. And you have the telephone number is there, 305-558-8000?
That sounds like a very general number. Is that directly?
And that is a very general number, but
Okay.
they have a lot of specific information.
Okay.
Okay?
So if we can get your contact.
I'll be more. I'll walk up and give you my business card in 1 second. The other piece, I think, is really important piece. There's a program called SAVES that goes through DCF. It's federally funded and works its way down. And the majority of those students in Miami-Dade County at this time are Haitian individuals, and through that program, based on their parolee status, those individuals qualify for free tuition for their technical training, as well as the language acquisition and the books and the equipment, et cetera. So it's perfect timing, and even though we serve that population well, we'll always continue to strive to serve better.
Thank you so much for all you guys
My pleasure.
All right. Yeah, thank you. Technical education is certainly huge. And a little fun fact, when I was attending North Miami Beach Senior High School just a couple of years ago, I was also dual enrolled at Miami Lakes Technical Education Center in diesel mechanics. So,
And now he's a business owner.
right. So, yeah. So, hey, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
And a mechanic.
The mechanic. Yep. Okay. Next presentation.
Thank you for your service.
So it's going to be 5.3, the fiscal year 2024 second quarter budget presentation. Sharon Stewart, Budget Administrator.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Commission, City Attorney, Madam City Clerk, and City Manager's Office. I'm Sharon Stewart. I'm here tonight to present the second quarterly budget presentation. Okay, the disclaimer here is that this report is presented on the cash basis of accounting, which means that the revenues are recognized as they're received, and the expenses are, becomes actual once they're expensed in our general ledger account. This is unaudited, which means that this has not gone through our annual financial audit process. So the numbers that you see presented here are not going to be written in stone. Methodology. Okay, the annual budget is divided into 4 equal quarters, basically just to kind of keep it on the same platform. There are certain exceptions, though, that are made here in this financial report when we realize that there could be some changes to when the actual cash flow is actually received in the city. Okay, so the prior year carry forward, if there's any, is represented here at 50% of the annual adopted budget. The payment pensions, in terms of what's budgeted, is actually paid in the beginning of the year. The only exception to this was the $2 million that was budgeted for the police pension that was actually paid in the second quarter. So all our pension payments are actually 100% paid as budgeted for this report here. Okay, overall, at this time, the city does have a net favorable variance in terms of the expenditures and the actuals. Primarily, the budgeted revenues are, trending a little higher than we budgeted, and also the expenditures are trending lower than actual budget. The funds that are actually contributing to this variance, the favorable variance, are like the general fund. We're at $6.5 million variance, and that does not necessarily mean that we'll have that at the end of the year. It's just, again, the revenues are received a little higher than what we're recording and for our expenses at this quarter. CRA has a $3.9 million favorable balance, and again, it's the same thing. Their expenditures have not come online, so therefore it's going to represent here that they're actually doing better than, than maybe you'll see at the end of the year, maybe once their expenses are actually online. The same thing here with the sewer funds, $2.4 million. And the stormwater for 84, as well as the bill and permit fund, is at $152,000 variance at this quarter. Okay, so this chart here represents the general fund revenues. At this adopted, fiscal year '24, we have, 67.2 million in general fund budgeted adopted revenues. The second quarter budget shows that we're at 35 mil, and our actual, and the other column shows that we're at 36.5. So you can see right now we're at about 104% of the budgeted revenues, simply because we are collecting higher revenues than budgeted, and also because of our ad valorem taxes, which is generally received at about 85% in the first and second quarter. So this chart here now, it's basically representing the diagram that was just presented in the other slide, where it's just showing you the revenues, based on a chart. So you can see where the ad valorem revenues are, as well as what the budgeted actuals is. And that's just, represented to show you exactly how we're trending in each category. And again, it's just a chart of the slide that was presented before. Okay, so this would be the general fund expenditures by functions. So again, the adopted budget here is 67.2. The second quarter budget is 38.9, and our actuals is at 33.9. So we're trending about like 87% below what we're budgeted. So this is the reason why you're seeing that we're having a favorable variance in the general fund expenditure side. And below, we will see how we budget for the expenses in the general fund, which you can see where the salaries and the personal-related costs are. They're at $35 million, and right now our actuals is at 14.8 mil. So we're doing very well as far as that's concerned. And as I mentioned before, the pension is paid at 100%. This is just for the general fund portion. You could see that we're budgeted at 10.5, and we have expensed the 10.5 in the second quarter, as what I mentioned previously. Operating expenses are doing good. The only aspect is that we have some capital expenditures that primarily were budgeted in the fiscal year of '23, where the purchase order was rolled into '24. So that's why you're seeing the variance there of that $2.8 million. But on a whole, though, because we're doing well in other expense category, it's not showing that we're doing relatively bad, because we're making up for it with having less expenditures in the general fund and having more revenues. So again, this would be just the chart of what I just presented before, that you could just see it in a chart format. So it's the same information, just presented a little differently here. So this shows you the general fund expenditure by class for the second quarter, and it's showing what the salaries and related benefits are, the pension, operating expenses, and capital. And you can see what the adopted budget is and the quarter budget. So primarily, again, the pension, you can see that it's paid at 100%, and the other expenses are pretty much, captured here, where you can see the salary cost. That's a little hard for me to see there right now. But the salary and related cost, where you can look at it as what we're budgeted, it shows the blue, and what the green bar graph shows basically, or the cylinder graph, it shows that those are what the actuals are. So this one now represents the all fund revenue analysis. So it captures the general fund, the CRA, stormwater, water fund, the sewer fund, all of the funds that the city actually budgets for in the fiscal year. So this just shows you again how we budget, for the year, for the quarter, and what's actually collected as of March 31st, 2024. And this is similar to the chart before. This shows the expenditures by the funds. And again, it captures it just how we budget for it in each fund itself. By the general fund, the CRA, the transit, water fund, sewer, building, and so forth. This slide now shows the salaries and related costs for the entire city as per how it's budgeted. And again, it follows the same format. It's going to show you what the actual budget is for the quarter and what the expenditures as of March 31st is. And we're doing, relatively well over all categories. So are there any questions?
Any questions? No. Okay.
Thank you.
Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
I would just like to make sure, Mr. Mayor, that the public understands that these are just what we can estimate until reality comes in.
Right. So what shows here is how we budget and what the actuals are as of March 31st. Right. So it's not providing you with the projections. It's just stating that, as of March 31st, this is what we've expensed per our budget. So again, it's not showing you at the end of the year, you'll end up having this huge saving, especially in the general fund of 5.3 mil. It just states that as of now, certain expenses have not come online, so therefore, we're just trending a little bit lower with expense than budgeted.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you. All right. It's public comment, and Madam Clerk.
Good evening, everyone. The Mayor and Commissioners of the City of North Miami Beach has opened the meeting for public comment at this time. There is a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speaker, you'll be called to the podium. At that time, please state your name or the name of the organization which you are representing. The Mayor and Commissioners of the City of North Miami Beach recognizes the importance of civility. The City of North Miami Beach requests that all in attendance to exercise civility at all times. And our first signed speaker is Rhea Hughes and then Gail Cunningham. Leslie Sardinia.
Thank you.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners of this beautiful North Miami Beach community, a city. My name is Rhea Hughes. I reside at 3335 Northwest 180th Street, Miami Gardens, Florida, 33056. On June 24th, you all were sent an email asking for your support of consent item 9.6. The City of North Miami Beach has a water storage tank which has not been maintained in the City of Miami Gardens, located at 17820 and 17830 Northwest 29th Court, Miami Gardens, Florida, the community of Myrtle Grove, of which I reside. This water storage tank is a major eyesore to our city and community when walking, visiting the park, parents dropping off and picking up their children. It has a negative impact on our biggest investments, our homes. I, along with others in the city, have been in communication with the City of Miami Gardens Public Works Director and the City of North Miami Beach Director, North Miami Beach Water, since August of 2022. To have a resolution on the consent item for the maintenance of this tank is a plus for homeowners in plain view of this tank. The residents of the City of Miami Gardens and community of Myrtle Grove ask for your full support in favor of this item 9.6. Thank you for your listening ears and for hearing the concerns of the taxpayers, residents, and homeowners within the City of Miami Gardens. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming all this way. Thank you.
Leslie Sardinia. Good evening, everyone, Mayor, Commissioners, and thank you for your service. Thank you for your auto service. As a resident for more than 22 years, paying taxes for 22 years, asking for certain ordinances to be in place, which they were. Thank you to commissioners from the past and to Commissioner Phyllis Smith. For that, one ordinance is against the pet stores that helps the domestic animals. Another ordinance is against traveling circuses and wildlife shows, which helps the wildlife. Speaking up against the homes that were going to be floating in our lake in the environmental nightmare. I was vice chair of the So for Fine Humane Society of Greater Miami and also serve as their animal education department, and we go to mainly inner city schools to talk to them about being responsible pet owners. Now I'm with the HSUS, Humane Society of the United States, as a state council volunteer that works with them to address all the issues that affect our wildlife, farm animals, domestic animals, marine life, trying to pass or stop bills, amendments that would harm them. House Bill 87 regarding the bears, that passed. That was a horrible thing. We're going to see the bears go on the endangered list now because of that hunting. It was really a hunting bill. Anyway, back in 1966, the Animal Welfare Act, which is a federal law, was passed that reads in part, the AWA is a regulatory law that seeks to control who may possess or sell certain animals and the living conditions under which the animals must be kept, including they must have food, clean water, and shelter. So brings the reason why I'm here today. On June 12th, the day of that horrible storm, that the mayor, Miami-Dade, declared state of emergency, a neighbor had his small Frenchie, there are actually two smaller ones as well, all day in the storm. As we know, Frenchies, they have a hard time breathing. These are man-made dogs, which is also another thing that man has done. They are of a smashed face, and that's something we created. This is the same dog weeks back that was running loose in our neighborhood. In our WhatsApp group, the neighbors posted a picture of this poor animal out in the storm with no shelter. I have learned that this dog rarely is allowed inside. That means rain, cold, heat, storm. The owners do not feel the need to protect this dog from the elements, which is against the law. This is going to be and is a horrible summer and hurricane season. We need to have some sort of city initiative, PSA, that reminds our residents of the dangers the heat can bring upon the youth, elderly, and pets. The best place for all of them is inside, out of the heat and rain. Can I have one more second, please?
Okay, 1 second.
Okay. If there are children, elderly, or animals in distress, or anyone for that matter, because it's going to be that kind of summer, police should have the right to enter the property to save who or whatever needs saving. Please, I humbly ask that you come up with some way to get the word out that people need to be responsible parents, children, and pet owners, and protect those that cannot protect themselves during this hurricane season.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to ask questions, Mayor. I would like to ask our police department, do we have the right, if a neighbor sees that, do we currently have the right to go in and protect that animal? Or do we, as a body, have to prepare something so that you will have the teeth to do exactly what she's asking of you? It's a horrible thing where an animal was left in that storm with no protection. So if somebody sees that, do you have the right to go in and take the dog at least and put it in temporary shelter?
If the animal's being harmed, there are Florida state statutes that protect animals from cruelty and give us the right to enter the property and rescue that animal.
So I would like, through the manager, if I could, Mr. Manager, if you'll get with him and see if that covers, besides abuse to a dog, but the care of a dog, if that covers that, and if not, if you want to help us prepare something here that we make sure our animals,
We
our
typically,
pets are safe.
because of
resources and various trainings and qualifications and certifications that our staff typically does not have. Anything with regards to animal cruelty throughout the county is handled by Miami-Dade County themselves. They have an entire division, and we work with them on a regular basis. Recently, there was a property that had almost like 11 dogs that were escaping and causing havoc within the community, and we worked with Miami-Dade Animal Services to be able to remove those dogs from the neighborhood and get them the treatment and the care that they needed. So we would be partnering with the county for that.
But that would take a lot of time. That's why that would take a lot of time when you see a cruelty like she just described, because it happened to go, the pictures went around how that dog was so abused and so scared. And I happen to have a dog, and even with us.
In an emergency situation, Commissioner, yes, as Major Peniels mentioned, we would be able to go into the property and recover that and work with the county services. In the aspect in which you're asking if we're seeing beyond that care for the animal and anything beyond an emergency situation, we would be partnering with the county.
It takes a long time, because remember the German Shepherd on the Sunray homes? The mail, they couldn't deliver mail on that block. It took over 6 weeks. Takes a long time. Well, we'll delve into this a little more, and thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Okay. Next speaker.
Gail Cunningham.
Good evening. My name is Gail Cunningham, 19001 Northwest 14th Avenue Road, Miami Gardens, Florida, 33169. I'm here in support of consent agenda item 9.6. About 2.5 years ago, a few of us were visiting Myrtle Grove Park when we looked to the east and we saw the water storage tank and the condition that it was in, and knowing that everyone in that community was looking at that. It obviously was not maintained on a regular basis, and unfortunately it was putting the community in a position where their homes were being devalued, because you're seeing this if you come through the community. Not only the residents, but people within the city, they're coming through and you're seeing something negative right next door to a park where kids are all the time and they're swimming and they're playing and they're doing soccer, but then they look to the east and there unfortunately was an eyesore. So I'm in support of consent agenda item 9, and also I appreciate you, North Miami Beach, and your public works director, along with Miami Gardens public works director, who just retired and he's very happy. And I wanted to make sure that you were aware that we are grateful and we want your support in actually approving this item, because we realized after I read it that if this can start now and it could be done on a regular basis, that those children and the community members and the residents and the parents, when they look to the east and they realize that's a water tower and water is something that all of our bodies need, that they will look at that tower and realize there's something there, there's nutrients are there, and it's being well kept. So please, please, we thank you that it's on the consent agenda, and we ask your support in approving it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming all this way. Thank you.
Former Commissioner Barbara Kramer.
Good evening, Barbara Kramer. We were very fortunate to have Senator Pizzo come before us tonight, especially since the majority of our residents are not his constituents. However, I would like to know where our other representatives are. We have yet to have some elected officials visit our city and introduce themselves to the commission, during a meeting at least, much less come here and give us a presentation. This absence is both insulting and unbecoming of residents who govern us. Speaking of unbecoming, the documentary Unbecoming, a full documentary, left much to be desired. The majority of commissioners here brought in the worst city manager we've ever had, leading to a tortured workforce. Watching that documentary made me wish I had taken similar action from a commissioner's point of view. We need more individuals like Carl Anderson to shine a light on the shortcomings of government. For me, this position wasn't a career, but it was for him. After 17 years of exemplary service, as acknowledged by the city upon his retirement, it is disgraceful how the city treated an NMB officer like him. The city forced him into retirement, just as it has driven many others to resign before him due to this toxic working environment. Shame on many of you for letting this happen.
Thank you.
Ms. Lin Su, and then David Zapin.
Lin Su, Reef Club, North Miami Beach. Good evening, everyone. I've been visiting some residents, and I found out from some residents in the Allen Park area that the Aqua Bowl Park, the lake, the lights are out. And late at night, there's a lot of teens and youngsters doing drugs and whatnot, and it's kind of become a center for some bad things that may happen. The residents don't feel safe, so I'd like to ask the commission to assign, or the city manager to help to see what we could do for that area, like put the lights on, or, have some police patrol at night. Thank you so much.
Thank you. David Zapin, founder of 30K for Back Pay, also Zapin for NMB. Where to begin? One of the reasons I founded this charity to encourage basic income is I worked for a couple of years in unarmed security, and I had the honor of working alongside a Navy veteran, and I studied security alongside an Army veteran who clearly never picked up any formal skills along their service. I'm one of the gray nomads. In theory, at least semi-retired, but still scrounging for gigs where my experience in education works against me. And it's not just me. I'm sure I can point out a karate instructor who's driving a truck these days, because that's how we roll. So while I am thrilled with the presentation we just got, there's a flip side. There are certain fields where having experience, knowledge works against you, and there's encouragements to rotate them out and bring in someone new and cheap, that all that knowledge just walks away, gets laid off, or otherwise discouraged out. This is going to be a difficult summer for me and my father. Some of you met. I'm going to have to come up with some kind of fundraising activity. Anyone need a professional whistler? Apparently that's all I'm good for. I'm a little old to apply to the FBI. And the system for trying to get teachers of unusual background into the system, I missed the cutoff for that. Again, this isn't just about me. There are gray nomads. Back in the 90s, at least we tried to discuss the plight of the overeducated. Note I'm wearing a t-shirt from FIU's Master of Finance program, where they refused to finance me based on my grades in history, or was it calculus and organic chemistry? Notice how those things don't match up, but this is how a lot of the private sector works, based on rules of thumb that don't always go anywhere. So yes, let's protect each other from the heat. Remember, air conditioning is not a right. According to the Supreme Court, voting is not a right. So let's protect our votes. Make sure that you have recent, current voting cards. Thank you.
Excuse me, Manager? I believe, I just wanted to say for the record, I believe you told me that in July, Congresswoman Wilson was coming to speak?
She is currently scheduled to be here for a presentation.
For the July meeting. Okay, and I think that, and you may not know this yet, but in August, I think Senator Jones is coming. So we are getting the different.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, next speaker.
Irene Pellinger, and then Janice Coakley.
Hi, good evening. I'm Irene Pillinger. So I was thinking, is there one place in our city where every resident can go and feel not only welcome, but that there's something being offered that they are interested in or a service they can take advantage of? It's our library. Our library strives to inspire, educate, and help each and every one of us grow through books, speakers, concerts, films, art exhibits, and a variety of educational, entrepreneurial, and cultural programs that deliver access, success, and well-being to our entire community. The North Miami Beach Public Library should be made a priority in the upcoming budget with the goal of having this gem available and open, as it once was, 7 days a week, which would allow all residents access. Separately, our city has some wonderful events, services, and classes, but residents just don't know about them. I've said it before, bring back a condensed version of the City Line newsletter that is delivered snail mail to every resident. Do not add last-minute events like the food truck event advertised today that is happening tomorrow. How is that even planned with no communication? If we had a printed newsletter, everybody would know what was happening in the upcoming quarter. And have a moratorium on events. Evaluate, consolidate, plan, and communicate. And again, move the rule about attending commission meetings to be under the ethics section, so we don't see the city held hostage by 3 commissioners ever again. Angry commissioners should show up and do their job, not sabotage the city. 3 commissioners voted this down. Please put it back on the agenda for another try. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't stop me yet. Good evening. In the back, it was a couple back there. I'm going to put the card here for the officer. The debit card, I guess, fell out of the purse.
Oh, that was from Highland Gardens.
The person name is on the back of it, but I don't want to call it out.
I have their phone number.
Yeah, they live in Highland Gardens.
Okay. Good evening, Janice Coakley, Mayor, Commissioners, residents, staff. You probably see me at some meeting. There's no school, so there's no Girl Scouts. I did have a 3-page speech, but I'm going to make it short. I just would like to make a suggestion. When we have a longtime employee who have worked for the city for years, I know that the person was recognized by beautification and public works, but I want to recognize Mr. Barrington Barkley, an employee that worked at the motor pool for 29 years and would have been 30 years in August. But because of the environment, he resigned from the city. So in the future, if you could recognize employees with long years of service to show that this is a city that people care, to recognize employees for their long time service, and hopefully no one will have to leave because of the environment. So you all still have me for a while. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's disturbing.
Hubert Dubé, and then Mr. Terrence Comenzoli.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. First of all, I have to thank everyone because some of you might be in the front of the TV to watch the debate between President Joe Biden and former President Trump.
Speaker, your name, please.
I'm sorry?
Your name, please.
My name is, I'm sorry. My name is Hubert Dubé in North Miami Beach, 530-33162. So as an electrical instructor, so I would like to congratulate the city of North Miami Beach for the presentation of North Miami Beach have a program to come to North Miami Beach to protect our charger because it might be good for the future because when you have people coming out to the school and then now he have some skill, he might be able to continue to get his life better and then continue the education. Because the program, I heard that when I came right here, is not only the sample, but it gives you a way people can better get the life and then to continue if they want to get a career as electrical or whatever, plumbing or mechanical. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Terrence Camanzuli, Sunray West area of North Miami Beach. A couple things that I've been noticing here. Last week, the week before, we had those major storms that came through. And our areas are still having a lot of issues. Storm drain, especially along 171st Street, east of 22nd Avenue towards the thing, totally underwater. People were trying to drive through there. Cars are basically getting water over their hoods. We need to find a way to get that area to drain better if we can. These alleyways in the Sunray West area, the drains along the streets are constantly being inundated with the tree leaves, everything that's falling from these trees, especially the palm trees. When I was on the beautification and chairman of beautification, we constantly had, every year, a team from the beautification team go down every street and cut back the palm trees. These palm trees have not been cut in over 5 years, I know due to budget cuts, but that's something that we need to look at doing, especially in the Sunray West area because there's a lot of flooding that occurred all over the place, but here in North Miami Beach, we seem to have very good drainage, but not over these past couple years. One thing, it's political season. People are already putting out their signs for election. We're not doing it yet in the city because ours isn't until November, but I am finding along Biscayne Boulevard, along our major highways, candidates for the mayor of the county, candidates for school board are violating our codes. We're not allowed to hang signs on these fences, and I'm not seeing any enforcement being done. They need to be contacted to either remove them or we need to remove them and charge them. That is against our city code and it's creating a lot of bad looks. Over here on 171st and Biscayne, where they sell the Christmas trees and fireworks, 4 or 5 candidates have it. Along Biscayne Boulevard, going southbound from 163rd Street, you'll see them on the right side. They're on fences. It's a violation of our city code. Being on the city code board, I know the codes, and I cannot be reporting this as an ethics violation. Personally to a specific candidate. That's why I'm saying in general when I see this here. Finally, and I have about 14 seconds, Coastal is not following their schedules. I've had bulk pickup happen last month before it occurred. They did not pick up on the day they occurred, even though I asked about it. He was going to be back the next day. And then our regular pickups are not happening as well. And we just need to do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more.
Somebody left something here.
I'll take it.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mubarak Azan. I should not be doing this, but I have to do it because there's a track record up here, public record, public comments, and people get up and they walk out and they leave, or they just twiddle and dwiddle. So, okay, so what we heard tonight, I'm going to mention a third employee without naming their names. But our Public Utilities Director also seems to have been forced out. She's leaving. I hope she does not leave, but she's leaving. I heard a police officer's been forced out. He's left. Ms. Coakley came here and she said that another worker, diligent worker, is being forced out. What is going on? The good people leaving and what? Okay, that needs to be looked into. Yes, and there's a lot of leader representatives. We go out and we vote for them, and they don't come back. As former Commissioner Barbara Kramer said, don't come back and give an account, a report. They just hold their noses up in the air and they walk about. That is not good. Only Senator Jason Pizzo so far, former state rep, Geller, and I think maybe a couple others, but the new fresh breed that we have here currently, they're absent. We heard about the accounts tonight. I have not heard about the $6.5 million delinquent billing, how we're going to go about it. I heard that the $8 million deficit that we had for the police, we took $2 million and we give them in the pensions, but we're not hearing anything about the $6.5 million in delinquent billing, which that PUC, Public Utilities Director, she was very much for it in collecting, but there's nothing. We hire a PR guy. We want to hire him for like almost $500,000, but we're not hiring anybody to collect these fees. Also, we are not hiring the required workers for the water plant. It seems as though like we want it to fail. The only thing that is failing around here would be the politicians and some of the upper echelon staff. And the speakers came here tonight from Miami Gardens and they talked about the water tower over there. What did we hire Jacobs for? Why did we share out $38 million from our own reserves? Our own reserves. What did they do with that money? I told y'all to do an audit on the $38 million being spent in 2017, 2018, 2019. There's nothing. You guys have to work. You have to work for your seat. Some of you coming up there for November, you really have to work for this. I'm going to be looking at you for the next few months and see if you're actually working and if you really deserve to be staying in office again for the next 4 more years. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
Mayor, that was the last signed speaker.
Okay. All right, so public comment is over. So next is announcements, and Mr. Manager.
Good evening. Senator Pizzo sent me a text and asked me to let you all know. He mentioned that the vacation rental bill was expected to be vetoed. After he finished speaking, it was vetoed. So he asked me to let you all know. Tomorrow's National Food Truck Day from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. right out here in front of City Hall. We'll have 5 food trucks for people to come out and enjoy. On the 4th of July, we will dedicate the newly named Kevin R. Sims Aquatic Center right behind City Hall. Join us for Stars and Splashes starting at 11:30 a.m. The Mobile Diaper Bank will distribute diapers at the NMB Library on July 24th from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Farm Share will distribute food at Ulita Park on July 24th from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. If you or your family need assistance, Farm Share provides free food. Come and help. I'm sorry. Till 12, not 2. Oh. Okay. Lastly, I'd like to introduce Jennifer Torna. She is North Miami Beach's new communications manager. She joins us from WDNA Radio and has hit the ground running since starting with the city on Monday. I've had the opportunity to work with her over the last few days. She's impressed me and gotten off to an excellent start, and I'm sure she'll prove to be a fantastic addition to Team NMB. So, thank you.
Okay. Thank you and welcome.
Welcome, Jennifer.
Hi, I'm excited to be here. And if you see me around, say hello, introduce yourself. I'm very nice.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Mr. Manager, could we also add the monthly things like tomorrow is the seniors luncheon? They do have to register, but they just call, and that Mount Sinai they usually sponsor it, so there is no charge. It's tomorrow at 11 o'clock. If they want to come, but that's monthly, and I think we should be announcing that. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right, thank you. Our next City Commission reports, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Chernoff?
Good evening, everybody. I apologize for missing the pre-conference. I never do that, but I did have gum surgery and have stitches in my mouth and didn't want to be reading proclamations, so I apologize to all, especially the Falone family. Condolences to the Falone family. It's a tragic loss that we lost John. Definitely a strong voice in our community, and we will miss him very, very much. I wish everybody a happy summer, happy 4th of July. Those of you who don't know how to swim, get out there and learn, please. Thank you.
Commissioner Jean?
Thank you so much. I had a certificate that I wanted to read. It's from the North Miami Beach Little League. They wanted to thank us for their support. For our support during their season. In recognition of your continued support and generosity, the City of North Miami Beach Little League is forever grateful for your contributions to our league and community. And also, all of the players signed a base, and so they presented it to us a couple weeks ago. Also wanted to thank our team for all the flood mitigation. Mr. Manager, I don't know if you can speak to some of the drainage proactivity that your team is doing to keep us storm ready. Also, wanted to thank Miami-Dade School Board for recognizing me this past week. And as we get ready for election season, I do want to remind all residents that there is an August primary, so please exercise your civic duty to vote. June is Caribbean Heritage Month, so for all of you who hail from the Caribbean, happy Caribbean Heritage Month. And I also wanted to ask the police department if they can provide us a schedule of all PAC meetings so that we can better prepare. I know oftentimes there's PAC meetings happening in the community, and we're not really aware of the schedule of the PAC meeting so that we have adequate time to show up. And also I wanted to mention to the city manager, thank you for all the hard work that you and your team have been doing, and I know you celebrated 1 year with the city so far, so I want to thank you for all the great work, and your team did a great job of leading while you were away, so I hope you had a good time, and I want to thank all the residents for being here today. Thank you for your presence.
Commissioner Joseph?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just wishing everyone a happy 4th, stay safe, learn how to swim, that's always important, especially the little ones, and to stay hydrated and be safe. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith?
Thank you so much. I want to first thank David Scott and Marlene Monestein and Friendly for covering while the manager was gone. We had quite a few crises as none of us know what tomorrow's going to bring, and everything was handled, and your city was well taken care of. I did want to say thank you to the family of John Falone for coming tonight. It's very soon, but I thought we should do that presentation while the family was in town, and so they could all come and be a part of it. I also want to tell you, when everybody says to learn how to swim for you and the ones you love, at the chamber luncheon, quite interesting, I stood up, and that's been my saying every place I go: learn how to swim and make sure those that you know and love learn how to swim. And a nurse stood up 4 or 5 speakers after me that her next door neighbor came running over with the baby because she was a nurse to do something. They found her in the pool, and she's in Joe DiMaggio Hospital, still in critical condition. It's a real thing, and there's no reason for anybody in this area not to know how to swim. Somebody asked me about one of my listings how deep the pool was, because years ago it could be 9 feet, and they changed that law. It can't be deeper than 6 foot. I don't know if that agent wants a deep pool or a shallow pool, but I do know the owner wrote me back, it's 5 foot because I almost drowned in the pool, so when we redid it, we made it 5 feet. So this is real. Please, everybody, please learn how to swim. Just the flooding in your front yard, this could have really been a disaster for somebody caught in a car, especially an electric car that they couldn't open the door. And the other thing I want to say that we want to remember for the summer, always be safe. Pay attention to these wonderful events. How disappointing the last few events. People haven't been coming. They haven't been attending. It is so disappointing and it's so heartening because the events are so good. So maybe North Miami Beach, maybe the public are just evented out. They had enough. I don't know, but I'm going to suggest when we can have an opportunity that we consolidate some of these and consolidate the spending to spend $15,000 on an event and have less than 15 people from our city, maybe less than 10. If we would have given everybody $1,000, we'd still be in the black. And the event was amazing, amazing. So I ask you to pay attention. I didn't know about tomorrow having the food trucks, but now I do. I didn't know a thing. But pay attention, try to participate, and if you don't want to participate, please voice it. Voice it so I can get some support up here to change it. Thank you all very much, and have a safe summer. Learn how to swim.
That's right.
Commissioner Smuggler.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I want to make sure that not only does everyone have a safe 4th of July, but I want to recognize John Falone because he was born on the 4th of July, and want to wish him a happy birthday in heaven, to my good friend forever. Also want to congratulate the manager. He is, this Saturday, he will be the new president of the Managers Association. As always, I want to thank the PD for taking care of our residents, our families, our neighbors, our businesses, our visitors. And last thing, so, and this is to the manager's office. We received, I'm assuming we all received it, an email on Monday and an email today about requested event cost analysis. And I find it very odd that it's just for a Black History Month event, Juneteenth event, and Haiti Rhythm of the Heart event. I hope there's not a pattern here. So can you please tell me who's making this request?
Commissioner, various commissioners on the dais asked for details of those specific events. So we've compiled it. We'll be gathering that type of information for all events moving forward, but those were specific events that were requested.
Okay, so I think it's a great idea. We should do it for all events, for every person individually and as a individually and as a on the different boards whenever we or committees when we have events. I just found it very strange that it was for Juneteenth, Haiti Rhythm of the Heart, and Black History Month events. So I'm not sure if someone was trying to signal me out because those are the committees that I'm on, and also for Farm Share, which is something that I brought here. So I'm not sure if somebody was trying to signal me out or if someone had a problem with the fact that it's for Black History and Juneteenth and Rhythm of...
I think the intent and the request is just because those are the most recent events.
Well, no, because Black History was in February. So I'm just thinking either someone has a problem with certain events or someone was signaling out certain events or if they have a problem with my events, it's I'll say it right now, let's cancel all events. Let's keep the Halloween, let's keep Snowfest, and let's keep back to school, a book bag event, because those 3 events are for the children, and let's cancel everything for 1 year. You know what we can do with that money? We can have the library open 7 days a week. Or, you know what we can...
And the pool, where the children benefit.
And you know what else we can do? Maybe we can hire another police officer. But you want to start looking at the numbers, you want to start picking at the numbers, wonderful, let's do that. Pick at it and say, you know what? Let's have the events that are for the children, for the seniors, because most of us here, either you're not even coming to the events. Pretty much everybody here, I think, a handful is coming to the events. So what are we doing? Just wasting money for no reason? Let's put the money, let's put our mouth where, whatever that saying goes.
Money where the mouth is.
Right. And let's spend the money wisely. Let's do a moratorium. Let's just take care of our kids and our seniors, and let's take care of our library. Let's take care of the pool. Let's take care of police officers. So right now, this person right here, you can do all the public records requests. I don't care. I'm more than happy, because I hope you look at these numbers, and I hope you see what it's costing, which, by the way, I try to get sponsorship and all that stuff. But let's do it. Let's do a moratorium on everything else. Let's if we really want to help our city, let's help our city. That's it.
Okay.
And it would be nice if somebody agreed with me right now and said, yeah, let's do it.
I agree.
Free swim lessons.
Yeah.
We do have free swim lessons, and we have low cost too. That I made sure of that.
Vice Mayor Florimon.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Thank you, everyone, for being here this evening. I want to wish everyone a happy 4th of July, Independence Day, and be safe, enjoy your time with your family, and celebrate freedom. Also, I want to congratulate Commissioner Jean for receiving a proclamation at the school board. Also, I wanted to talk about the designation that I also just received from the Florida Pension Plan Trustees Association as a certified pension plan trustee. And so, it's so important for me because of the pension board that I sit on, that we make right decisions for our employees and for especially our police and fire first responders. And so after several courses and exams that you have to take and go through 3 levels of examinations, I was able to successfully complete that coursework. And so that's a source of pride for myself, and I'm glad to bring that information and expertise to our board here in North Miami Beach. So wanted to highlight that. Also, one of the things that I picked up, which was so interesting, is that sometimes we may find synonymity in certain words, or find certain words to be synonymous, and then we don't look at really the specificity of those words. And there was a retired colonel from the U.S. Army that mentioned the differences between management and leadership, right? And with respect to our manager, because this is definitely not specific to you, it's really about this whole team. And when I'm talking about this whole team, I'm talking about elected officials, our charter employees and our charter officers, as well as anybody in a position of influence and a position to make decisions for our residents. That there is a difference between management and leadership. And one of the things that he mentioned was, to a certain degree, managers manage the status quo. And leaders come up with new ideas. Leaders come up with new ways of doing things. They are, in essence, founders to a certain degree of strategy, founders of new ways of doing things, and really take their organizations into the next chapter, right? And so for the past 5.5 years that I've been on here, we've had several different managers, several people sit on this dais, several city clerks and city attorneys. And, our city is still, I believe, from my seat, in a position where we have so much more potential than is being. It's so much more potential energy than kinetic energy, right? And so that's a capsule form of a statement, but I hope that we can, with our manager getting a leadership position in the Managers Association and a new city attorney, and with some shifts that are happening within certain departments, that we can really use these as opportunities, really, to take our city to the next level. I see our colleague from North Bay Village who's here, who has a message about affordable housing and things that we need to do to really get our cities up to par and our county up to par as far as affordable housing. That's leadership. It's not managing the status quo. It's saying, here's what we need to do to get to the next level. And I just challenge all of us that are on the dais, all of us that are, in leadership positions as a city, to not just manage the status quo and keep the doors open, because that's being a placeholder. But if we really want to be leaders, every day we got to come up with new ideas and new ways of doing things. And I really hope that we can do that in the next coming months. And as we go into an election season, whatever happens up here, that can also lead to more change and advancing of our city into a new phase of advancement. So thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. Let's have a great meeting. Hopefully we're going to miss the debate, because I know there's been people talking about this debate.
On that note, don't forget, Fortuna was sworn in as second vice president.
Congratulations. Yes, Commissioner.
State League of Cities.
Yes. So which means she's the next president?
No.
She'll be the next president.
No, in 2 years.
In 2 years, okay.
She'll be the next president.
So I think, Commissioner, we're going to miss this debate that you were referencing in your email, unless people just rush home. But
well, they can.
No, we're not going to motion to adjourn. But anyways, that's it for my comments. Thank you so
They
much.
can all leave if they want to.
They
We
can.
can't.
They can.
So,
thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor, if I may have a moment of personal privilege, I actually would like to, I don't know if this would be making a motion or just make direction, but I need support from my commissioners, and I want to say I'm a little bit hypocritical because we are having Hispanic Heritage and we've already booked people, so I want to say maybe beginning October 1st that we do have a moratorium on events, except consider the events for the children and the events for the seniors, so that we cut down on events and we can keep the library open more hours, the pool, and possibly even hire another police officer. And I'm making that motion.
I'll second it.
And for discussion, even though it's in the middle of your reports, I have a fury about this in me, that I want the attorney and the manager to make sure we're doing this correctly. Unfortunately, this time I found out that a direction that was given by a majority of the commissioners was not followed because we don't have it in writing as a resolution. When I found that out, and I recognize how important that is not a simple thing that I'm hearing. That is something very serious, that if the majority of this commission in discussion give direction to the manager, there's no way that the manager made a mistake by not following it because we don't have it in writing as a resolution. That said, I wanted us to take a vote tonight on any direction we give, that we give the attorney with a vote, that we give the attorney the direction to write the resolution the next day and bring it before us, not a month later. Not a month later. We're going to either have to have special meetings, or if the attorney thinks that you can go because it was a direction, now it's a resolution, and get each one of us to sign it, however it has to be done. But to find out that a direction that was given, which is a very significant direction in the middle of an election season, we didn't have the teeth to follow it, then we have to make an adjustment up here. We have to make an adjustment. I believe, Commissioner, you have stated before that we should have a moratorium on all these events. I believe the events, all of them, were requested. How much did it cost? But those were events that people didn't show up. Those were events there was no attendance.
Including the commissioners not showing up as well.
I was there.
No, not
I
you.
saw you.
I'm
New
saying-
dress every time. I saw you.
I'm
paying
saying,
attention.
if 7 commissioners don't show up to events, what are they?
Well,
what
it's
kind of
disheartening. It's
example are they
disheartening
setting?
because I want to thank Commissioner Joseph for teaching us about Juneteenth. That was years and years ago, and really we were the first before I think it even became a federal holiday. And he's the one that taught us about that. And you don't understand the importance. When I was talking about and all this is very important. I know we've got a big agenda, but this is extremely important to make sure what the majority of us wants done gets done. But when I was talking to the attorney, and I thanked him again and again for enlightening me, was the fact that how disheartening it is that it's so important to all of us, but especially minorities, and no one came. It's and yet I'm reminded that there's things that come up for all of us in our life. There are things that come up in our life, and as the attorney told me, it's not who shows up, it's the opportunity for the residents to come to something special. But I'm feeling, this is my feeling, I go back to my own personal life. When you get to go to the theater and you're so excited and you can't wait to come home and eat in a hurry, get dressed, run to the theater. And then the next year, your husband's so happy he gets you season tickets. And you know what? By the 4th or 5th play, you say, the theater again? The theater again tonight? Hurry to eat dinner again tonight? So I'm wondering if that's what's happening with these events in our city. It either is communication with our brand new on board with so much background and so much education, or it's the simple fact that the residents, and that's what it's geared for, have had enough. Well, come to Snowfest. Okay, I have little kids. I'll dress them in a costume. I'll come to Halloween. But every week, twice a week, 4 times a month, they're just evented out. And what's really hurting as a commissioner is that we have to fix our potholes. We have to fix our potholes. We have to clean the city. Right. We have to cut the trees. Let me just tell you, not just cut the trees and not finish our potholes, but the library and the pool, what are we doing for our residents?
Okay, so.
I'm very passionate about this.
We have a motion out there, so we have a motion.
Talking about the motion.
Okay, we have a motion.
It was motion and seconded, right? So this is discussion?
Yeah.
Motion and second. This is sort of discussion, even though it's kind of going.
Yeah, because we were in commission reports, and you didn't even give yours.
I didn't even give mine.
Right.
I know. That's why I am extremely generous to Commissioner Smuckler, even though she'll never admit that. Anyway.
Hey, I served you your fruit salad, okay?
But if we're in discussion, Mr. Mayor, is it okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I just want to say one thing before, and then you can. Okay. Okay. No. I can do my report afterwards. It's okay. It's not going to be that exciting. Okay. So I wanted to ask the manager. We're working on an event protocol, correct? Right. And do you know when that is going to be? When we should expect to see something on that?
We had final changes being made that we received. We've updated that. We'll take it back to the sponsor to ensure that they're okay with that, and then we would bring that to the commission.
Okay. So we're thinking in the next meeting we'll have it, or?
I'm hoping for the next meeting.
Okay. All right. So the moratorium that we're speaking about now is until we have a protocol in place. Is that what we're saying?
Speak into the mic.
Sure.
To Commissioner Smuckler's point, right? I think given the fact that we're going to have this protocol, and that they have these events planned. Look, I'm for the Commissioner Statuswoman. I appreciate what sorry, Commissioner. I'm about to say, sorry, Mr. Kazan. Apologies. But I also want us to have the same type. Let's stick to the protocol. We have this thing pending. I understand this is a hot button issue. I understand how passionate people can be when it comes to certain events and the fact that they're just trying to program. This is not about the cost benefit, but just the aspect of really serving our community. People just, I do it a certain way, commissioners do it a certain way. They have these great clubs, I mean, not clubs, but committees that work really hard to program. And I think that, I respect that, I truly do. But I also understand that we have to have a protocol, and you guys are working on it. I know Commissioner Smucker is very passionate on this issue, and I've always, like I said, I've always supported the program, and I've never had an issue. And I just want us to be in a very streamlined. We should take a very streamlined approach to this, as the mayor pointed out, given the fact that we have this particular protocol coming up next month, and then having a really robust discussion on the issue, as opposed to doing it ad hoc and doing it with a lot of passion. And I understand. Look, I respect Commissioner Smith's standpoint as well. I just know that this is coming up, and we should really take a more nuanced approach to it coming, because it's going to affect a lot of things. It's going to affect committees. It's going to affect different programs that are coming up. And I just want us to have a very nuanced approach to it. That's all.
Yeah, and also the other thing as well is that if there happens to be an event that's fully sponsored, then should we really have a moratorium against a freebie, if you will? So.
Well, if it's fully sponsored, we're not wasting taxpayers' money or taking away from the library, the police department, the potholes, or anything else. So if everything is fully sponsored, yay.
So you're amending the motion?
No, I'm not amending the motion. If something is fully sponsored, we're not spending taxpayers' dollars.
But a moratorium on events is a moratorium on events.
Okay, on a moratorium on spending our money. If somebody wants to fully sponsor an event, we'd be really stupid to say no. So
Okay, but we have to write it correctly if we're doing it. So I think the attorney will agree. Yes.
Yes, to Commissioner Joseph's point, and I believe you asked the question as well. We do have a work that's already being done from the manager's office to kind of figure out what those events are that we're going to keep and what those events are that we can put a moratorium on. In addition to that, I think that we all should, be part of that conversation prior to it coming up here. So I think that's important. And number two, as far as events that are fully sponsored, those are the types of things that would be iterated in the legislation, right? So voting right now is not the best thing to do. I think we should wait for a resolution that's already being prepared and worked on, and then we can have that full discussion and then have something that, as Commissioner Smith mentioned, has some teeth, right?
Yeah.
So it's already in the works, because we've had this conversation over and over and over again.
yeah, but we have it over and over and over again, and everything's still happening.
Well, I don't know why. Well, that's the manager. Hopefully now, sooner than later, will come up with what we asked him to, because we have had this discussion and made that request. But as far as events, every event has its own energy and its own marketing and everything like that. I've seen events under the same title attract 1,000 people and attract less than 50 people, right? So if we're talking Juneteenth, the first or second Juneteenth that we had here, the theater, you couldn't put people in the theater. There were school buses and colleges and Greek associations and fraternities and sororities, and I mean, you had a section for the kids and families were here, and I mean, you name it. It was represented here in North Miami Beach. There was no place to put people for that event, right? And so then we have what we had last week or 2 weeks ago. And you have less than 50 people. I mean,
weather played a
role because it was canceled. It was supposed to be canceled, right? So if you get a flyer that says, or something on social media that says it's canceled, everyone now is looking for the next thing.
That's why we're doing a protocol.
So we have to look at these events for what they are. It's not that people aren't coming to events. It's how we're marketing, who we're marketing to. Every event doesn't have the same audience. And yes, for for those who think that we have too many, they may actually be right. I felt like we had less this year than we did last year, but it's still an issue. So I'm hoping to see what the manager comes up with. Thank you.
All right, thanks. And one other thing regarding your motion, how about library events? Is that also including a moratorium on library events also? So we just want to be clear if we're doing this, exactly what we're doing, you know?
Well, the library has their own budget, so for their events.
I don't mean to interrupt.
Okay, so then library events aren't included either.
No, but I want to just interject. The library has requirements to have certain benefits, or their funding will be taken away from
the
national.
grant.
So they do have requirements for certain events.
I think it's better if we wait till next month and look at the protocol before we start maybe even causing some damage, if you will. So
I would ask the motion maker if she would withdraw her motion and the second withdraws rather than take a vote.
May I comment on it?
yes, of course.
So, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. What I wanted to say is we shouldn't have an all or none. I do support the moratorium, and I think it would be something that should affect all city departments, not just the commission, if we're going to do something of that nature, because now you're picking and choosing. Like you said, each department has its own budget. So now you're overseeing the manager's purview as it relates to the departments and how they function. But I do think the moratorium is a great idea, but also when you talk about being selective to, okay, are we cutting down food drives? Are yes, seniors is no, teens is yes, you know. So I think we need to be very absolute in how we move forward, but I do support it. But I think us being very selective on what we choose is for further discussion.
Mr. Mayor, another idea that I had was each one of the boards get a certain dollar amount and how they spend it. Let's say $25,000 for multicultural and how they spend it, and that would be in the budget in October. It's just another thought this month while we're waiting for that, so that there could possibly still be events, but you're going to combine some of the events. We've always talked about it, and I just want to say without spending any more time on it, but we've always talked about one event, multicultural, where everybody has a booth. The Bangladesh have a booth, the Haitians have a booth, the Irish have a booth, although somebody told me today don't include the Irish as a pure joke. But, you know, that's another idea. We have to do something. We have to do something.
Okay, so if we're in agreement that maybe this takes a little bit more thought, and then can whoever made the motion in second withdraw them, and then.
My only concern is that if we don't do this before the budget, then it's going to be in the budget, and then we're just going to spend the money.
It's coming up next month.
So if it's coming up next month, I will withdraw it. But if it's not, if we don't hear it next month, then I'm bringing it back, and I'm not going to withdraw at that point under any circumstances.
Okay, all right, so.
He has to pull.
Who is the second?
What you're doing, Commissioner Smith?
Yeah, no, I'll keep it if she's keeping it.
No,
She's withdrawing. Are you going to
And I
withdraw?
withdraw.
Okay, all right, so that takes care of that, so I guess we're back to.
I know the intention of the board, which is.
To have the discussion.
Right.
Right, otherwise I'll just bring it back right before the mayor speaks next month. I'll bring it back again. And then I really won't withdraw it.
It gave the mayor plenty of time to build up a beautiful.
Right, I need a great introduction, or whatever, whenever I speak. Okay, so, yeah, I think that's probably the.
Message has been received.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to go about it. We know what we got going on there, and we'll go from there. Okay,
Those
perfect.
withdrawn.
All right.
Are you going to give a report?
I need to be recognized.
Mayor Piper.
Okay. All right, mine will be quick. Of course, condolences to the Falone family. Obviously, regarding the events, there is validity to what you're saying, and I think we've sort of addressed that and got everybody's attention on that. Also, with my other hat is the president of the North Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce, being the business support engine of our city. I encourage business owners or those who are interested in business to get out and attend some events, look into the chamber. And the events that we have are really a lot of fun. As a matter of fact, last night we had an event over at the Trump International Hotel, and it was a karaoke event and food, and it was really, really good. So keep that in mind and look into that. I know the city manager stepped out. I wanted to congratulate the city manager on, and I think, you know, it's sort of big that his peers are the ones that are recognizing him as being a leader. And even though we may not always agree with everything that the city manager does and what have you, I do believe that we are lucky to have a manager with the proper attitude that we have right now in our city. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mayor.
And last but not least, happy 4th of July to everybody. And most importantly, please be safe, because it can be a dangerous holiday if you start playing with fireworks the wrong way. So with that being said, I'm done with that.
Take care of your dogs, they're frightened to death.
Yes.
Approve the minutes, 9.2.
Okay, so.
Second.
All right, so let's go on with the consent agenda. We need a motion, a second, to introduce the consent agenda.
I make a motion.
Second.
Okay. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The following items are the consent agenda. Item 9.1, City Commission Conference Meeting, minutes of May 21st, 2024. Item 9.2, regular City Commission Meeting, minutes of May 21st, 2024. Item 9.3, resolution number R 2024-65, approved change order with Dunright Pumps, Inc., sponsored by the Water Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order to the contract with Dunright Pumps, Inc. for pump repairs, increasing the contract amount by $25,000, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing an effective date, excuse me. Item 9.3, if my thick fingers will let me turn the page. Okay, I'm sorry. Item 9.4. That was 9.3, excuse me. Item 9.4, resolution number R 2024-66, approved change order with AC Schultes for water well repair services, sponsored by the Water Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order to the contract with AC Schultes of Florida, Inc. for water supply wells and well pump maintenance and repair services, increasing the contract amount by $45,000, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.5, resolution number R 2024-67, approved piggyback with DOF Creations LLC, sponsored by the CIO. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a piggyback contract between the city and DOF Creations LLC for the lease to own purchase of network infrastructure, equipment and warranty in an annual budgeted amount of $140,000, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Resolution number R 2024-68, approved piggyback contract with Razorback LLC, sponsored by the Water Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a piggyback contract between the city and Razorback LLC for the purchase of water storage tank maintenance services in an annual budgeted amount of $251,000, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. That concludes the consent agenda, Mr. Mayor.
Move to approve.
Okay, so I need a motion, a second. Okay, and all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, passes unanimous. Okay, we're on to quasi-judicial. So I guess what we have left today is, well, first of all, we need a motion, a second, to introduce 10.1.
Motion.
Okay,
Second.
thank you. Okay, and City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 10.1, resolution number R 2024-69, at-home wall sign variance, sponsored by the Community Development Director, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving or denying a variance from Section 24-147.1G1B1 to allow an illuminated wall sign on the west building elevation facing Biscayne Boulevard, providing for findings of fact, confirming expiration and limitation of approval, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Madam Clerk, Jennings, disclosure.
Good evening, everyone. If you plan on, pursuant to Resolution R95-24, the subject matter of any ex-parte communications, together with the identity of the person, group, or entity making the communication, shall be disclosed and made part of the record on file with the city prior to final action to the matter. I received the Jennings disclosure forms from Commissioner Daniela Jean, and they'll be in the city clerk's office if you wish to see it. So let's start with Commissioner Chernoff.
Don't have one.
No one?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Joseph?
I've had no contact on this matter, and I can make a decision based on the evidence presented to me this evening.
Okay. Commissioner Smith?
I spoke to the city manager, and I can make a decision based on what I hear tonight.
To the best of my knowledge.
Thank you. Commissioner Smuggler?
So I spoke to the city manager about it. I think I may have briefly touched on it with TC and to the...
TC, Terrence Carmazzoli?
Yeah. To the best of my... I don't think I spoke to anybody else, and I can make a decision here based on the information I hear tonight.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Florimon?
I have not spoken to anyone regarding this matter and can make my decision based on the information that I received this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Piper?
Yeah, I have not spoken to anybody and can make a decision based on tonight's information.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Also, can you swear in the speakers?
Mm-hmm.
Was that so?
Everyone. Hi. If you plan on giving testimony to this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? And your answer is?
Yes.
All right, thank you. When you're speaking, please just restate that you were sworn in before you speak. So he's going to speak first.
Okay. All right, Mr. Ng.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioners, staff request that the applicant present first in this instance. Tonight we have the at-home wall sign variance representing the folks, the applicant. I'm really sorry, I'm going to butcher your last name, but if you want to introduce yourself instead, Jennifer Wren. Sorry. You can introduce yourself, that would be great.
Yes, my name is Patience Schaefer. I was sworn in, 9061 Woodlark Terrace, Boynton Beach, Florida, 33472. Jennifer Ronenberger is my boss. That's the name. That's the name you were trying to say.
No.
Are you ready for me to speak, or do you have?
If the applicant can present first, are you representing the applicant? We do have your PowerPoint ready if you want to use that, but you don't have to. If you don't want
Could you Okay, it's up. Good evening. My name is Patience Schaefer. I'm with Go Permit. Go Permit, on behalf of At Home, respectfully requests approval of one illuminated wall sign on the west elevation. Proposed wall sign is 7 feet high by 33.25 feet in length for a total of 231.1 square feet. It will read At Home. Here we go. Subject location is the old Costco building, which I'm sure you're aware of. We have the proposed sign shown up on the screen. We are seeking relief from Code Section 24-147.1, permanent sides allowed, the number of wall signs specifically. All of the requirements of that section will be met. There are currently 2 signs for this tenant, one monument sign located on the south entrance to the property, one wall sign on the southwest elevation of the building. The previous tenant of this excessively large and uniquely designed building was Costco. The west elevation is the frontage that faces Biscayne Boulevard and is 315 feet long, while the entrance was designed on the southwest corner, which is where the current main identification sign is. So these 2 signs are over 300 feet apart. They're not close to each other. The building is set back from Biscayne Boulevard so much so that there is new construction that is now in front of the building and has further limited our visibility from Biscayne Boulevard. The existing monument sign is located to capture the attention of the northbound drivers. At this time, there is no signage informing the southbound drivers of the business until they pass the main entrance into Biscayne Commons, which requires them to pass the full location and make a U-turn at Northeast 143rd Street. Granting the variance will not confer any special privileges to the applicant, as the building location has challenges. Literal interpretation and enforcement of the code would deprive the applicant of rights, and this request is the minimum variance that will make reasonable use of this building. Granting the variance will not be injurious to the area. In fact, it will benefit the community to have visible signage to aid in locating the business and will help to alleviate unnecessary traffic congestion. We respectfully request approval as proposed, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. We're good? Anything else, Mr. Ringer? That's it for the presentation.
Can we bypass any, can we just go straight into an approval?
No, we have to do public comment first.
After the public comment.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
If you wish to speak on this item, please come forward. You have 3 minutes to do so. Please keep your comment germane to this topic. Thank you.
Good evening, Terrence Kemanzuli, Sunray West. My only concern about this sign, after speaking with Commissioner Smuckler, I did a little more research. The sign is actually understandable why you want it. However, there is a lot of landscaping of palm trees that are very high that will be blocking that. And my concern is any removal of these trees as per our landscaping issues in the city. Right now, currently, that street that is between At Home and the public shopping center will be finally opened up in the next year and a half to go all the way into Sol Lamia. So there will be people going by there that will see that the store is there. So At Home does need a little more signage because that store should be doing a lot better than they are. I do approve of this, but I want to make sure that the landscaping will not be harmed or removed to allow more visibility, because where this sign is going to be at, palm trees are already up higher than the actual building that is in front of the new building in front of the At Home that was added on in the past 2 years. Thank you.
Okay. Any other speakers? Okay, we do have one.
Mubarak Azan. I do not know how big the sign is. I could hardly see it on the description there. I just hope that it is hurricane proof. And I think it's a good family business. It's not one of those deplorable businesses that you guys are accustomed to passing without a hitch. So I just don't think tonight you would give this a problem. You know the businesses I'm talking about. you were exempt. You just came on.
Thank you.
But, and you as well too, Mr. Chernoff. But you're accustomed to passing those deplorable businesses without even asking a question. I will see how you will perform tonight. Thank you very much for having me.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, let the record reflect no one else came forward, and then public comment is now closed. Anything from the commissioners on this item? Yes.
I make a motion to approve.
Okay, I think Commissioner Trump wanted to say something.
In regards to the point that was brought up.
Mayor, I'm sorry, but just on a point of order so that we are always clear, it is proper to have the motion and second to bring the item forth before the commissioners speak. So the procedure you were following is correct. It certainly does not interfere with any member speaking on the motion, but you should have the motion on the floor, which is what you did, so the commissioners can speak to the motion. Okay. Okay. All right. So we have our motion. Commissioner Chernoff.
In regards to the comment that was made, are you affecting any trees?
No, we are not touching any landscaping.
You know, and then again, palms grow up, so it's only a skinny thing that would be blocking the sign, not the leaves anymore, if that was the case. I don't have a problem with what's put before us. I think they need help, definitely.
Okay, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. I just want to know, Mr. Nang, as I asked the manager, are there hours? In other words, is this, because it's a neon sign that's going to be lighted, is it going to turn off at a certain hour, turn on at a certain hour? I mean, it's not going to be running all night, is it?
I'll defer to the applicant on the hours of operation for this in terms of illumination.
I'm not sure of their exact hours of operation, but it will be turned off when the business is closed.
Should we add that to the ordinance prior to the resolution, prior to voting? That at a certain time it's going to be turned off?
That is at the discretion of the commission, because of the conditions required under the variant. I would defer to the city attorney on that.
Yes, yes.
Commissioner, you can add whatever you want to add, but you don't need to specify an hour. You could simply say, with the understanding that it will be turned off when the business closes for the evening, which may vary from time to time and might be open later on a weekend. I don't know what.
I like that idea very much.
But is that something that all businesses?
Yeah,
all businesses
Right,
are not.
right.
Publix and,
Right, everybody else has their signs on as long as
Yeah.
they want them on.
yeah, and all those other ones that say open, they stay,
Yeah,
it says open, but they're closed.
Yeah, but
you know.
this is quite a large sign, and my question to the manager when him and I discussed this was, what's the look that we want the city to have? Do we want that, without saying it here, that they, and I like very much what the attorney said, because during the holidays, you may stay open till midnight, or you may stay open 24 hours. But do we want to have signs like this and start now giving permission where there was no permission for a sign, start to give signs and let it look more like, you know, that it's open, what's the word? Not honky-tonk, but to look at.
Red light district?
I mean, I don't know. I prefer to add that language that because it's a second sign.
But it is our business district of the city. If it's a tasteful sign, everybody else has their signs on as long as they want. This particular business, they're coming here for a special variance, so it's not like it's going to be, if anybody else wants to do something that's beyond the normal ordinance, they're going to have to come for a special variance. This particular business has a huge investment in our city.
No, I understand all that.
And it doesn't take a business genius to realize that there's a struggle going on because of the lack of visibility. Because it is a store that should.
No, I approve 100% of us having this sign.
So I think we should try to do everything we can to support them.
There's a motion on the floor.
So then, Mr. Neng, can we come back in the future if we see not just this business, but other businesses are keeping their signs open, 24/7?
Commissioner, if you wish to apply such a rule citywide, you would have to go in and ask staff to present to you your option on amendment to your code of ordinances. For that, in your consideration, if you do change the rule, you could apply such a rule citywide.
But you can't be retroactive, they'd be grandfathered in.
That is generally correct. Signs can have a little bit of a different approach because signs can fall under amortization rules that haven't adopted in other cities as well. So it really would have to be something that we have to narrowly tailor in conjunction with the city attorney's office before presenting to you as a viable option.
I see I don't have the support for that, and I am definitely in favor of the sign, because I don't think that, especially how big this building is, it's not going to be next to each other. The only thing that I worry is that even though it's the business community, commercial community, I just don't want us to turn into a commercial community that instead of being something where everybody comes to visit, somebody sees it as something, more blatant.
Mayor, if I might, Commissioner, there's also, you're presuming something, but there's a significant cost if you keep that sign burning all night when people aren't necessarily.
Well, let's hope they have enough business that the cost becomes.
Maybe they will, but there's a real thought that perhaps the business chooses not to do that, and you can see what happens and still come back and address it.
And even if they did, I just wanted to add, even if they did keep it on, that corridor where this sign is going to be located is a little darker than the remaining part of the Biscayne Commons and that particular side of Biscayne.
Yeah.
So as far as safety is concerned, I believe they would be doing us a favor if they left it on, because, after that is pretty much a dark alley. And I think for public safety, it's probably a good thing to leave it on. But I'm in support of this.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
It's a roll call.
Oh, roll. Okay.
Oh,
That was just a test. Okay.
Oh, and also I wanted to add, Kazan kind of gave you and Jay a pass. You were on here before, and Jay was on here for 20 years. So
Yeah. Kazan, you're losing.
He's talking about recent history.
Well, so roll call?
Okay.
Make me laugh.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Sharnoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Jean,
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Flournoy,
yes.
Mayor Piper.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, can I have,
Good luck.
can I have a moment of personal privilege?
Sure.
In regards, that corridor has been a weird thing, given the fact that the spot type of, parts of North Miami being NMB, the jurisdiction, that's something that I don't. If we do come up with an ordinance and Commissioner Smith comes back, we have to take into consideration that we could be putting our own jurisdiction at a detriment to another business that's in the other side of it, like literally just a few feet away.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want us to be cognizant of that spot jurisdiction. I don't know if we're ever going to fix that, because it looks. I mean, if you don't know, you can be next to the Starbucks and right next door it's NMB, but it's North Miami a few feet over. So it's just kind of a weird corridor.
Mr. Manager, that goes with the squaring off of our boundaries at some point in time. Biscayne Boulevard is a mess.
Yeah, but they're not going to want to give
I'd like to see those cities give up their property to us. Okay.
or us to them.
I'm sure that North Miami would like to give us Solomia.
Yeah.
We'll take it, but, for the record.
The shopping center that's cut in half of it's North Miami and half of it's North Miami.
That's the one by Starbucks, yeah.
Trying to get it to bids tonight, so.
Okay. All right, let's move forward. 10-2 is deferred, 10-3 is deferred, 10-4 is deferred, so we're on to 10-5. Need a motion and second to introduce 10-5.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and Mr. Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor. Resolution number R 2024-72, Howell Nation Special Limited Conditional Use Request, brought by the Community Development Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving or denying a special limited conditional use for the renovation of a pet supply store and boutique dog hotel located at 16385 Biscayne Boulevard, CU1. Providing for findings of fact, confirming expiration and limitation of approval, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, Madam Clerk Jennings, please.
Resolution R95-24, the subject matter of any ex-parte communications together with the identity of the person, group, or entity making the communication shall be disclosed and made part of the record on file with the city prior to final action. We'll start with Commissioner Chernoff.
No, have had no contact, but can make my decision based on what is presented tonight.
Five, right?
I have Commissioner Jones on file. Commissioner Joseph?
No, I have no contact on this particular matter, and I can make a decision based on the information presented. To the best of my knowledge, I have no contact or with anyone regarding this particular matter, but I can make a decision based on the information presented to me this evening. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith?
I spoke to the city manager, and I spoke to a former resident of this building. Who?
Can you make a decision?
Oh, well, I can make a decision based on what I hear tonight.
Commissioner Smuggler?
I spoke to the city manager about this, and I can make a decision based on the information I hear tonight.
Vice Mayor Florimon?
I have not spoken to anyone about this matter, and I can make my decision based on the information I hear this evening. Thank you.
Mayor Piper?
I have not spoken to anybody, and I can make my decision based on this evening's information.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I guess our speakers are all sworn in. Yes?
Yes. No, for the last one, each time we should swear you in.
Oh, you need a new swearing in every time? Okay.
If you plan on providing testimony, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear, Mr. Kazan, your hand's up, right? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? And your answer is?
I do. I swear. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Ing.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner, tonight this evening is a special conditional use request for Howl Nation at 16385 Biscayne Boulevard. This was recommended for approval by the Planning and Zoning Board at its last meeting by vote of 7-0. At this time, we will request that the applicant present first, followed by staff at the discretion of the commission.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Eduardo Machado. Thank you for having me here. I'm the owner and founder of Howl Nation. And ideally, we're asking for a special limited conditional use to be able to become the first dog hotel in North Miami Beach. And so I'm gonna start. I apologize if I stutter. This is my first meeting or hearing like this, so.
Relax, take it easy. We're friendly.
Thank you. Okay. So our mission is to become the first dog hotel in North Miami Beach. And we want to provide excellent care to dogs all around the area, focusing specifically in North Miami Beach, Aventura, and Sonny Isles. And our vision is then to become the first choice of pet parents that are looking for a specific place to entrust their beloved pets to us. The services that we have been providing in the past have been dog walking services, dog taxi, dog grooming, and this petition is for us to be able to do the boarding for dogs as well as daycare. And I'm here to address any questions, concerns, or worries that you guys might have regarding safety, noise, and any type of ideas that you might have. I'm going to go over the safety measures, but I want to explain them to you while showing you the blueprints of the place. So that's the place. So if you could see at the north or at the top side of the blueprint, that's the main entrance, which is on the street level. Then on the left side, there's going to be a retail area, which is going to be a pet supply store, and also refreshments for people, drinks, snacks, stuff like that. And then on the right side, on the top, there's going to be a reception with a playground where dogs are going to be able to play around the entire day. And then when you see at the bottom, there's a corner, there's like the left corner of the bottom, that's the space designated for a dog hotel. And then on the right, there's the grooming space. We've already built the place from scratch. We're just waiting permission to operate as a dog hotel. And in terms of safety, we took the necessary measures to provide a 3-door solution, which is similar to the 2-door safety at the dog parks, where you cannot enter the dog park or exit the dog park without closing one and opening another door. That's for safety, both to prevent escapes from dogs and also to prevent dogs that might cause any harm to the public or escape and get lost or anything like that. Then we have 10 security cameras installed in the place with smart systems, smart AI recognition system. They recognize, we can select all the hours and say from these hours, if a human comes in, an alarm should sound or anything like that. And then in terms of noise, I wanted to go over and rest assured that the place is built with impact windows. So by code, they are soundproof, and there's no noise coming out of the place or into the place. And then all the walls are concrete walls. And if you see to the right of the blueprint, the curve, that's a water fountain from the harbor, which is where the commercial unit is located. And then I wanted to show you, and in here, as you can see, where the heart is, that's where the dog hotel would be, which is below a tennis court, a basketball court, and 8 floors of parking garage. So it's not straight under any residential units. It's actually more than 500 feet away from any of the residential units in the place. And I wanted to show you, like, there's the water canals over there, then you have the harbor at the top right corner, where's the residential units, then you see the tennis courts, which is a parking space of the harbor. Then you have NMB residence, which is on the left top of the image. And if you see where the heart is, there's going to be, to the left, there's a new development, which is going to be exactly the same as NMB, 360 units. And if you see all those 3 properties, their parking spaces are kind of in that center, where below of the harbor's parking space, that's where the dog hotel is, and that's the space we're renting. And in terms of the noise, there's no way, like the parking garage and the tennis courts create way more noise than any dog could ever create. Also, at the top, like you cannot see it from there, but there's the Reynolds Park in the north, and that usually gets 100 to 200 dogs a day, and that, like, they are out in the open, and that creates way more noise than anything inside our space, which is confined. And we've tested and we put loudspeakers in with very high music, and you cannot hear it from the outside at any given time. Also, if we go back to the blueprints, on the bottom, you see the wall at the very end. Right next to that, it's the receiving area from the harbor. So it's not any residential unit, and it's way too far from any type of residential unit. And then here I wanted to show you the yellow squares is where any residential units are, and the red square is where the dog hotel would be. So as you see, the new development on the left, they are also planning on having their parking garage right in front of where our commercial unit is. Then you have the parking garage of the harbor with the tennis courts and everything. And then also to the top left, and diagonally, it's the NMB's parking garage, which is, it's also 8 floors high. And also the residential units in the yellow, they are all with impact windows. So again, no unit is going to be worrying or calling for any noise complaints whatsoever. Also, below is the Grainel substation, which is, there's no residence there. And also Bottom left of that, it would be Dean's Gold, which is probably more concerning than anything. Then I just wanted to show you guys some numbers at the harbor, which is a 420 or 425 units of a building. Usually, like a year, it has no more than 285 people living the full year. And out of those 285 units that are occupied for the full year and not from people coming back and forth from for vacation, there's 170 some dogs just in the harbor. So there's a big pet loving community. And then in NOMI, with less than 40% occupancy, they have more than 55 dogs now. And they are projecting once they fill out to have more than 180 dogs as well. And also the new building is going to be probably the same as NOMI. So we'll have more than 500 dogs within that area, and 500 families that might need our services. That's why we started this in the first place, because there's a big need of the residents of these 3 buildings to be able to leave their dogs anywhere at a place that they actually can trust to leave their beloved dogs. And for community impact, if you guys allow it for the dog hotel, we're forecasting to have more than 15 employees. And talking to the planning and board and zoning board, we discussed about providing those jobs to people from North Miami Beach, from schools and colleges that graduate and live in North Miami Beach. So that's something we are open to. And also, we believe that by allowing a dog hotel to operate in North Miami Beach, it will bring more residents, family-oriented residents that are pet owners and would want to invest more in real estate in the area. And this is our team. That's me. I'm the founder. Then our dog groomer is going to be Adriana Matatia, which is my mother-in-law, and she has been grooming dogs for a little over 2 years now, and she's certified by a school of groomings here. And then my other business partner is Alejandro Siwadi, which he was I apologize, an air mechanic, like airplane mechanic, and he didn't like the job whatsoever. He loved dogs, and he decided to walk dogs for more than 2 years now. And the 3 of us, we came together and decided to open this because we saw that there's a need. Also, we all live in the harbor, and we saw the need for the harbor residents to be able to leave the dogs somewhere safe, and that's why we started this in the first place.
Always good to have the mother-in-law involved.
Yeah. I make a motion to approve.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so now let's, that's what I was just getting to. Okay. All right. So just, but I do want to clarify one thing. You had mentioned that we happen to have a motion already, but in this particular case. But I just want to clarify the protocol. Is the motion supposed to happen prior to commissioner speaking, prior to public comment? Where should this motion, because in the past we've done it differently. So I just, if we're doing it wrong, we just need to know.
In my opinion, and I'm not always right, just usually, but in my opinion, the proper protocol is, as you've been doing, you have a motion to bring it to the floor in a second. You then bring the item to the floor. You hear the presentation from staff. You hear the presentation from the applicant, and then you open the public hearing. When you close the public hearing, it's proper for a member of the commission to move to approve or deny, or whatever the motion is. Could be a motion to defer.
What if they don't know yet?
Somebody needs to bring the item to the floor. You do that by having a motion and a second,
and we discuss
which brings it to the floor. And whatever that motion, it could be a motion to defer. But once the motion is made and seconded, you then open it to the commission for discussion. Everybody can say whatever they want as long as you deem that appropriate. If they have a question for the applicant or someone, they can ask that when you're satisfied as the chair that there's been sufficient discussion, or someone makes a motion that to move the question so that to end debate, then you call for the vote. That's the proper, in my opinion, the proper protocol.
Okay.
So the last time you didn't do anything wrong, it's just that I believe someone may have called
Right, it
something
just
out.
happened to have worked out okay.
Right.
And now we also have a motion that just happened to work out, even though really the motion should come after the public, so that might have been a little premature. So let's have public comment first, and we'll redo that motion and make sure we do everything right.
And Mayor, it's not fatal if you have some little minor change. Just try to keep you moving and moving quickly, and by doing the same thing over and over, people get used to it and you move more quickly. That's all. It's no tragedy if somebody makes the motion and then you have some public comment.
Okay, public comment, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Please come forward. You have 3 minutes. Speak only on the item that is before the commission. Were you sworn in?
No, I'm not sworn in. Yes, I swear. Oh, okay. Hello, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Wendley Mesidor, Oak Grove, 970 Northeast 155th Terrace. It's actually funny. I think life goes full circle. I was driving to Wynwood for the past couple of weeks. I'm doing a summer program over there, and I saw a dog hotel on 26th Street. I don't know if it's directly related to this one, but I was wondering, how come we don't have one of those in North Miami Beach? And if I'm not mistaken, I think that would be the only hotel we have in North Miami Beach, right? I don't think we have any hotels.
Yeah.
I know we have one of them by Jackson Hospital, but I don't think that's part of our
Not in the
boundary.
city.
So. So I think this would be a good initiative for pet owners. I've never been inside of a dog hotel before, but I've been inside of a hotel. I would love to see that in North Miami Beach, especially if it would help the resident, and I think it would bring revenues to the city. So I do vote that we approve this, which I think you guys had already brought up already, but I think it's a great initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to come speak?
Yes, I'm sworn in. David Zapin, 30K for back pay. I'm just curious about what percentage of North Miami Beach and thereabouts have dog-friendly homes. I mean, how many of the houses are rented out by their owners to, with rules against dogs, which, fair or not, tend to be, feared as destructive. And I hope that, also how many of our residents can afford a dog compared to other pets, I guess, considering the extra attention money that's needed. And I'm hoping that someone brought up the question of a human hotel. I guess the old Howard Johnson's. I know it's had other names like the Roadway Inn. I hope, as I've said before, I hope that for our human population, maybe the old Aferta Optical can be turned into a bunkhouse for, sadly, our unhoused population, because in some cases we're treating our animals like children and our children like animals. I wish I was exaggerating, but when you've been a substitute teacher for a dozen years, you see things, and they're not always pretty. And also, has anyone factored in the new apartment complex on 158th and Dixie. They say it's North Miami. I always have to scratch my head. Will that be adding the clientele for dogs, or will that be a dog-free zone? So I thank the speaker for the cogent presentation. I just want to make sure that there's a demand for his supply, and that we're not just chasing a bubble of opportunity that vanishes as soon as we grab it. Catching the bubble just as it bursts. So good luck. I'm sure everyone's doing their best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kazan, I thought you wanted to go home to the debate.
I think he's a pet lover.
I have a DVR.
Oh, okay.
I'll record it. Mabarakazan. Okay, the gentleman did say that he did a study on the noise. Put in some speakers, yada, 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 whatever. Did the city do an independent study ever? Because I heard this is the first hotel of a dog hotel. Have we done any independent studies? Because I live right next door to a dog, barked whole night, cried whole night. I couldn't sleep. And we're having a lot of people just around there in that neighborhood. Didn't you have to send out a notice informing those residents that you would be having like how you had to postpone Tico tonight because I don't think they had informed their residents within 500 feet. I'm not too sure. But a business like this where you're going to be having a yapping animal all night long, if possible. I do not know what chaperone they would be having to calm the dog, or if they would be medicating the dogs or what, but all of these things need to be found out properly. It's going to be our first. I commend the young man for going into business with his mother-in-law. Quite a brave step. And it's a young set of people. We must encourage the younger generation of today instead of discouraging them. This is a good family business. I love dogs when I was growing up. Love dogs. And I know some people, like when they're about to leave, they want to go on vacation, they can always run down there if the price is right to put their dog up there for a week or two or whatever. But looks like a good business, but does the noise problem I would have concerns with. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
Good evening, Terrence Camanzuli. After hearing some of the comments here, just needed to put in my 2 cents. I'm a dog lover. I've got 2 at home. He's going to be in the perfect position over there, and he's very close to Reynolds Park. I'm not sure if he's going to be using that as part of his activities, but he's very close to it. There are others that are not in the city that are very well known in the area. Waggle Brothers used to be down on 109th. They're now at 135th, right outside our city limits. There's another one one of the founders of Wake Up NMB, owns on 151st Street. I'm just not drawing her name right away. This is a business that is needed. A lot of vets actually do boarding. I don't know if any of the vets inside our city are doing it, but my vet does boarding, and that's Dr. Cooper at Skylake Animal Hospital, which is not in our city right now. It's an OGIS, unincorporated. So I plead that you do pass and allow this business to be there. It sounds like he's doing a lot of things, and I'm not sure if he has other locations already in another area, but he sounds very strong about what he's doing and very, how would you say, gung-ho. So I ask that you do approve this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this? Okay, let the record show that no one came forward and public comment is closed. We have our motion and second, right? And any other comments?
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you so much for coming out and seeing our city as a place that you want to start your own business. I will say that Douglas is very happy that you are coming to this community. That's my dog, Chocolate Labrador, America's #1 dog.
Wow.
And I'm not even talking about other Labradors. Douglas, is America's #1 dog. I'll disagree. This concept is so important because I heard Mr. Kamanzuli talk about vets that do boarding. And, I have an experience where I had my dog at a vet that did boarding just for the daytime. And his demeanor coming from that experience versus an experience like yours is completely different. I don't know anyone else's experience, but I'm just saying that a dog hotel, would probably their areas where the dogs are probably much larger. Maybe they'd get more exercise and more, time to play and different things like that helps them out and, helps with their experience. So I'm really excited about this. But what I wanted to know is exactly where it says pet hotel, what are the sizes of those? I don't want to call them kennels, but what are the sizes of those rooms?
The hotel rooms.
Yeah, the hotel rooms.
So basically, the smallest one is 4 by 4 feet, which I put my 125-pound Italian Mastiff inside, and he fits comfortably. And then we also have 2 more rooms, which are 4 by 6 feet, which you could actually board a lion there and have no problem. Obviously, we're not planning on boarding any lions, but also to your comment, I wanted to say that we're going to have one person, different people, but there's going to be 24/7 surveillance of the dogs, so they're not going to be left alone anytime. And at night, someone would be sleeping with them in a Murphy bed that it's already bought and in the place. And the dogs, during the day, they will all be out of their rooms playing in the playground all together. Obviously, if there's any dog that doesn't get along with another one, we will separate them and rotate them between the rooms and the playground. And we would be walking the dogs that are bored 4 times a day, which is what I do to my dog, which is every 6 hours. Just because I did a bunch of research on my dog when I first got him and read that you should take them out at least every 6 hours because it's the healthiest, especially for male dogs, for the prostate.
Okay, in addition to that, also Mr. Kamanzuli mentioned Reynolds Park. I think it was you that mentioned it. Will you be utilizing Reynolds Park to walk your dogs? And in that case, is there anything that we should know permitting-wise or anything like that when a business uses that kind of a park space? And then the last question is pickup and drop-offs. I don't know if you mentioned that in your presentation, but what are you doing to mitigate any possible traffic concerns for pickup and drop-off? That's it.
In terms of car crash or something?
No. In terms of cars backing up, are you expecting to have that as an issue, or where's the drop-off?
Or are you expecting most of your clients to be residents of the building?
We're, according to the numbers I ran, and I got a consultant for this, around 70% of our customers should be within those 3 buildings, the 2 existing buildings, and the new one, which is going to be within a year and a half. And then the others, yes, there's going to be, we also offer dog taxi, so we pick up and drop off the dogs. And our commercial unit has 5 parking spaces where we can allow the customers to come into the harbor because our commercial unit pays HOA at the harbor. So we have the 5 parking spaces, and security just tells them where to park, and we pick the dog either right on the parking space or they come into our facility and we receive the dog.
Okay, so the pickup and drop-off is mitigated through the taxi service that you have?
Yes. And, and also the parking spaces that people park there, and that's inside of the harbor, so they wouldn't be blocking any streets. And then for the walking, the harbor has like a loop, which is like a public loop, and it has to remain open during morning till sundown, because I think it's has something to do with nature, and it's like a nature walk that everybody should be able to access. So we are walking the dogs 4 times a day through that walk, through that loop, which is I think it's 0.4 miles. And then what we were planning for the dog park for Graynolds was schedule once or twice a week doggy day camps where we would take the dogs to Graynolds and set up like a play date. And
Okay, so Reynolds is not a significant part of your business plan?
Not at all. We would later on, after we have everything figured out, the hotel, the daycare, the grooming, and we fill out that business, we will obviously look into ways to attract more money, and that would be one of the ideas, but it's later on in the future, and if allowed by any laws or prohibited by any laws.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, Commissioner Trump.
I think it's a great idea. My question is, what's the maximum number of pets you can have, or dogs you can have at one time?
What I'm asking is for 17 dogs maximum to stay overnight, and 7 dogs to stay during the daycare. So if we have 17 dogs and 7 dogs during the daycare, it would be 24 dogs at a maximum time.
And then when you have all the dogs, whether they're big, whether they're small, Mastiff is a big dog, Chihuahua is a tiny dog. Well, those two, depending on the dogs, can't play together. Correct. So you got to separate them. Where are they all going to play?
There's a universal playground for all the dogs to be all the time outside in that playground playing. However, we cannot put 24 dogs playing at the same time. We have to separate small and bigger, so we have a rotation system, which with
and that space is inside your wall, is what you're saying?
What, sorry?
It's inside your wall?
Yes, it's in the playground area. I don't know, Eddie, can we put the presentation again? Sorry. So yeah, it's inside and also it's AC controlled, so they can play all summer, all winter, everything, and not have a heat stroke, which a lot of dogs die due to heat strokes here in Florida. Okay, so here you see the big square, which is the dog hotel area, the one in the bottom to the left, right?
Uh-huh.
And then above that, it's a playground. You see that there's a square on the top that has the 2-door system for safety, and then all that space is for dogs to play, and the space is big enough to be able to fit 15 dogs playing at the same time. However, we have a rotational system, which is no more than 10 dogs at a time at the playground, while the others are resting in the rooms. And then the ones that are resting in the rooms, they rotate to the outside. And then the ones that are on the playground will go to the rooms. And to be able to have the big dogs to play with the big dogs and the small dogs to play with the small dogs, or if there's an aggressive dog, or not aggressive towards people or anything, but it's just a dog that doesn't want to play with any other dog, and there's plenty of those, we would put all of the dogs in the room and let that dog play out for a few minutes, like for 20, 30 minutes, and then go back to his room, walk them. And the rotation system is based all around the walks. So around the 4 walks, there's morning, breakfast, the first walk. They come in, they play in the playground for an hour and a half, and then we have to give them time to rest, because some dogs never know when to stop, and they can have heart attacks, and it's a big thing in dog hotels. So what we do is, after an hour and a half of playtime, we put them in the rooms, and the ones that were in the rooms would come for an hour and a half of playtime, and then after that hour and a half and another hour and a half, it's 3 hours, and then it's the next time for the walk. So we start the cycle all over again.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
So, first of all, I just want to say, for someone who is nervous, you did an amazing job. You really did a great presentation.
Thank you.
And we've had attorneys and lobbyists come up here, and you're on top with them. So you did an amazing job.
Thank you so much.
Eddie, I'm assuming notices were sent to the harbor and to the NOMI residents?
Yes, ma'am.
And nobody came back with any?
Community Development had not received any comments.
Okay, so that's good. That's a good thing. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Oh, and I have the cutest dog, by the way. Okay, and her name is Yuka. Yuka, and she's adorable.
My dog is a he, so he's the handsomest.
Well, Jay's dog is.
No, mine's a Presa Canario, that's gorgeous.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Wow, I love Presa.
Showed me a-
Mine is a Cane Corso.
Mine's a brat.
What?
Mine's a brat. Very spoiled.
Mine's a brat
She's
too.
a brat. I couldn't even talk to the manager. She decided to train herself that when I get on the phone, she'll just bark until I give her another treat.
Wow.
Mine's a Bichon Poo.
So my questions, I'm not familiar. I'm very excited about this. And speaking to the woman that lived there prior to for 2 years, you're right. There's a lot of dogs, number one. Number two, it's very difficult to get an appointment for a groomer. You're going to be open 7 days a week because you're boarding 7 days a
Yes.
week. Is the grooming going to be open 7 days a week?
At first, no, because it's my mother-in-law, and she wants to do Monday through Friday. However, I think we're not going to be able to.
Oh, that's not going to be enough groomers.
It's not going to be. No. We have space for 3 tables for 3 groomers at a time. However, we're starting with her, which is she's a partner, and then as need comes, we will hire, and we already have the people that will be hired for.
I
for
see
grooming.
that the quality from the picture, what I can see, and the money you're putting into this, I mean, I can't imagine it wouldn't be very successful. I appreciate you bringing it into North Miami Beach. I ask that we have a ribbon cutting, a grand opening when you're ready. I'm the liaison for economic, and I think that that's important for your business and also
Yes.
the city to see. My question that I'm not familiar with your business, there's 17 possibilities. I did circle the 17 to ask you, does somebody stay overnight?
Yes.
That's
Yes, and that would be Alejandro Siwadi, which is my business partner. He's a young kid, 22 years old, very workaholic, and he's going to be staying overnight, sleeping there.
So I'm an extreme dog lover, animals in particular. I mean, I have to walk my neighbor's fish when she goes away. So I'm an extreme animal lover, and just to see the money and the quality that you're projecting to us, I'm very excited, and I
Thank you.
hope you're extremely successful, and maybe even open another one in North Miami Beach down the road.
Amen.
I
Thank
wish
you.
you the best.
Mr.
Thank you so
Attorney,
much.
something you wanted to say?
Yes, sir. Mayor, I may be wrong on this, but it was brought to my attention that there's something the commission passed before I came that says there's like a 10-minute limit on discussing items, and if that's the case, we're way over it. Is that accurate?
I
I don't know if that's referencing quasi-judicial.
per person, 10 minutes per person.
Per person?
Per person.
Yeah, per person.
We can't stay over midnight.
Yeah,
Right, per person. So,
right,
It's a maximum of 10 minutes, no matter what it is.
right.
so I have per person. But twice, I think it was.
5-5, like it was,
No, I think it was 10 and 10.
no, it was just 10.
I think we had a second 10. I think so.
Mayor, I will research that
You
for the
research
next
it and
meeting.
see.
I'll,
And-
let
and-
me
So-
find
so
out
what
what
you're
it is.
saying
It has
is,
Yeah.
nothing to do with your dog business, and I wish you, I call the question.
By the
So
way,
what you're saying is I can talk more about my dog for 8 more
We're
minutes.
calling the
You
question.
can talk about your dog to your heart's content, Commissioner, but not necessarily.
and not
all
here.
other business
We need to
items
move
are
on.
pending.
All right, listen,
I-
hang
I
on one second.
second call the question.
Mr. Attorney, one thing when you're researching that, the 10 minutes that we're talking about, if a commissioner is questioning, staff or an applicant or whoever it may be, does the 10 minutes only count when the commissioner is speaking?
Yes.
But not when they're being answered?
Yes.
Or is it for the whole interaction?
No,
My answer would be that is a prime example of why, when you look to adopt a policy, you need to be really clear and specific what you're adopting, because the more things are vague or unstated, the more confusion will be caused. So with deference to this gentleman, I don't want to interrupt his presentation. It's extremely
He wants to
important to
start
him.
already.
But I'm just saying, you have a very long agenda, and I will research the issue so we don't have confusion about it in the future. And the answer to your question is, it depends on how it was written, how it was passed and voted on, and how clear it is. As you pointed out earlier in the meeting, we want to be sure that what we have are clear items when a policy is being adopted, so everybody knows what the rules are and we're not making it up as we go. With that, I apologize for interrupting.
Okay. Are we ready for a roll call vote? Yes. Okay.
Motion made by Commissioner Smuckler, seconded by Commissioner Chernoff. We'll go with Commissioner Jean,
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph, Commissioner Smith,
With such happiness, yes.
Commissioner Smuckler,
Yes.
Commissioner Chernoff,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Florimon.
Dale, yes.
Oh, Mayor
Let's go.
Piper.
That means let's go.
Dale, I know.
Oh.
Shouldn't
Mayor
we bow
Piper?
wow?
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
7-0.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
One more, not for you, Mr. Attorney, and Madam Clerk. So I had a request from a commissioner about moving an item. Is that something that,
Yes, Mayor, it's always within the jurisdiction of the commission to move. It's technically, it's a motion to amend the agenda, but frankly, if a commissioner just says, I want to move something up, it's not lost on anybody what's meant. You can certainly accept that, and if it's the will of the commission, the rules are meant to assist you in getting things done, not prevent you from getting things done. Totally proper.
the request was to move 15.1 to like now, right?
I'll do one more first, because I got to use the rest.
Oh, okay. Okay. It's to move 15.1 until Commissioner Chernoff comes back from the restroom. Okay. Okay. All right. So let's move on.
The groomer every week.
Let's move on with legislation. And thank you very much. We need a motion and a second to introduce 11.1.
Did we move something out of order?
Not yet. Well, we're going to soon. You got the motion? We need a second?
Second.
Okay, perfect. Mr. Attorney?
Yes, yes, sir. Item 15.1.
No,
ordinance-
we're on 11.1 right now.
I'm sorry, 11.1, 15.1, stuck in the brain. Item 11.1, ordinance number 2024-07. This is second reading on the Hanford Kit of Parts, brought by the Community Development Director. An ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending the City of North Miami Beach Code by amending Chapter 24 entitled Zoning and Land Development, Article 5, entitled Zoning Use Districts, Section 24-58.1, entitled Fulford Mixed Use Town Center District, MU/TC, to establish reference to the NMB Hanford Boulevard Public Streetscape Kit of Parts, providing for codification, providing severability, conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Thank you.
Second reading, Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Commissioner. Really briefly, this is in regard to the Hanford Kit of Parts that as the board, the commission in its capacity as the board member, the CRA, had commissioned and brought forward and adopted. However, for staff to be able to bring this vision that the mayor and commission had adopted, we need to codify this into the code. What this ordinance change does is allow staff to not make it as a suggestion to future applicant coming in, but actually make it a request that they would have to comply with for future site plan applications.
Okay, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, public comment.
Please step forward if you'd like to speak on this item. You have 3 minutes to do so.
Okay, let the record reflect no, oh, let's see. Do we
We're on legislation 11.1.
You know, you always wait until I'm about ready to close the comment, then you jump up.
He likes to keep us in suspense.
I'll be very short.
Is he or isn't he?
Mubarak Azan. I do not know what the gentleman explained there just now. Maybe he did talk to y'all one-on-one and you really understood this. Maybe I call one of you tomorrow and you could explain this in depth. I have no idea what he says, what he said on this here. What is it that he says? What is it? What is this? Anybody could explain to me what he just said? I know that. I know most of you do not understand, but you just vote, oh, yes.
No, I can explain it, but we're in public comment. We don't.
Okay,
go back and forth.
I know that you talk to people before when they're
We don't go
standing
back
here,
and
so
forth.
I would love to understand what he just said. Thank you very much for having me.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else? Let the record reflect no one else came forward, and public comment is closed. Okay, so I think this would be the point that we would need the motion, correct? Okay. Motion and second. Anyone?
Second.
Thank you. Okay. Did you have something you wanted to say? Mr. Ring, you had something you want to say before we, no? Okay. All right, so any comment from commissioners?
This is about the streetscape and about what we've been discussing to make Hanford Boulevard more beautiful and more consistent. That's what this is about. And to bring it to the vision that whoever decided to make those blocks closed, what their vision was, to make it come to something fruition. Streetscapes, landscaping, etc. That's what this is about.
Okay.
Quick question. My question last time was about the time frame of this particular project, and you said when it was approved that the work would start. Is there a timeline of start and finish?
Commissioner, what this does is it establishes the streetscape regulation for this. In terms of the regulation coming into play, as with all other ordinances, there's a 30-day time period before it takes effect. And afterwards, in terms of actual construction, right now, we are taking the approach of having the applicants who are coming in, as they provide for the site plan, to include that part of the site plan. In the future, if the commission so directs, then staff would have to look at the budget and bring it before the commission in order to implement aspects of the Hanford Boulevard and so forth.
Because initially the CRA was looking into the design, and we had chosen, and also the gateway signs was also a conversation as well. So from what you're saying, we would be waiting on a particular developer of sorts to come forth and then decide, okay, they have to adhere to the design that was already approved, versus us investing in the current infrastructure, right?
The most direct approach, yes. We normally would wait for developer come in. Other cities have provided a direction if their CRA funding, for example, provide for it, and that's separate than our city budget, of course, where they want to advance the initiative further or ahead of what would normally be a schedule based on incoming development.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. Any other comments? Nope. Okay, good. So we have a motion. I don't know if it's a motion to approve. I'm assuming it is.
Yeah.
Okay, then we need a roll call.
Commissioner Joseph?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler? Oh, I'm
Yes or
sorry.
no? Yes or no?
Yes.
Commissioner Chernoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Florimon?
Yes.
Mayor Piper?
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Okay, thank you.
So I just had a question for the attorney. Why does it say draft on a second reading when nothing was changed?
I don't know, it shouldn't be, say, draft, that's probably clerical, or my guess.
Okay. So it won't,
It may have been something that came from my office and my,
Okay.
that my assistant regularly applies, or it could have been from someplace else, but
We'll do yours now.
not a draft.
Thank you.
That's incorrect.
Thank you.
Item 15-1, Mayor?
15-1. I don't think we need a motion to introduce that one. It's a discussion item.
It's a discussion and possible action.
Yep.
So 15.1,
City Clerk's contract renewal for discussion and possible action brought by the City Clerk.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Yes, I'd like to thank you all for allowing me to serve as the city clerk for the last few years. I'm seeking your approval to retain me as your city clerk. There was an email sent with the proposal. I'm more than happy to discuss that with you all.
Okay. Any discussion on this at all? No. Okay. The only thing that I would ask, I see we have our HR director here. Is there anything HR-wise that comes into play on this, or this is something that just is straight? Okay, perfect. All right, so.
She's one of our officers that we.
Yeah, I know.
I make a motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. Okay.
Congratulations, Clerk.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Okay, now we're back.
The regular order of business.
Right, we're back to 11.2. Item 11.2, we need a motion and second to.
So moved.
11.2. Need a second? Second?
Second.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Attorney.
Ordinance number 2024-08, second reading, to increase the number of Parks and Beautification Commission members, sponsored by Commissioner Chernoff. An ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, Section 2-54 Parks and Beautification Commission, by doubling the size of the commission, providing for codification, conflicts, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Okay.
And Mayor, this item is brought before you at the request of the Commissioner, who expressed an interest in having more people available to be able to participate and to do the work of the city, but the item specifies that the quorum is not going to be affected, so it will not have a problem for the the committee to get a quorum. In fact, it should be easier, more people to count towards it. This is simply to allow additional people to pitch in and try to help accomplish the purposes for which this committee exists.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, public comment?
I hurt myself, sorry.
You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. My name is Wendley Mesida Oak Grove. I wanted to say thank you for approving the city clerk. Ever since I've been involved in the city, I've seen the great work she have done, so thank you for that. It's too much to go into. But as I said about the beautification board, I'm not an expert on beautification, but I do support that we approve to up the members of the beautification board, and it's actually one of the board I look to be a part of. Hopefully, Mr. Shona, if you consider me to be one of your appointees.
Bring the application.
Thank you. Yes, I do think this Oak Grove side of North Miami Beach does need some beautification. There's a lot of trash initiative in the area. I don't know if that's part of the beautification board, if this is a question and answer session for me. If Mr. Shenoff could answer that for me, is it like, do you do trash initiative for the beautification board? Do they clean up that certain area of North Miami Beach?
We're responsible for the whole North Miami Beach, so we get Public Works to help us in certain areas when it needed.
You're being timed.
Yeah, oh, yes, I got time. Thank you. Yes, so I would love to see that initiative take off. So it's a good board, so I would definitely support that we approve them to up the members and consider me as one of them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else want to speak?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I think we have another prospective board member here.
He's anti-joint.
My board is in the front or the back seat there. Mubarak is on. Yes, thank you guys for extending Andre's contract for whatever it is. I've been asking for years for you to give the city clerk more power in a sense that it should not be politicized. We're having an election coming up, and people out of the city would come to live in the city just before the election take place and take part in our elections. And she should have the power to, contact the rightful authority to actually investigate, like how we did an investigation of one of our members there. Investigate these people if they actually live in the city. That kind of power. In terms of this beautification, I do not know how much it's working, because I see a lot of places around us in a deplorable condition, and it's not taken care of. I do not know if code is working. I see the recycle bins a whole week out on the roadside. Nobody's picking up. The gentleman, he complained that Coastal is not doing their rightful pickups on the particular days. I see it in my own area. One time I had David Scott. He was up and about on that, and he says, "Oh, give them 24 hours before we find them." So you have a beautification board, you increase it in size, but if you do not have a backup system for the beautification to function, you could even increase it to 150 people on the board. It's not going to work. You can't just get code that works in a politicized way where, you fall out with one of you and then they come and they look at my yard and give me 50 citations or something like that, and that is the only way they would work. Because in my area, Flamin Heights, Oak Grove, those places, East and Western, Sunray East, Sunray West, you go there and you want to know why is the bulk trash out when it's not supposed to be? It's beautification, right? It's not only just on parks. You should be taking a whole look on the entire city, not just parks. When you hear about a beautification board, you would say, listen, encompass the whole city. And you drive around there and you see the bulk trash out when it's not supposed to be out. I know in my area, some people put out the bulk trash 2 weeks ahead. What is the beautifications going to do about that? Nothing, but the code could do something. And I hope it's not falling on deaf ears, because I know time is going to be November come for some of people as well too. This year, November. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anyone else want to speak on this? Come on up if you want to speak. Have you been sworn in?
No, it's not required.
Okay, not for this. Yeah.
Is she on the beautification committee?
I don't know.
Hi. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Bring the mic down.
My name is Eunice Gaston. I've been living in North Miami Beach for the past 39 years.
Wow.
And where I live, it's always in peace. But actually, it's a little bit for beautification that you're talking. It's like the neighbor, some of them, they don't care. It's like they build up things like barriers, big truck wheel to send away, and some law enforcement. It's like when they're friends with them and they leave notes on your side when you try, to clean up your side and cut off. A tree needs to be trimmed to be beautiful. But when you left it over like wild all over, and I clean it, I make my gardener clean it up. Since next week, they're gonna pick up the trash. And I get a note on my door telling me that that plot of tree, a part of the trees needs to be removed immediately. because they interfere, I don't know with what. I put it in front of my house, not on the street. But I know if favorism, because the person in case, they are friend with him. That's why I'm here tonight.
When is your bulk pickup?
Next week.
So maybe that's why they did it. I'm not sure, but you're supposed to put it out. What is it? 48 hours before, 2 days before, up to 2 days. Yeah, up to 2 days
They
before.
pick it up Monday, like the Monday coming. So the governor came.
You took it last. You did it last week.
No. Yesterday.
You know, that was a question I had, Mr. Manager. I know it's public speaking, but your gardener comes and cuts down your tree, or gets it ready for hurricane, and he comes a week before bulk pickup. What are you supposed to do about
You have
that?
to coordinate it.
Yeah, you got to coordinate it.
Yeah, I did that.
Yeah.
And also they put a big tree in front of my house that the city who planted it. I was not there.
On the swale? On the swale.
And it's never trimmed. The city never came to trim it. It's like the front is demo of the tree.
Can you write down her address? What was your address?
16165. No,
They'll get with her before she leaves.
Ninth Avenue.
Okay.
Okay. Well, someone will go look at the tree.
Yeah.
My favorite.
Okay. Any other speakers? Okay, let the record reflect no one else came forward. Public comment is closed.
Thank you much for listening to me.
Thank you. Any comment from commissioners? No? Okay. Motion's on the floor. We need a roll call, please.
Commissioner Smith? Yes. Commissioner Smuckler?
Yes.
Commissioner Chernoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph? Vice Mayor Florimon?
Yes.
Mayor Piper?
Yes.
It passes 7-0.
Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, we need a motion second to introduce 11-3.
Motion.
Second.
Is that good? Mr. Attorney?
Item 11.3, ordinance number 2024-09, second reading, establishing Chapter 10B entitled North Miami Beach School Zone Dangerous Intersection Safety Regulations, brought by the Chief of Police, an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida by 2008, by creating a new Chapter 10B entitled North Miami Beach School Zone Dangerous Intersection Safety Regulations, declaring intent, making findings regarding relevant traffic data and evidence, warranting additional enforcement procedures and
Feel better.
designation of school zone speed detection system locations, which constitute a heightened safety risk, authorizing placement and installation of a school zone speed detection system, designating a local hearing officer, providing for implementation of the dangerous intersection safety regulations by the city manager, providing for codification, conflict, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Motion to approve.
Okay, is the police department here to speak?
Good evening, Mayor and Commission, City Manager. We are here for the second reading of the ordinance to pass the school zone camera system for speeding in a school zone. Any questions? I'm here to answer it.
Any questions?
What was the name of the vendor?
There are two vendors under consideration. It's Vera Mobility and Ultimate.
And how does the selection process will go for those vendors?
The selection process is still ongoing. The award, is my understanding, will be next month. And we have interviewed both companies, and I'm working with the procurement director, Sharice George, to come to a selection.
I have a question. The education woman said that we have 6 public schools in North Miami Beach. Will all 6 of them be covered?
It's going to be the 3 public schools. It's going to be Reynolds, Fulford, and Sable Palm, the
And
elementary
then will we
schools.
expand?
We could look at expanding to the charter schools in the future, but for right now, it's just for the public schools. Our high school and middle school is covered by the Miami-Dade school system, which has already passed by Miami-Dade County, with a different vendor to put in their school speed zone cameras.
Because they're not technically in North Miami Beach.
Correct.
No, they're in the county, but
Yes.
But the woman said we have 6 public schools in North Miami Beach. That's what she said.
She gave us a little chart, if you look in her package, but in the meantime, we're just addressing 3 for now.
That's correct.
That school that used to be the last chance school south of 163rd
That's a
Street, that
charter
high school?
Yes, the charter
That's
school.
a charter school. Thank you.
You're welcome, Commissioner.
All right. Any other questions? No? Okay. Madam Clerk, we need public comment.
Please come forward if you wish to speak on this item.
Come on.
Mubarak Azan. I stayed away publicly, purposefully from the debate so that I can talk on these topics. Very important. To me, and if the people at home does not understand, these cameras are going to be going up. And if they go over the limit, let's say if it's 30 miles per hour and you go over 32 miles per hour, you'll get a ticket of $100. It's not just during the time when the bulbs are flashing yellow. It's consistently whole day, an hour before the school starts, and I think it's like an hour after the school's finished.
Half an hour, I think.
This
It's a half an hour, sir.
This
Before and after.
This should be explained because many of these meetings that I walked away from, I know that it was going to go till 12 midnight, and I can't take it. I mean, I'm getting older, but body can't take it when you're not getting paid either. So, to me, like if you do not put up enough warning signs that this here is surveillance cameras, gonna, like how you have it with the red light cameras, it's like a gotcha. And 60% of that $100 coming back to the city. To me, it's like a conflict of interest that you really want to catch people going over the speed limit by a mile, 2 miles per hour. Is there like a thing where, okay, if you go over 5 miles per hour to 30 miles, or is it like, I was coming down 15th Avenue the other day, and we were all cruising, nobody's speeding, and I looked at my speedometer, it was 32 miles per hour. And that speed limit was 30 miles per hour. So there, everybody could have gotten a ticket. Everybody. And there's no like regular intervals that this is the speed limit. I've been counting in some other cities, you have these speed limit signs. Every, few lamp poles, like I think I came down 57th Avenue today. Every few lamp poles, there's a 45 miles per hour. You come down 12th Avenue where I live, 10 blocks. I think there are like 3 speed limit signs, like 2 of them falling down almost. Nobody's there to prop it up. I do not know. The beautification we talked about, if it's going to enhance that. But to me, like this is a gotcha moment. It's not, otherwise you would have had cops on 12th Avenue where they normally speed. And I think it was you who told me like a couple of years ago that you guys would have implemented something there for traffic calming.
Time.
Traffic calming.
All right, thank you.
It just doesn't work out. This is a problem. Thank you.
Your speeding ticket for going 32 in the 30 is waiting in the back of the room for you. Commissioner Joseph.
I want to agree with Mr. Kassan. He is getting old.
I'll wait for.
Okay.
There's another.
Yep. All right, next speaker. Speaking of guys who speed.
You have no idea. David Zapin from 30K for back pay. Yes, I am concerned that this will be a speed trap situation, basically taxing the poor to subsidize the less poor. I hope some of that money will go towards real-time, speed signs actually showing you are going, you're going 31, and it blinks and warns you. Otherwise, a lot of parents will be, looking for their kids and such, and not looking at the signs. And of course, drivers too busy looking at their GPS, same problem. And, having these, I just hope that there's still enough crossing guards, preferably union, working for the county, if not the city. But I suspect this is another form of automation that continues to put what had been, honorable work, downsizing it in the style of the Luddites back in the day, or, automating people out of business, like artificial intelligence threatens to do, even to once skilled writers like myself. And so, I'm sure this is happening, and that's great. I just want to make sure you're looking at both sides of the equation. The same people that tell youngsters learn to balance a checkbook almost never had to learn how to balance a chemical equation or an accounting ledger. So, yes, let's do what's best to protect the children, the staffers. As someone who's been hit by a van, I don't recommend it, but I'm a professional. I don't want that to happen to anyone else. So yes, let's take care of everyone involved with the schools, but let's get it right, please, not just a cash grab, as my predecessor fears. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other speakers? Let the record reflect no one else came forward. Public comment is closed. And Commissioner Joseph.
I just had a couple of questions. Just to clarify some of the comments that some of the speakers came up and stated on the record.
Yes, sir.
The speed cameras will be operated a half hour before and a half hour after?
That is correct. A half an hour before the school zone starts and a half an hour afterwards. So basically 7:30 to 4.
And the reason I say this is because, like, if you're picking up your kids, this is just, for me, the primary focus for me is safety for kids and putting some type of deterrent from people speeding through, because I see that. I don't live too far from 15th Ave. So to me, this is worth it. This is not, I don't see this as a tax, but more of a deterrent. And also, the other question I wanted to see if, would it be possible to ask the vendor to put one of those, because I know in other neighborhoods you see the digital sign just for like during off hours to say like, hey, please slow down as you're driving through the school zone or through that particular area, that thoroughfare that says, this is the speed you're going, please slow down. Is that even possible, making that request?
They could put the trail.
Okay.
With a difference.
They could put the trailer out there.
The statute is specific as to where you can have these speed detection zones reference to schools. They can do other kinds of things to address the issue that you're talking about that are not, but the statute on where...
No, I get the statute. I get what we're voting for.
He's talking about the speed trap.
Yeah, I'm just asking if there's any other, so we can add an additional measure of showing like on that same right of way, on that same thoroughfare, like a gig counter saying you're going this speed.
Well, let me suggest we have that portable. We have the portable trailers that show the speed.
Yeah, but
maybe when it's first put into place for a little bit of time, it could be there to get people to get acclimated to what's going on.
No, I get that, and I don't want to have. Look, I'm trying to find a balancing act in regards to the residents that live in Sunray West, because this is going to affect a lot of people, especially them getting acclimated. It should be more acclimated because we know when school time starts. Also, how we're going to handle the holidays. Is it going to be Is it still going to be operating during the summer breaks when school's not in session? That type of thing.
No, it will not.
Okay, I just want to clarify, I just want to put that on record, but still, I would like to see if there's outside of this particular ordinance, having not just a mobile type of thing that could be moved or what have you, but something, especially in that specific thoroughfare, because there's really no traffic calming. People can sometimes race through there saying, hey, you're going this amount, please slow down. Because I've seen it in other cities that they have this particular measure, but it's constant, stays there. Like on the beach, they have it on certain areas. Like on Pine Tree Drive, you see them. Like you're going down there, now they have like these bumps, these traffic calming bumps, but they still have these one sign that says, please slow down, you're going this speed.
Yes, I believe you're referring to the permanent solar speed sign.
Yeah, the
that will
solar
tell you
that
how
you can
fast
put
you
on.
are going.
Yeah.
And yes, we can look into putting that up.
Actually, Commissioner Joseph, you guys have data on this already.
We do, Commissioner.
You have data on this. So because we've had this conversation as a result of by the Burger King. What avenue is that? Is that Northwest? Northwest?
Which Burger King?
The Burger King that's on the west side across from the McDonald's. You know what I'm talking about? By Starbucks. Next to Starbucks.
It's around.
Is that Northwest 4th or North?
No, I think it's northeast.
No, it's northeast 2nd Avenue.
Sorry, Northeast 2nd.
Yeah, by Starbucks.
So there was a speed hump that we put over there as a result of a lot of the accidents that were happening. And I remember we started having that conversation about the permanent solar powered speedometers.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you guys have the figures. You have the cost and everything already. This is probably a year ago. So
I think there's certain areas that look, especially near the canal, we've been having a lot of issues with when people would go Shabbos or what have you, people are speeding through, using that as a way to cut into 15th Avenue because they didn't want to go down 183rd to get to 15th Avenue. Something like that really does, put people on notice, And I just think that we should add that more in our community. I don't think we have that anywhere besides the fact that we have the mobile one. And I think we do need to implement that, especially, and this will be probably a good place to test it out or to put it out initially in a pilot program on that 15th Avenue corridor. And see if depending on how, you have these vendors coming in, maybe they can put them ask them, hey, which one of you guys would be able to pony up to put this on there to, I guess, determine which one would be the best vendor to go forward on.
Absolutely, Commissioner. We'll look into that. We'll go back and look at our study, and through the manager's office, we'll submit a proposal.
Okay.
As far as, I'm sorry, any other questions?
No. You have a question?
Yes. So I don't mind doing like a warning, like you mentioned, but maybe for 2 weeks or something, because look, if they're speeding, they're speeding. They shouldn't be speeding. It's a school zone.
No. The way the statute operates, it operates like for those hours. But I'm just saying, like, this will stay constant, meaning that as you're like 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock or 11 o'clock at night, if you're driving down 15th Ave, sometimes people just go straight.
Well, so those solar things,
Would stay on and
I love it. I think that we should put it in different parts of the city. Maybe it's something if we could somehow, I know we have to cut the budget, but maybe if we can put it into our budget and put it throughout the city, maybe the top 10 spots where there's the most accidents or the most
Where you guys have the
speeding
data to show it,
or
yeah.
something. I would love something like that for,
Absolutely, Commissioner. I'll give it the
thank
traffic
you.
unit, and we'll get the
And
study out.
let me see, Kazan, little kids dying or giving tickets to people, I think I'm gonna.
I take the kids.
I'll give the tickets. And there's a 11 mile per hour grace period.
Yeah.
So if they're going 11 miles over the speed limit in a
That's
school
correct.
zone, come on,
That is correct. 11 miles per hour is where the,
Civility.
If you're genuine.
All right, Commissioner Smith.
Thank you.
Commissioner.
I agree that the speeding, whether it be 15th Avenue or 167th or 172nd out here, I think the speeding is something we really have to control a little more, but we do need speed bumps. I walk every day, and you know what? It's the people that live there that speed to their house. And you're not going to be able to correct it by having somebody there 24/7. The only way we're going to be able to correct it is to slow them down, because they're not going to do it. Even my neighbors that I talk to, they yes me. Yeah, don't worry, we will. Don't worry, we will. Until my back is turned, and then they're speeding down. So we really need to have some kind of program going with speed bumps. I've talked to the manager about this. especially where I am, it's a dead end, and that means to them it's a racetrack. It's a racetrack. And it's not just the children. There's a lot of elderly people that walk now. You'd be surprised. I see the same people every time I walk, and, you know, they're very vulnerable. They don't hear. We really have to have a program for that, Mr. Manager.
Okay.
I had a quick question, Mr. Mayor. For the school board, when they passed their ordinance, was there any public notices sent out to neighborhoods?
Yes,
Did they
Commissioner
do that?
Ritz.
And are we doing the same?
We will be doing the same. It's a 30-day warning notice that goes out. That's per the state statute. And as well, the standard across the board through the state, so every jurisdiction has to do it when they adopt their speed zone program.
Okay, so people will get.
We will, and they will work with us on a community outreach, and they will help us out through our public affairs office and putting out on social media that this is coming, and your first 30 days is a warning. Then after 30 days, the initiative starts with the UTCs.
Thank you. I think we have a motion, Mr. Mayor.
We have a motion.
We have a motion. If
So let's
no-
call the question.
If no other questions, then.
Call the question.
All right. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Smuggler,
Yes.
Commissioner Jean,
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph, Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Florimon,
Yes.
Mayor Piper.
Yes.
It passes 6-0.
Okay. All right, we need a motion and second to introduce 11-4.
Motion.
Okay, we got the motion in 2 seconds. Mr. Attorney.
Item 11-4, ordinance number 2024-05. This is an ordinance on first reading, approving the change of candidate qualifying dates and runoff election dates, sponsored by the city clerk. An ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending section 4.1 of the city charter to change the runoff election date, and amending section 4.3 of the city charter to change the qualifying registration period for city commission elections, running for codification, running for conflicts, scrivener's error, severability, and providing for an effective date. Mayor and commissioners, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and commissioners, this ordinance was a couple of items that were originally requested by the Miami-Dade County Elections Department. However, we have made one significant change since this was first discussed. There were some strong feelings expressed that it was not proper to change the basic structure of our elections during the middle of an election cycle. Accordingly, we provide in this ordinance that the runoff date would be changed from 2 weeks to 4 weeks, but not during this cycle. It would be changed effective the next cycle. The technical effective date is January of 2025, and the only relevance of that, because the cycle actually doesn't come up until 2026, but by changing it effective January of 2025, if for some reason a special election was mandated, then the new runoff periods would apply for the special election as well. However,
The other portion, thank you, Madam Clerk, I appreciate that. The other portion of it, changing the qualifying dates, takes effect immediately because the supervisor's office needs that change made now. They don't really have quite enough time after our qualifying was scheduled to end to be sure that they address the current cycle. They need to get these names a little sooner. So briefly, this changes both. The qualifying date is moved back I think it's about 8 days earlier, not a significant change, but to accommodate the division, the supervisor's office. And in the future, after this election cycle in 2024 is completed, for future elections, runoffs would be moved from 2 weeks to 4 weeks to allow the supervisor's office time to prepare, conduct the elections properly, which is what we want them to do, and also to provide a little more time for the candidates to proceed. That's the summary of the ordinance. It's an ordinance for first reading. Provided that it's approved tonight and on second reading, we will get the change done in time so that people will know of the new qualification dates and that we can accommodate the supervisor. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
All right. Madam Clerk, we need public comment.
Please step forward if you wish to speak on this item.
She said that, but that's not what our ordinance.
Mubarak Azan. You know, this country is an evolving country, and every time you bring something up, we could make it better. We could make it better. We could make it better. And we used to hold our elections in May, and a few people show up to vote, and then we bring it to November, and you had like about 2-3 times. Yes, Commissioner Michael Joseph, I'd like your attention as well instead of doodling on your phone. I know, whatever. Yes, and now we have it in November, and we have a tremendous amount of, turnout. We should not only stick on what is up here. As I said earlier, a lot of people taking part in NMB elections, they don't live in the city, but then they come in. Commissioner J. Chernoff, when he was councilman, he had to go to court, for one. Councilwoman Beth Spiegel, she had to go to court for another one. And there were a few that came in that we did not have to go to court for because they did not make it at the finals. But I'm telling you again, we need to strengthen these laws. Here you have one law here that needs, you bring forward. There are more things to make our city better. Just don't wait for it to happen. These things sprout ideas. You bring up something and it sprouts an idea. Expand on the idea. I heard earlier that, you make a proposal here tonight, but if you don't pass it in a resolution, the city manager or anybody don't have to do it. You know how many of these things that we passed and the city manager didn't do it, like the headhunter? I'm not going to stray from the topic, but what I'm telling you, okay, we learn as we go along. Mr. Geller is sharing his valued input into this, and only now you're learning, you have to put it in a resolution. Everything has to be in a resolution now. When you get an approval up there, it has to now come back in a resolution. I really have nothing much to say about this actual point here, but what I'm just telling you just triggered another idea of making city NMB better. Making city NMB better. Thank you very much for having me.
And Mr. Mayor, when someone comes up and speak about an item, they're supposed to speak about that item. If they're not speaking about that item.
Well, we're supposed to speak about the items that we're talking about there, of course. Okay, anyone else want to come up and speak on this topic? Okay, let the record reflect no one came forward. Public hearing is closed. Anything else from the commissioners? Do we have a motion?
Yes.
And a second.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And, all right, any other from the commissioners, anything?
It's first reading.
Okay, so we're good? Yep, we need a roll call.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph? Yes. Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Florimon? Vice Mayor Florimon?
Yes.
Mayor Piper?
Yes.
I'm looking at the agenda, sir.
It passes 6-0.
Thank you.
Yeah.
11-5, Mayor.
Civility, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
All right, motion and second to introduce 11-5.
Motion.
Okay, we need a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Attorney.
Item 11-5, ordinance number 2024-11, first reading. Rapid Transit Zone Comprehensive Plan Text Amendment. Brought by the mic, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Item 11.5, ordinance number 2024-11, first reading, Rapid Transit Zone Comprehensive Plan Text Amendment, brought by the Community Development Director. An ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending the future land use element text, amending policies 1.2.7, 1.6.3, 1.8.2, 1.8.5, and 1.8.6 to set minimum standards over all development within the Rapid Transit Zone, RTZ, by adopting a local ordinance with its own policies, satisfying the minimum floor area ratio, FAR, requirements of the county's RTZ ordinance, as well as procedures for review and approval of new development within the RTZ, providing for certified copies of this ordinance and comprehensive plan to the Florida Land Planning Agency, the Florida Department of Commerce, and all other units of local government or governmental agencies as required under Chapter 163, Part 2, Florida statutes, providing for adoption pursuant to Section 163.3184 Florida statutes, providing for inclusion in the City of North Miami Beach Comprehensive Plan, providing for repeal of conflicts, severability, and for an effective date. The Development Director.
Thank you. Mr. Ing.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioner. The item for this evening is regarding the Rapid Transit Zone. As you may be aware, the county, when it adopted the SMART plan, also moved along on that to create a set of standards that the city also now must follow in regard to what the county is requesting to provide for a review of appropriate changes. The city engaged Kimley Horn. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to our consultant from Kimley Horn. Allie?
Thank you so much. Good evening. Okay, great. The presentation's up. I timed myself. I'm hoping this will be less than 10 minutes for you all, because I'm sure the brevity will be appreciated. So as Eddie mentioned, I'm Allie Palmer. I'm with Kimley Horn. I'm a land use planner, practice builder with the firm. And tonight we're going to be presenting on behalf of city planning staff the RTZ ordinance to amend the city's comprehensive plan. So just a quick agenda to kind of show you what we're going to go through, talk about the RTZ a little bit, as well as the proposed boundaries, the comp plan text that we'll be amending, and then we'll talk about some next steps. So what is the RTZ? As some of you may recall, the county passed their RTZ ordinance, supportive of their comp plan policies and state statute, to encourage and attract transit ridership and to establish a more compact and efficient urban form along existing and proposed transit corridors and within the urban center designations, which some of you may be familiar with. The urban centers, also part of the county's vision, direct growth into mixed-use centers that are walkable and connected by transit. They also hope that these areas will increase employment opportunities for residents in those areas and reduce commutes, if not eliminate commutes, is the idea, of course. The RTZ ordinance, the county's RTZ ordinances requires incorporated jurisdictions, such as the city, to adopt zoning consistent with the RTZ if they have land within a half mile of the SMART corridors. The city of North Miami Beach, of course, has land within the Northeast corridor and is therefore required to amend the city code to include the RTZ zoning regulations for property within these areas where development or redevelopment may occur in a streamlined process. Okay, so what are the RTZ regulations that the county has codified? The RTZ identifies 3 zones, we're going to call them. The first zone is any land that's within a 1/4 of a mile of the corridor. This particular zone allows for up to 60 dwelling units per the acre and a 1 to 2.0 FAR, floor area ratio. The second zone is the area within the 1/4 to half a mile area of the corridor, which allows up to 36 dwelling units per the acre and a 1 to 1.5 FAR. And then the third zone is the community urban center, which allows up to 125 dwelling units per acre with a 1.5 FAR in the core and a 0.5 at the edge. These are the maximums that the county allows. That's not necessarily what the city has to approve as part of their ordinances. And so the graphic on the screen right now shows you the large orange centers are those urban centers in between the corridor pathways within the overall corridor. So where is the RTZ in North Miami Beach, you may ask? On the map in front of you, the blue area indicates the overall RTZ boundary, which is that half-mile swath on both sides of the corridor. So how will the RTZ impact the city? So many parcels of land within the half-mile corridor will have the ability to develop or redevelop with these new regulations. And I say many because it's not going to be all parcels within this area. There's some exclusions that we'll talk about in just a minute. So the parcels that will be able to develop or redevelop within these areas will be allowed to go up to what we are proposing is a 1.0 FAR, as well as densities between 36 dwelling units to the acre to 125, depending on where they are in those three zones. Right now, the city's comprehensive plan and the future land use element does not recognize floor area ratio. Right now, the city's comp plan recognizes intensities through density and other mechanisms. So that is one of the things that we're addressing with this update to the comprehensive plan, in addition to introducing the RTZ in general in the land use element. So let's talk about densities for a minute in the city. As mentioned, although many parcels will be able to redevelop under the new RTZ regulations, there are many that will be excluded, consistent with the county's RTZ ordinance. We conducted an analysis that ensured that parcels proposed to be included in the city's RTZ will not lose any development rights. The parcels in the purple up on the screen are within the mixed-use land use and zoning districts. And so these are the parcels that have the basket of rights entitlements per the land use policies as well as the zoning districts. So these parcels will actually be excluded from these regulations because they already have land use policies associated with them. Other excluded areas consistent with the county's RTZ ordinance include parcels with land use or zoning such as community facilities, conservation land use, single family, and planned unit developments. So after you take all those exclusions out, you end up with what you see on the screen today in the purple areas. Those parcels remaining are indicated on the screen, and those are the ones that will actually have the RTZ regulations impacting those parcels. Oh, is it? I guess it does look a little pink up there. Sorry, on my computer it looked more purple. Pink or purple? Lilac, thank you very much. So these parcels include land uses such as business, industrial, and low to high residential. These, oh, I guess we got rid of those, right? Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Yep.
Western Eastern Shore, huh? That little hook.
Yes, at the south end, is that where you're, or at the north end? Oh, the north end you're talking about?
North end. Is that it, right?
Mr. Nick, can you just confirm that that is what the commissioner, okay, thank you. Yes, Adrian confirmed, thank you. Okay, so as mentioned tonight, the city is proposing to amend the comprehensive plan, specifically the future land use element. And before you on the screen is the first policy to be amended in the FLU, which is policy 1.2.7, where the RTZ ordinance is going to be first introduced. The policy goes to discuss the intent of the RTC, consistent with the county's ordinance to provide for the design intent, protections when adjacent to single family, landscape buffers, fences, or walls, defining building typologies and lot standards, and encouraging off-street parking reductions for the use of transit. Policy 1.63, which is on the board now, is proposed to be amended to ensure the exclusion of those mixed-use land uses that we discussed just before. And then finally, policy 1.82 is where the prescriptive language has been added to the appropriate future land use designations that we discussed earlier that will include those new densities, but most importantly, those FARs that don't exist in the comp plan right now. And then the land uses that will be affected by that language are listed there, which is residential low density, residential medium, residential high, business, and industrial. Policy 1.82 also introduces the urban center zone that we discussed earlier and all the allowances that would be available in that area. As this particular designation will overlay other land use designations, it's related directly to the location of your proposed future rapid transit station. And then policy 1.85 and 1.86, both of these policies are similar to the previous one, where they just recognize once again that the mixed-use land uses are excluded so that those basket of rights entitlements remain with the parcels that have them today. That is just a image of your future land use map. And I believe that concludes, I just noticed these dates have not been updated, so my apologies. But I can assure you that I can give you the schedule verbally. So after this evening, if you all do decide to recommend approval of the, or approve, excuse me, the first reading and transmittal of the comprehensive plan text amendment, we will then transmit it to the state, to Florida Department of Commerce, as the city attorney had mentioned. They will review this through their expedited review process, which is about 30 days, we hope. And so once we hear back from them, we will then prepare the amendment for second reading, which would be your adoption hearing. And then the code updates will follow at some point after that process has taken place.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question.
Yep.
What is the cost for us to do this particular study as what was presented to us tonight?
Ally, you remember?
The cost of our contract? Adrian actually is the contract manager. He can probably answer that question better than I can.
Good evening, Adrian Dubkowski with Kimley Horn. I believe it was around $50,000.
And so with approval, there'll be another series of work as well that's associated with this 50K, or is it additional work?
Yes.
That would be additional work.
Yes.
And also, my next question was, in layman's terms for residents that may be watching or watching a recap, can you explain what impact this will have based on the county's ordinance?
Sure, absolutely. Bottom line is lands that are within the SMART corridor, which is a transit corridor that the county has identified, parcels that are not part of the exclusion list will be able to develop or redevelop with additional housing units and or additional floor area ratio, which essentially will allow for taller and larger buildings. I'm sorry.
We didn't hear that.
Yes, the intent is to have more density near the transit stations so that folks will start using transit instead of driving, which will hopefully reduce commutes and will also increase employment opportunities within those corridors so that residents can live and work and walk and ride bikes and all those sorts of things instead of driving everywhere.
Follow-up question, this is my last question. So I know the county has been talking about this for quite some time. Is there actual talks of when they'll implement this particular corridor as it relates to the transit changes?
Yes, actually, I had to have a call with the county a couple of weeks ago because the county in the process of preparing a New Start grant. As you may be aware, Commissioner, the New Start grant is a federal application for money because to build a rail corridor this size and magnitude, it costs quite a bit of money. Part of that discussion with the county with us providing information, including the study that we did not have compiled from staff standpoint, to provide to them and say, this is what we currently qualify for, and to deliver those details that the county needed in order to process that application.
So I have a question. If we pass this tonight, will you go back to the county and make sure we have a stop from the transit in North Miami Beach?
I wish I had that sort of power, but we will be found compliant. I believe Mr. Niega has talked to the county planning department, and they said that if this action goes through tonight, that we will be found compliant with their deadline. That is actually July 31st, I believe, but because we are having to go to the state with this amendment, they sort of checked off that box for us because we're presenting this to you
This
tonight.
is a very interesting conversation because when we wanted to get Brightline Station here, there's so many regulations because of how far the train has to have in order to be able to stop. We could not have a second one when Aventura got the bid. And got the Bright Line.
Right.
Now, Rapid Transit's coming through, and it's going to stop in 151st Street next to the university. But it's going to go through 163rd Street, I heard, every 7 minutes. I don't know what the outcome's going to be, but unfortunately now, and I understand the purpose of this is so that people won't be in their cars, but most of those cars go to Sunny Isles. They go to Aventura. They're not stopping in North Miami Beach. They don't live in North Miami Beach. And yet the impact is going to be so tremendous. It's amazing to me, Mr. Ng, of all these years, how the county that now control what we in a municipality can do with our regulations on construction. That's just because that's, like home rule says that you get to take care of your own city. But now we're not being able to take care of our own city because we're under the umbrella of the county. And I just think it's going to be such an effect on, I don't know that we have a choice because it's the county. I don't know if we can say no. But what I do know is if we all say yes, we need to have the train station stop here.
Commissioner, one of the reasons why staff is looking forward to put this before you is because as part of the adoption process for the rapid transit zone, the county had really stated, if you do not comply, we will put in regulations for you.
So the answer, if we do not comply, they're going to do it anyway.
And it may be a higher density than may be what you want. So right now, what's presented before you is the minimum required.
That doesn't sound like a threat. I'm just saying.
Live local, right? I get it. We have to codify and do all of that. But with Live Local, in essence, they could increase density anywhere along this map anyways, right? I just wanted to make sure.
Well, they could do more. They could do more. What's stopping them if it's just the railroad? What's stopping? The thing is that I understand there's nothing greater, as much as the aggravation we get, any kind of development that comes through us, the aggravation is transportation. And you know what? I called and complained tonight to driving here because you're sitting in a right turn only for 15 minutes because everybody's blocking it to try to get into the zone that's 3 blocks down. But, and I'm asking the county for more signage that will start further back so that the people could at least have teeth to give them tickets, the police officers. But we have to really be responsible with what we're doing because what you're saying is those high rises that are going to be next to the transit are going to block residential and because we have a lot of condominiums and apartment buildings next to the transit that are just maybe outside that blue line, but their swimming pool will be now dark instead of having sun on it because there's going to be a building. I'm just saying.
So one of the policy, part of the 1.82 policy that we added was to ensure that there were design guidelines in place. And so that is definitely something that you could use from a policy perspective to implement code restrictions on those types of things.
Okay. Anything else? Are we good? Okay. Well, first of all, we need public comment, Madam Clerk.
If you'd like to speak on this item, please step forward. The Mayor Commissioner asks that you please exercise civility. You have 3 minutes.
Civility. Thank you. David Zapin, 30K for back pay. My rule of thumb is rapid transit equals rapid death. I was driving back from the Aventura Hospital area and almost got trapped on the tracks because the arms, basically fell on me without warning. The warning was them falling. Now, I'm here because, well, I cheat. But I just want to make sure that there's safety protocols to prevent this sort of thing from happening to anyone else. I get it. Get people out of their cars. Lovely. Let's increase the density. And I'm curious, who's going to afford what? Will this be so-called workforce? Will it be more middle class? I know, ideally we blend it. Where will we put the poor door, which is the usual workaround with these things? So I realize this is happening. The county gives us a little choice. And traffic will be into 163rd Street will be blocked as the train is stopping around 151st. And I'm sure back when I was a student at FIU North in the early 90s, I would have loved such a train. That's great. I just want to know, who's being served and who's getting hurt. Will it be the fancy car lots in and near FIU North? How will this affect us? Will these new housing densities compete with the current projects going on in and around? Again, who are the winners and losers? How do we balance the new equation of this density? And yes, certain swimming pools will be darkened, certain views will be ruined. It's the old Jim DeFeedy joke. My view from my condo in Brickell is being ruined by the taller condo going up. This is not a new problem here in South Florida. Jobs, I'm curious what jobs, if we're using fewer drivers, whether actual cabs, Uber, Freebie, and the like, especially as self-driving cars become more standardized, normalized. Yes, this is going to happen. I just want to make sure we know who is subsidizing whom. Are we just going to be making life easier for our neighbors in Aventura, who of course got the train station and we don't? Usually you go from a work zone to a play area, the downtown to the suburb. That's old-fashioned, but it's just like my problem with the Bright Line. Of what problem is being solved? Yes, I know, get us out of our cars, absolutely.
Time.
Good luck with the math. It's beyond my skill.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, everyone. Mubarak Kazan. I heard a study. We paid $50,000 for it. This is not the first study that we did pay a lot of money, and it really did not work out for us, like for the parking for the multi-story residents. We were told back then that people would not leave their building. They would do everything within their building, so you give a parking of one parking lot per a 3-bedroom. Wake up. This is Florida. This is Miami. This is a city of action. This is a hub of activities. I'm speaking to the commissioners, please. How many of us would dung our cars, actually? How many of you would dung your cars and use the transit? You're telling everybody else.
That's true.
You finish? Okay. That's the kind of respect that you show to residents. I'm showing you. You dung your cars. Do it. Do it for a month. Tell us, I think Commissioner Smith, you said every 7 minutes they're going to fly by a train. We're not rich like England and those places. We're Florida. England is smaller than Florida. They probably can afford that because of their economy. We can't afford trains passing by here every 7 minutes and you have to be waiting at a traffic light. If you said 15 minutes to take a right turn, multiply that by even more. it's impossible. People, when they come to who live in these places, they know they have to depend on a car. Hardly, as soon as people become economically, enhanced, they stop using the public transportation and they go towards their vehicle. That is why over 180,000 cars come down every day on the 163rd, 167th Avenue, over 180,000. So with this far-fetched thing, we're going to drop our vehicles and use the transit, and if you don't do that, we're going to, like a threat came from Dade County that if you do not pass this tonight, they're threatening you. They want to annex us and we go back to Dade County. So, stop the bullying and come up with factual things.
Time.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Anyone else want to come and speak on this item?
There is no.
Motion to approve?
Okay. We got the motion. Very good. Public comments closed, by the way. And otherwise, if there's no other comment, then you got a comment?
Can we move the question, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, we can. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph? Commissioner Smith?
I don't think we have a choice, yes.
Commissioner Smuggler?
I agree with Commissioner Smith. I don't think we have a choice. Yes.
Vice Mayor Florimond?
Yes.
Mayor Piper?
Yes.
It passes 6-0.
Okay. All right. Before we move on to the next one, just a little heads up. We have an hour and 15 minutes left, so we need to try to practice brevity if we want to get through this a little.
Mr. Mayor, to that point, if we can adjourn the meeting after our item 11.8, we don't have anything else pretty much except discussion items. That would be good.
Okay. Well, let's get to that point first, and then we can.
11-6, Mayor.
Mayor and Vice Mayor, just a point. We have Coastal here that was requested to be here to discuss the concerns on recycling.
Is that on the, Commissioner Smith's item?
Yep, 50.2. If we can just at least take that discussion up item after 11.8, I'd appreciate it.
All right.
I mean, I don't have an issue with that.
If we have time.
What was my item? It was so long.
Let's do what we can. Let's keep moving on with 11.6.
I say that we continue until we can.
Yeah. Let's keep 11.6. A motion and second, introduce 11.6. Hello?
Oh, a motion. Mhm.
Okay. Thank you.
Item 11.6, Mayor, resolution number R 2024-73 to approve award of ITB-24-016-SG Bunch Park Water Main Replacement Project from the Water Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission in the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the award of invitation to bid number ITB-24-016-SG Bunch Park Water Main Replacement Project, authorizing the city manager or designee to execute an agreement with the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, Southern Underground Industries, Inc., in an estimated amount not to exceed $3,191,524, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution and subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Director.
Good evening, everyone. So this is one of the projects that is included in our 5-year, $106 million CIP that has already been approved. We also have grants from the Department of Economic Opportunity, now called Florida Commerce. So this project specifically is to replace some of the old water mains in the area of Bunch Park in Miami Gardens. And we're replacing some of the 2-inch pipes with 4, 6, and 8. I had a presentation, but sorry, it didn't make it. So it's a good project. We're trying to do this, 1950s, a lot of failures. So this is for resiliency and fire flow. So I would appreciate if you guys approve the item.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, public comment, please.
Please come forward if you wish to speak.
And please keep it right on this subject, if at all possible.
Thank you, Mayor.
Good evening, everyone. Mubarak Azan.
Good evening, Mr. Kabatsan.
I'm a very fluid person. Thank you very much, Ms. Suarez. Just a little note, Ms. Suarez brought the plant. I think she's been there for almost 3 years. And we never won an award of that best tasting water until when she came. The previous year it was second best, and last year it was the best tasting water. So you should cherish the leaders that you have, somebody who care for this, our water plant. She holds it dearly to her heart, and she works really hard. We're talking about water. So Miami Gardens, with this here, if it satisfies the best bidder and all the T's crossed and the I's dots, why not? Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak on this item? Okay, let the record reflect no one else came forward. Public comment is closed. We do cherish you, and we do appreciate our great water.
Thank you.
I do think we're winning water awards back 20 years ago or so also.
That is correct.
Just to correct the record for Mr. Kazan, who likes to have correct records.
2012.
2012.
Well,
2012 was the last.
2012 was the last.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, anyway. So, anything from the commissioners?
Thank you. So, I'm a little concerned as Senator Pizzo, thank him again for coming and spending time in North Miami Beach and explaining what's going on. But not just Miami Gardens. The city's pipes are old.
Mm-hmm.
We're in the process of doing Eastern Shores now. Do we have a plan besides this, voting on this, and besides Eastern Shores, to eventually go to every old, rather than repair and patch, if we are going to change it? Do we have that plan in place?
So that is correct. So this is part of the system-wide project. So there's a few projects that have been ongoing already as part of this 5-year CIP. Like with every capital improvement project, it goes 5 years, that's what you plan for, but you have a project of 30 years that you need to start doing that replacement. So we're gearing up to start thinking about those next 5 years of improvements that we need to do. Due to the cost increase, a lot of these projects were budgeted before COVID. So now that we need to look at what those next 5 years look like. So we do have to prioritize changing some of the older pipe, replacing some of the 2-inch pipe that we have in our system, because for fire flows is not good, is not enough capacity. So we're looking at that right now. So the next point that needs to be done is probably we're going to have to update our master plan, but there's still a lot of projects in our 2017 master plan that we still have to do work on.
And how long will it take to really change the whole city? Is that a 30-year project? Is that something that's so far in the future?
No. So you do 30 years planning, but you usually do it's a planning horizon, but you do your replacements every 5 years. So that's the point where we are in replacing some of these assets.
So one of the new construction that we were voting on, or we were going to vote on it, I don't know where I read it, one of the requirements is that when they put their pipe, they also put the conduit for cable, for underground electric, for whatever it was. So can we go to these municipalities that are outside our city and have them participate financially with a piece while they put their conduit in our hole that our men dig for the pipe? So we already have a company that has won the bid that's going to dig for the pipe. But can we go to those municipalities and ask them to put down conduit at the same time?
So it all depends if there's other utilities that are going to do any work at that time. So we can do that type of coordination. If, like as an example, when we went to do Eastern Shores, we asked Miami-Dade Water and Sewer if they needed to do any replacement of the sewer, and they said right now they didn't have any plans for it. So we do try to do the coordination with other municipalities when we know that's going to happen. We've done it even with our public works. When there's a project that needs to be done, we put things together. If there's drainage that needs to be replaced, or if there's streets, the bike lanes that were done at 35th Street. So those are part of the planning that we do when we spoke about this.
Just to put it on the record, and I thank the manager because he taught me again that I said, why, whenever we're asking a new developer or a developer is doing a new project, his requirement is to put that conduit while the sewer is being placed or while the water pipes are being placed. Why couldn't we do that in Eastern Shores? And he astutely said, because you talked about it 2 years ago, you were promised it 2 years ago, but nothing was put in a plan in motion to make it happen. So we're back to the same thing, that we discuss it, but no plan comes out, so therefore it doesn't get done. We think we discuss it, we think we give a majority that says go for it, and we think it's getting done. But when reality comes, say 2 years later, why isn't it being done? That's the reality. So this, to me, was a very important few minutes to take, because we are not getting the conduit in Eastern Shores. We are not getting what was promised to me 2 years ago. It must have been 3 years ago now, when I was here before, because they said they're going to do it. They said not to worry, except we didn't put it in writing. And that's what we have to pay attention to. And that's why and again, the manager astutely pointed out, it's different when it's new construction and you have the control than it is when we're going in with old pipes on old property that has already been developed.
Correct.
But if we can partner with any of them, we should try.
So most of the developers, when they're doing new construction, they would do that. So as an example, we do have some construction where the developers will install the piping. So we have Elda Farms as an example. They're going to be lining one of the force mains from Velda Farms, and that's going to be a donation to us. So that was part of our CIP project, and now the developer is taking care of that portion. So we do have donations from some of the projects. They do provide some of that. I thought you meant other utilities.
No, other utilities as well.
Yeah.
Because, well, there's a yin and a yang for underground electric, because when the storms come, that's a yin and a yang, but also underground, you know, when a hurricane comes, underground utility can be a very big plus.
Yes.
So,
All right, Commissioner John wanted to talk, so let me let her get going. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I had a couple questions for you.
Of course.
Pertaining to this project and 9.6 from the consent agenda, when do you see these projects actually beginning?
So this one, we hope that once we have this approval, we're going to have to go through the process of negotiating the contract, having signed. But usually we've been getting into construction in 3-4 months, depending also on the permitting.
All right, and I know the last time I think you did a water report about Black and Beach and the different phases that we were at. I don't know if there's a hope to eventually give us an update on some of those projects like Corona del Mar and the other ones as well. But I think I would love to see if we can get some kind of update on the phases of these water projects. And I think that was the last thing I had. Yeah.
So I know you are all receiving what we provide to the PUC report that usually has the CIP plan there as to where we are in the schedules. But I would be more than happy to tell you a little bit more, even take you to see some of the projects. We're recently starting the Operations Center project. We also got all of the permits for Olita River. So there's a few projects that are ongoing right now.
Okay. All right, all commissioners are good, so I guess we have our motion and second. So, Madam Clerk.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, yeah, okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay.
One last question.
Yeah.
Are you going to have to, through the mayor, are you guys going to have to update your WIFIA loan given the fact of, you said that a lot of these projects were planned back before COVID, and is the terms going to have to be updated?
So we don't have to update the terms on the WIFIA loan, so we're sticking to what we have right now. What we're going to look and see if we can get some additional funding.
Okay.
We would have to go and reapply for another WIFIA loan based on some of those projects.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We need a motion and second for 11.7.
So moved.
Second.
Perfect. All right. Item 11.7, resolution number 2024-74, NMB versus Miami Gardens proposed settlement agreement brought by the city attorney, me. A resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving the settlement agreement between the city and class plaintiff city of Miami Gardens, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, we've had the opportunity to talk with each of you about this settlement agreement. One of the commissioners came to me tonight and said, could we take the word fair out of the proposed resolution? And I said, we could do anything, but it does have to go to a judge, and if we take that out, it might make it more difficult to get the judge to approve the settlement agreement. Clearly, no one on this dais likes this. I know every one of you is not thrilled to do this, and I was asked by a different commissioner to point out that there was no one on this dais who voted to allow this to go forward.
I want to make that. I want to make that very clear.
Right.
I want to make that very clear for each one of us up
Right.
here, because this right here is not our fault.
Right.
Right. And I'm a little bit. This right here. I understand what we have to do what's best for our community, as well as given the fact that where the case is currently. I understand Miami Gardens' standpoint. I understand our city standpoint, but we're the ones, because of a massive failure
Of 4 people.
of 4 people, is going to cost this city $10 million almost.
9 million, but all the attorney fees.
All, with the attorney fees and the timing. And mind you, this is because this is a best case scenario, because if you had the triple damages to it, it could be upwards to $30 million.
Right.
And let me say, the only commissioner here that was even around then voted against it.
Voted against
And
it, to her
credit
credit.
to that
To her
commissioner
credit.
for having the foresight to vote against what the mistake was. Nonetheless, this commission is the one that's now responsible for moving forward. And let me say, the attorney, the outside counsel handling it, John Shubin, is someone well known to me. He's a very capable lawyer. He's negotiated this down as far as we could. And because there is a treble damages element,
Yeah.
the fact is, if we went further with this and we lost, we could bankrupt this city in a way that no one wants to see. This is unpleasant, but it's like taking medicine that tastes bad but makes you better. I don't love it either, but I recommend it to you. And again, and I want to emphasize the point that Commissioner Joseph made, no one on this dais supported this mistake, and the only commissioner who was around fought it and should have been listened to, Commissioner Smith, if I may say
Well,
thank you for
Commissioner
that.
Smith and
Commissioner,
Mayor
Councilwoman Spiegel, as well as
Well, other commissioners at the
Right.
time were
Both of
opposed
them.
to it.
But I'm saying-
of who's on this dais.
Right.
But certainly former Mayor Spiegel was one of those also.
Well, and I think that part of it was not only the decision you're talking about, but as well as, let's just say, the fine print. Because I think that basically the reason why they've got anything is due to the fine print and the interpretation thereof.
Here's the thing, too, Mr. Mayor. If you go,
And I'm not defending her.
No, if you go back to the tape, you had the union saying no, you had FBI investigations on this
Residents.
issue. Residents screaming
I'm literally reading the Miami Herald article.
saying
from
this was a
2017.
massive mistake. A massive mistake. And because of 4 former individuals that were on this dais,
To who have been arrested?
With that said, Mayor, that's
I
the item.
believe, I have to tell you, Mr. Attorney, it's my firm belief that that decision was made way before the commission meeting started. And the sad part was when I brought up some very serious problems on the way driving here to that meeting that night, I was told now, before the meeting, you are going to bring up that a repair wasn't made, and my answer was, you are so sure that it's passing that you didn't fix the plant with minor things? So, unfortunately, that's why it's so important to watch what's going on here from the community, so you can see really what is going on and who's honorable and who's doing the right thing.
And I think we learn from our mistakes, but we really focus on the future so we can get ahead.
But if you don't understand what happened in the past, how are you going to be able to understand how to move?
I agree.
And understand, even when we try to bring it back, the same people that voted to sell it out fought it tooth and nail, saying we're gonna kill people. Literally said that we were gonna kill people. Correct me if I'm wrong.
The world is going to end, yes.
The world is gonna end. We're gonna kill people by bringing the water plant back.
And Mayor, that's the presentation. Time to open it to who's left. Okay, public comment, please, Madam Clerk.
Public comment is open.
Thank you for having me again, Mubarak Azan. You asked me just now what board I sit on, and if I want, I could come on the board. And my board is right in the audience. I've been here when the water plant was being outsourced, before it was being outsourced, after it was being outsourced. That board there, one time I think I got put out from the board, but that's another story. And you blame 4 people. This city have 42,000 people from back then. I did not see, except for Commissioner Smith, I did not see most of you up there. Never even came.
Excuse me.
Never even, I said most of you.
No.
Well,
never even came and voiced your opinion at the podium. Wrote a letter against it. Never. Matter of fact, one individual took an endorsement from 4 of those people. I'm not going to call the individual name as well either, but the individual know himself. He took 4 endorsements from those people. Don't throw them under the bus only. Probably go under the bus as well with them. Because this here is not, I hear about the appeals. I'm not hearing this city appealing anything. I'm hearing about secrecy going on. I heard transparency, but secrecy. Can you people tell us how much money we are actually, publicly, how much money we're going to be giving out?
$9 million, sir.
Okay.
I'm out of order to answer. It's paid in 2 tranches. It's paid one in the next fiscal year and the balance in the following fiscal year. I'm out of order in answering you in public comment,
you're quite
but
incorrect.
that's the answer.
Okay. 9 million. This is the first time I am hearing it. 9 million I heard. 10 million before.
Isn't it on here?
It's in the reso, sir.
It's in the
It is in the
resolution.
reso. It's not.
It's on the online agenda.
Yeah, it's disclosed in the reso. 9 million's the cap, by the way.
I'm not seeing it here.
Yeah.
This is what.
Not in the title, but it is in the resolution,
It's in
which
there.
is available through the clerk.
Sure. Yes. And we have to carry the burden of the expansion of the $3 million. Why is that city not putting in some of money as well, too? Didn't the lawyer explain that? I heard the lawyer at FIU, he says, you should have given a chance for us to buy the water plant. There's Miami Gardens. Miami Gardens only came into fruition around 2003, if I'm correct. They were non-existent. We bought this plant since 1947, 48, and we built that plant as a little child coming up to what it is today. And for people not to shirk the responsibilities of not wanting to pay their share of the capital improvement of this plant. And for us taxpayers, our taxes is going to go up because if somebody is not paying, then others got to pay. As well, to be fair, there was price gouging as well. Those poor people over there in Miami Gardens when they had to be paying $10.50 or something every month when they had a bill. So maybe we can take the money out from that $10.50 that we were charging them extra when we used to be charging that $10.50 for every 3 months. We had to be paying it every month. They had to be paying it every month. So
All right, thank you.
what goes wrong comes wrong. Thank you very much for having me.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
Encourage another speaker.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Some words of wisdom.
Thank you, Mr. Kassan.
David Zapin, founder of 30K for Back Pay. Well, here I am back at the scene of the crime. Yes, my first time here, the only opponents to the Jacobs deal, the CH2M deal, was Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Spiegel. And my question then was, what advanced technology did the private sector have that was not available here? There was a TV show, Scorpion, based on hyper geniuses. And so I asked what the Team Scorpion level technology was in play. I'm still curious. I'm afraid I wasn't much of a chemistry major back at FIU. That's why you become a history major. Woo. So yes, here we are again on the question of private versus public, safety versus expedience. I mean, do we all need to watch the Ibsen play Enemy of the People? I don't know if we've left the world of logos for mythos, of facts for the drama of fiction, both of which can lead to truth in different ways. So I hope it was worth it. The decisions made back then, yes, we have excellent tasting water. I'm glad to hear it. So our water is safe, and that's glad. But work still needs to be done from Eastern Shores on. And would it be nice if we could divert some of that flood water we experienced back on the 12th into at least gray water usage? I hope we have enough pumps to consider that, because that storm on the 12th, its formal name was Invest 90L. Sort of the modern version of the infamous no-name story of October 2000. Anna Navarro will tell you all about it. So these are problems that we will continue to face in hurricane season. Oh, did I mention I used to be an earth-space science teacher, at least on paper? These problems will come up, and yes, we will need our water and sewage people to deal with it locally, and of course, on the outskirts, there will be problems that will affect us. 149th Street, around 9th Avenue, was effectively a lake. I don't recommend you driving through knee-high water. It's very ugly and expensive. So clean water is our gold, especially as saltwater intrusion is a continuing threat. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this item?
Oh.
Let the record reflect that no one else came forward.
I'm going to speak on
Okay, we have our motion.
I want to speak.
Okay, go ahead and speak.
Okay. So first of all, I wish that we can charge the four of them $2.5 million each and make them pay for it.
The city attorney that approved that deal,
Mm-hmm.
that went back, that said that was a good deal. The management that was tied to that at the time saying that was a good deal. Because at the end of the day, we're cleaning up a massive mess, and it's $10 million. Where are we going to get that money?
And Commissioner Smith, thank you so much for voting against it back then in 2017. And I want you to know that I called Beth Spiegel yesterday, and I also thanked her for doing that in 2017. And Mayor Piper and Commissioner Jean, you were not on the commission at that time, but we brought it back, okay? You were there, we brought it back.
It took me 2 years to bring it back, 2 years of fighting.
We did it.
And
We did it. But I just want to say, I just decided to Google, and I found an article about it, and I just wanted to read something because it's just crazy that this even happened. Hold on. The vote, which passed 4-2, came at the end of a tense, specially called meeting during which protesters cheered Mayor George Vallejo, and police were called upon several times to remove people from the audience. Opponents of the proposal warned that a private company shouldn't be trusted with the public's water supply. And there's more and there's more. And the proposal had been controversial. Union members, Democratic Party leaders, and environmental justice activists have ripped the city for considering the privatization of its utility. So residents were coming, residents were protesting, the union was here, different organizations were here, and yes, Kazan, well, I don't know where you are, but I was here. I called, I don't know if I sent emails, but Commissioner Joseph says he did as well. So please, like, seriously. I'm so happy that the day that we brought it was a Zoom meeting. It was. And my husband literally got up, walked out of the house, disappeared, and he was so happy that it wasn't just me, but yes, I voted to bring it back, that he showed up with sushi, and he hates sushi. He showed up with sushi for me as a like, congratulations, because that was a great moment in NMB when we bought back the water plant. And for those who said that it was going to fail, that was what, 3 years ago?
3 years ago, they said that it was going to fail.
Right.
You had the former mayor saying, "Oh, look at these dirty pipes, and we're making a horrible mistake."
And no, it hasn't failed. We have done amazing. We have an amazing director. We have an amazing manager. We have amazing staff. We have great employees there. We're not failing. We're not going to fail, and the world is not going to end. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. So just to give a little bit of history on this, because my whole being wants me to vote no, although my attorney has scared me to death. So working for the residents with the fear. But we have had meetings. I've been elected now almost 2 years, and we have had more meetings about this. We call them shade meetings. You don't like the word shade meetings, but we have had more meetings about this. And every time we come and we hear what a bargain, I think the attorney's giving us a bargain at $4.50 an hour, and there are 2 of them. And you just hear in your head, cha-ching, 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 how the money's adding up to try to do something, anything, to make this go away, and make it go away without such a bitter taste in your mouth. That whole process of us having an A plant that went to an F plant. And I was on planning utilities. I was on the utilities at the time, and I went to every meeting as the liaison. And at that time, we were told that there was only 2 companies that could come and even test this and see what's wrong, and they were both in California, because they're the only companies that would do the inspections without asking to do for the work or repair, which it turned out isn't true. Any company anywhere could have done the inspection, just writing in their contract that they will not bid for the repairs. So all down the line, that's what it was. And 2 years of hard work and hard research just to say, whatever it costs us, we have to get our water plant for us. We have to take care of the most valuable thing any municipality could own. The value isn't $1 million, isn't $100 million. That value, that water plant, is $1 billion. People have come to me and said, if you sell the water plant, nobody will have a water bill for the next 4 generations. You protect yourself and all the family that's coming after you. That's our commodity that we could never liquidate, never liquidate. And here there's a jeopardy that the bitter pill could actually choke us if we don't swallow it now. It could get caught in our throat and cause us to have real serious damage. So, again, sometimes you bring reasonability to the dais. Sometimes I've brought it, when it came to codifying, I brought 10 copies of a year's worth of research when we had them codified for 17 years, and you still don't get the support of the majority. The only thing I can do is do my best to help the public, do my best to make the right decision, and do my best to educate you. So if you're at home listening, or if you watch this in the future, please get your neighbors and your friends to get involved. This is one of the key elements where we have to understand that things can go horribly wrong even though we know it. So again, it's a very big no that I'll have to make a yes.
And I just want to say, and I don't remember who we were talking with, Commissioner Smith, but it was very recently. Commissioner Smith got off the dais and went to the podium to talk about this.
Absolutely. As a resident, I went to the podium to talk about it because guess what? When you're in the commission, you have to live in North Miami Beach, and guess what? It affects my family too. Right. So I have to say to you, thank you, Mr. Mayor, thank you, my fellow commissioners, for giving me again more time, but even though I kept it under my 4 or 5 minutes, I just feel that this is important for the public to know, and you should also know that there's a possibility the whole $9 million will not be spent. It's a slight possibility.
That is true.
It's a slight possibility, but I'll put it on record because they have to distribute it to certain people, and the certain people, they have to advertise it at their expense. Then they have to distribute the refund to the people, and if the people do not come forth within a certain number of years, the money, what's left, comes to us.
In 2 years, if there's money left over, we get it back.
I didn't know it was 2 or 3, but there it is. So I don't want to put that out because it could be the maximum, but there is a little, if you want to look for a little glimmer of hope, look on the last page, a half a sentence, and you can see a little glimmer of hope. Thank you all.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to be on the record about the importance of what we're doing here, I think that everyone here has kind of fought tooth and nail on this particular item. I remember in 2018 when I was running for office, along with some of my colleagues that ran in 2018 as well. Bringing this water plant back to North Miami Beach was the conversation.
Right, absolutely.
It was all about.
That's what we ran on.
It was all about the water utility. And it was 2 things, bringing it back and also changing that billing cycle from every single month to every, back to quarterly. And so we delivered on that promise.
We did.
And I think it's a sense of pride that we kept our word to our residents and also to all of the 180,000 plus people that we serve through NMB Water. But I do want to make a point that it could have been worse. We, as a city, years ago, put ourselves in a position, obviously not anyone here on this dais, where we could have had more exposure to more municipalities coming at us the way Miami Gardens did, right? And through the hard work of this team and our attorneys, we've managed to keep this between us and Miami Gardens and not expose ourselves even further to financial catastrophe. And so while the number is a high number, just know it could have been way more than what we're seeing here. And so kudos to all of my colleagues for working hard on this item. And kudos to our attorney and previous attorneys as well, because we have to give them credit, that have worked on this item, and also our team at Shubin and Bass that's been working on this, and our management team. This is going back to Miami Gardens, or is it, everything's already been agreed upon on their end, right?
My understanding is they approved it Tuesday night.
Tuesday night.
They were waiting on us, and I do want to give another shout out, as you just did, to John Shubin. They could certainly have charged a lot more money, not just the hourly rate. They held off, and got the court to delay the filing of our brief, which was due with no further extensions. And Commissioner Joseph will tell you, when they say that, they mean it.
Right.
But Mr. Shubin went back to them and said, this case is on the verge of settling. Please, appellate court, don't make us waste time and money filing an unnecessary brief, which is a lot of time and a lot of money. And it worked, and the appeals court went along. If we hadn't got this in under the wire, we'd be paying him a lot more money, and kudos to him for his ethics in keeping his fees down to get us across the finish line here, as you were just saying, Commissioner.
And thank you, Attorney
Mayor.
Thank you, Attorney Geller. So this is really us doing right by the people of Miami Gardens. It's a great step in the right direction. It's a tough pill to swallow, as Commissioner Smith said, but we have to. I trust that this is going to make our relationship with that municipality and others a whole lot better.
And Vice Mayor, if I might,
yes.
Sorry to interrupt.
No problem.
But I would be remiss if I did not shout out the manager for steps that he is taking to further improve our relationship with the city of Miami Gardens, which will stand us in good stead moving forward. So kudos, Mr. Manager, for that as well.
So from the county all the way to Miami Gardens and to Tallahassee, I know they're watching. And they've all been involved in this conversation. And so it's important that we do this tonight, because this will mean a lot for the continued success of our water utility, because there's a lot going on in Tallahassee that affects us. And we've managed to go over a couple of hurdles this past legislative session, but I think we're going to need all hands on deck and a collaborative effort with all of these different parties, the county, City of Miami Gardens, our state rep, our state senator, to really make sure that our water utility remains the prize utility of Miami-Dade County. So I look forward to supporting this. And like I said, it's a good step in the right direction. It could have been worse. And so we actually did something that is going to prevent further damage. And I'm looking forward to supporting this so that we can move forward. Thank you.
All right, we all good?
I have one question. From the financial responsibility standpoint, can you speak to how these funds are going to affect our, what's the methodology that you're planning to use to distribute those funds?
Commissioner, as of right now, we would have to budget that during our general fund budget as that comes in. We are currently in communication with financial institutions who were waiting for this to occur and having a finalized settlement before they would offer any type of terms or opportunity to finance that over 5, 10, or 20 years. So we are looking to bring that annual cost down as much as possible and spread it out over multiple years. And again, with the hopes that if they don't use the entire amount, some of that money would come back to North Miami Beach. But that's where we are right now with it. As soon as we have those details from the financial institutions, we would bring that immediately to you. Part of the settlement was asked to go in October so that we would have time to try to negotiate that with the financial institutions.
So the follow-up question would be the effect on our residents. I know there's like a rate study that's in the works, and my hope is that the end result is not impact to our customer base as it relates to City of North Miami Beach residents and seeing increases in their bills. So I don't know if you can speak to that now, because I think that's an important conversation that we also need to put in context.
Sure, Commissioner. The rate study is across all customers for North Miami Beach water usage. Over the past few years, we have used ARPA money to offset any type of increases on the rate. I believe if Andrea is in the back, we were talking about this. It has actually been several years since we have adjusted our rates. Correct me if I'm wrong. However, the settlement doesn't affect our customers. It affects the City of North Miami Beach. The surcharges that are collected on non-North Miami Beach customers go straight into the general fund. Not something I would have set up from the beginning, but it goes into our general fund to a tune of $12 million. Miami Gardens is about $4 million a year. So the rates continue to be the same. They are all rates that are collected are pledged to the CIP and the loans and the debt that the water department has, which is upgrading used to not only operate, repair, but also upgrade all the projects that we do throughout the system. The surcharge is not part of that. It goes straight into our general fund.
I wanted to say that, there has been conversation that legislation will be passed to try to put a halt to this surcharge from the Miami Gardens side. So though we're taking an altruistic approach to saying, okay, this is, the end of one chapter, but we do want to prepare ourselves for whatever chapter is next as it relates to that. So hopefully you can have dialogue with each of us on your plan with that.
Yes, Commissioner, we are actively engaging with the county and Miami Gardens to see if there's any other ways to further our relationship with them. We ultimately know what the request from Miami Gardens is, which is to eliminate the surcharge to their constituents. From our perspective, we have a right, and by statute, we're allowed to do a surcharge, but there's always more than one way to skin a cat. And so currently we're looking and we're talking to them with regards to a true partnership in which they are able to contribute into that partnership that essentially is an offset of the surcharge while still being able to look financially for the city. We have been talking about this for about a year, is slowly starting to reinvest surcharge monies into the infrastructure. Even though we're coming up towards the end of a 5-year gap, as we heard from Director Suarez, increases in inflation ever since COVID has gone up over 30%, almost 40%, if I'm not mistaken. And so the more that we're able to put into that aging system, not only the water tanks, not only the pipes, but the filtration systems, those are going up. We now have a federal mandate to mitigate forever chemicals in there, which we are working towards, and we are part of a litigation against those companies as well. We have expansion. We have other goals that we have in the city. Being able to move those monies back into that area will only prolong and enhance the service that we're able to provide.
So I would suggest that we have some sort of water forum, especially if you are looking to implement fees. So we have a theater, we have ways that we can communicate, but I think people need an open forum to be able to understand what the city is planning to do next. And with that said, I want to make a motion to approve.
I had one. I'll second that, but I just want to say one last thing. I'm fine with the fact of what Miami Gardens had to do because they were protecting their residents. And our main responsibility is for the people in North Miami Beach. Mm-hmm. That's it. That's who elected us. That's who put us up here to be stewards. And I'm taking my attorney hat on this and really seeing it from like, what is the best case scenario? And Joe can speak to this. Sometimes you just got to pick the worst of the best option. I mean, the best of the worst options, sorry. The best of the worst options. And to me, and for me, and what Commissioner Flourmont pointed out, it could have been a lot worse. But at the end of the day, it should have never gotten this far. It should have never happened to begin with. But because of where we are and to do what's right for our residents, not anybody else, because they're the ones that put us up here and elected us, to make sure that we're not doing something that counterproductive to their interests, because it's their interests we're looking out for, nobody else. So I'm not looking to make any friends with anybody. I'm just trying to look out for the residents that's where the money's going to come from their pockets. So that's how I wanted to say that. And it should have never happened.
All right, on that note, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you.
But I'd say aye.
Huh? Yes. We need a motion and second to introduce 11.8.
So moved.
Okay, we need a second?
Oh, second.
Okay. Item 11.8, resolution number R 2024-75, to amend resolution number R 2023-45, authorizing city staff to enter into a second amendment to the license agreement with Florida International University, FIU, for the purpose of operating a transfer station sponsored by the city attorney. A resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending resolution number R 2023-45, authorizing city staff to enter into a second amendment to the license agreement with the Florida International University for the purpose of operating a transfer station, providing the city manager and city attorney with the authority to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, and providing for an effective date. We have an agreement with FIU. They allow us to use a little portion of land there as a place to put debris in the event of some kind of a hurricane or some other catastrophe. They didn't approve what we passed. We have a signed Second Amendment. There is candidly kind of an embarrassing mistake that was made in the original resolution. It's obviously just an oversight, but it's just not right. And they looked at it and said, no, this ain't right. So we're just fixing it. It's nothing new. It's not the agreement is identical to what was signed and negotiated. There's just a mistake in the way the resolution was drafted, and this corrects that mistake. Nothing more, nothing less.
Motion to approve. Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk, public comment.
Please come forward if you wish to speak on this item.
You have to help me out, so go ahead.
Okay, let the record reflect no one came forward. Public comments closed. Anything from commissioners?
Move the item, Mayor. Please.
Okay, all right. Yep. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Commissioner, if I may, I know we still got a little bit of time, and you all do want to go, but if we can do 15.2, which is recycling, which was a topic, Commissioner Joseph, that you also wanted to address when we spoke. Coastal is here. They have a very fast presentation.
Yes, they do.
If we may.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, because there were some residents that were confused, and I know that Commissioner Smith brought this up,
Yes.
that they saw the one trash, they thought a trash truck was putting recycling and trash at the same time, not knowing that the truck is outfitted to be able to do that without mixing of the two. So if you can clarify that.
Well, first off, good morning. Good morning.
Almost.
Good evening. My name is Eileen Damason with Coastal Waste and Recycling, and with me I bring Dale Wyford. Sorry, I like to call him Wyford, who's our assistant district manager, who could explain also the process. Now, before we even go to that subject, we have addressed it twice within ourselves. And what we've done currently for the last 2 weeks is basically put 2 trucks out there. So my biggest concern was Highland Village. that's the place where we have it was very challenging because of the streets and narrow of the streets and the houses all together. So we were trying different things, and finally we have decided that we have been using two trucks going there at the same time so they can see there's a different truck. We also, and the reason I had a presentation here was to also introduce the option of the split body, which we had parked outside. I don't know if anybody saw it, and how there is a possibility of getting the recycling and the garbage in together. Now that we have both trucks, I feel that's a little bit better right now, but we always have that second option of the split truck. And so, Dale, does that more or less answer? We did have we didn't have the split truck on the street. So that was confusing.
There were a lot of residents from Highland Village that said that they saw garbage trucks picking up recycling. They were very upset about that.
Right.
I know they expressed that to Commissioner Smith as well, from what I was told. And they take recycling very seriously over there.
Well, what was happening is that we were using Dale, why didn't you go for it? Let me just let Dale do it. Explain. Go to the mic.
Dale Wyford, not Weeford.
Wyford,
Thank you.
Wyford better.
So what was the question again?
That there were residents were saying that they saw the same truck picking up the garbage and the recycling at the same time.
So what we did to make sure that that doesn't happen again is we put two of the same type of truck, which is a rear load truck. We put one going down the street pretty much at the same time, one picking up recycle and one picking up trash. And the other option that we wanted to present to you guys is a split body, which would just put one truck and both commodities will go on that truck. It's split, so the bigger side is for MSW, which is solid trash, and recycle is the smaller component. But they would both go on the same truck, and they would be dumped at different places if that's the option we chose to use.
Thank you. And Commissioner Smith, I may be speaking for you, and I apologize, but you also had a question for Coastal, which was, once the recycling is picked up, where does it go, especially now that the facility in Doral had burned down? The incinerator had burned down, and is recycling, for the cost perspective, what are other cities doing, or if they're addressing? Did I kind of summarize what you're feeling there as well?
I want to say you're close, just to be polite.
I'm always in the ballpark.
First place, explain to me about they can pick up both. I don't understand. I didn't see the truck. I don't know what. So if you have in your recycling a bicycle, in the tricycle, and you have a tree limb in your recycling, you can dump it in the truck and it's okay, it'll go?
No, we should not be picking those items up, and I know that we've told the drivers repeatedly what not to,
So then I'm assuming in my head, which I have no idea if I'm right, that what you're saying is that when the truck picks up the garbage, there's a truck that has a wall in the middle, and the garbage will go here and the recycle. Well, my problem is very, very strong in the fact that, again, I walk and I see baseball bats and I see toys in the recycle that are not, okay. So the manager and I have gone around and around with this because, unfortunately, being in the business that I'm in, I know that you can print in 24 hours if you want to pay for it. I also know that we were promised that there would be something on top of those trash cans and on top of those recycling that will tell them what they can and cannot put in that can. And now it's 2 months, 3 months later, and I'm still seeing garbage, wood, pool equipment in the recycle. So my question goes to the manager. If you see this in 4 out of 10 recycle bins, then why, maybe it's not cost effective for us at all to have recycle. Either we have to educate the public, which, again, when I get the answer that some are still going to not do it, but where's the print that's going to stay, rain or shine, on top of each garbage can, what can go in it and what can't go in it? Because unfortunately, in my mind, walking the streets, and as Commissioner Joseph has so astutely pointed out, we're here to protect the public. And as I said to the manager, we should every single day get up and have our goal be to make a better city for North Miami Beach. So if that's the case, then we have to consider that either the education isn't working, or that we haven't educated enough, or we should maybe discontinuing the good feeling, the hug, the teddy bear, and put the money instead back into fixing the potholes.
So, Commissioner, to provide you with an answer with regards to the stickers, we went out, got various quotes. When we took a look at the quotes, they were all over the place, different sizes, different materials. There was no consistency. We had to go back out and get that. Once we were able to identify the appropriate type of material and size, we went through, did the design, had to go through a few different rounds to be able to make sure that it had what it needed and it met what the printer needed. We should have those stickers early next week, in which case we'll be coordinating with Coastal because they've promised to help us stick them onto the recycling as well. On that, they will have not only a do's and don'ts on the recycling, but there's also a QR code and the map with the dates of what section of the city gets recycled on the other.
Well, I can only say to you, my question that goes in my mind is, while we were getting the right size and the right materials and not putting that out as one of the requirements, while you were doing that, how much money did it cost us that we paid for recycling that was no good, that tainted the whole truck, that was no good? That's what goes through my mind, because I'm a numbers person. And
I understand, Commissioner.
And I also want to say, again, with the Q code, is the idea that I had today, thanks to my daughter, which is to put the Q code on every single one of our trucks and employee cars and everything, and it says join North Miami Beach. Because the best thing about communication is then people will know. They'll know what events are coming, they'll know how to do their garbage, etc. And how does communication work? It works by word of mouth. It works by getting out the word. So again, I heard you today very clearly that before we can tape it, and I appreciate you educating me, that before we can put the Q code, we have to know exactly what the social media is going to be when they go to the Q code. What are they going to get at the end when they put their phone up to it and become a part of that? And for me, because I understand none of it, I appreciate your teaching me about that. So they're working, I believe, our management is working on the end result of the social where the Q code goes. But again, for Coastal, I have to tell you something. From a standpoint of a commissioner, it's very disheartening to know that you're trying so hard and you have changed so much to accommodate us. It's been remarkable from the time I came to what it is now, and I'm very appreciative. But I still feel like we have a ways to go with this whole garbage. I think we have a ways to go, and that's why we put out to the manager to please bring back some meat that we could make decisions to bring the garbage back in-house. I'm still waiting for the meat of that, because not to hurt Coastal or any company, but to have the residents be content, the residents to try to be happy about what they have as a service. That's the goal. And if the goal is to continue the service being Coastal, then every time you come here and help us straighten it out, I'm very appreciative, very appreciative. I mean, I had a call today, no secret, because I spoke to the manager and I spoke to them. I had a call on my walk that the back alleyway, the whole way on his street, is being destroyed by Coastal. I don't know if it's true. I turn it over to management, let them check it out. And the only thing I can tell you is I know how hard you're working, and I know how hard you're trying. But as well as you working, I'm still getting the phone calls, and I'm still seeing the toy in the recycle.
Regarding the alleyways, and I can let Dale address that, that is an issue that we've been having. Those alleyways are not kept, and our trucks are having difficulties going through them. Our trucks are being destroyed. I don't know, I know that we've, probably, I mean, we've had, cameras, what was it, I think, what was it, a lot of the equipment basically scratched, torn out of the truck. Those alleyways, I've seen alleyways
So,
that are just.
Mr. Management, is the alleyway a responsibility of the owner of the home, or is it a responsibility of the city to make the alleyway so that the coastal won't have that problem? Whose responsibility?
The alleyways are very restricted in the
so
size,
just say,
and
excuse me.
to be
Just say-
to be completely honest, we shouldn't be
Do
picking up in
everybody
the
want to
alleyway.
know how important this is right now, or no?
It's just that apparently he has something. We have a legal
When you're
thing.
done with this item, if you're deferring the others, I need 90 seconds before you adjourn to put two things.
Okay, well, okay, let's just hear what,
Finish the item.
let's just hear what the
Sure.
answer is.
And we are getting close to 12, so just keep that in mind.
Yeah, if the damage is being done by a service that the city is doing, it's the city's responsibility to go in and to fix. If it's a paved alleyway, the pavement and so forth, again, is our responsibility to maintain. I would not recommend that we continue to do that, but that is a tradition and a practice that has been in NMB since forever and a day. It is more efficient and effective to just have everything in the front of the property where the roadways are larger and gives more space height-wise and less issues for a truck to go down the roadway than it is to go down an alleyway.
Besides that issue of front or back, which we've had both yin and yang on that, because people are worried about their driveways, their septic tanks, they're worried about et cetera, et cetera. But if it's the residents' responsibility to make sure the back of that alleyway is clear for transportation, then are we fining them? Is code enforcement behind it? So that we don't have, after all, how can she perform if she can't get through? Not she.
There's a lot of illegal dumping that goes on in those alleys also.
There's a lot of illegal dumping
A
in
lot.
those alleys, but yeah.
Yeah, it's not really just the property owners that are dumping out there.
And that also doesn't help, because I've seen illegal dumping that goes almost straight to that very narrow alley. And it's not just the street per se that we're driving on, it's also the foliage and the overgrown things that are happening in that alley.
I
The
don't
alleys
know
are
how
just-
those trucks get down those alleys.
We barely do.
With a regular car,
A lot of horsepower.
We barely do. But on the other issue I wanted to also refer back on the recycling, we have yet to have a truck turned away. So whatever we've been doing has been not contaminating the whole load. And I do have a couple of numbers. I mean, we have increased basically from March at 72 tons that we did in April, which was the first time that we did it weekly, at 117, May at 135, and June, as of today, which means before today's pickup, since Tuesday, we're at 115. So we have increased recycling, and we have not yet been turned away. So our recycling, it's more or less working. I agree with you, though. There's a lot of, but it's not just North Miami Beach, it's everybody.
So in other words, if the driver sees there's recycle that they can't use, they don't pick it up.
If it's very apparent, they don't pick it up.
And do they leave a note? Do they leave a note? Because some cities, the first time they leave a note, the second time they fine them.
Yeah, that's what Miami-Dade County is doing right now, and we can get on the same page as Miami-Dade County, which is a big yellow slip that we'll put on the cart that will say this is not going to be picked
And
up.
how do we implement that, Mr. Manager? We have 1 minute. How do we implement what Dade County's doing? Is that through resolution or ordinance if we want to find people that are repeatedly putting trash in their recycle?
We would definitely need an ordinance, but then it's the enforceability of it. We're not going to have enough people to be able to go and check everybody's trash or recycling before pickup.
But it's the same thing
It's
as anything
almost
else.
impossible.
If you don't have it in place, you don't have ability to even enforce it because you have no teeth. It's just like anything we do for the police department. That's something, a bigger conversation maybe we could have, and we can put our heads together and come up with something.
All right, let's keep moving along because we're running out of time. Okay, are we good? Are we good here?
Can we?
I'm here for your service. You'll have
Thank
my
you
phone
so
numbers.
much.
Thank
Greatly
you.
appreciated. Mr. Attorney.
Can we extend the meeting?
Mayor, if I might, I understood earlier, I think I would ask that if we're not going to do the other discussion items, can there be a motion to defer items 15.3 to 15.7 to the next meeting so we can actually finish the agenda? Can you have a motion to defer those items?
Second.
Okay, so
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And
Okay.
I can't speak for the manager and what he needs to report. I need 90 seconds before we're done, but he's up first.
Most of the reports are already on your backup. I do have some others, but due to time, go ahead, Mr. Attorney.
Okay, I have two items I just want to put on the record in about 90 seconds. Number one, the Form 6 litigation. As you probably know, but I want the record to reflect, the judge entered an injunction in the Form 6 litigation, and thank you, Commissioner Smuckler, and I think Commissioner Smith was supportive of that. I think you all were generally, the city participated. The injunction was entered, and when you do your financial disclosure coming up with the assistance of our clerk, you can do Form 1. You don't have to do Form 6. Yeah,
Only
it has to be
online. Only on one.
But Form 1.
annoying.
And the other thing I have to clarify, and maybe I shouldn't have waited, but Commissioner Smith mostly adequately, correctly reflected my conversation with her, but I have to correct one little thing. Yes, talking about things and nodding your head is not a policy. It does take a vote, but as was heard earlier, not everything must be done by resolution. That's a little more than what I said.
No, I wanted to exaggerate.
I said, it's okay, but I said everything has to have a vote. There has to be a motion, there has to be a vote, and something should be in writing. But if you're adopting a policy or you're deciding to reschedule or something, you can do that by motion. It doesn't have to be a full reso.
But must have a vote.
Moved and voted on, and it needs to be in writing or put in writing so there is no confusion, because we cannot have confusion over what was done. We must be clear. Thank you very much. And Mayor, we've finished the agenda, and we're committed to trying to help finish every agenda, even though we had to defer some discussion items. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, you want a couple minutes? No, sir. No?
I have
Okay.
a question for the manager. Mr. Manager, so last month we, and I'm only saying that because I looked at him and it reminded me. Last month we paid for, or we agreed to pay for public communicators for May and June.
That's right.
So that's it? We have nothing now in July?
Well, we have a new communications
Our
director.
communications
Yeah, but-
manager will try to maintain as best as she can as she's catching up until we bring you back a proposal in July.
And what about like videos and all that? Is she going to be doing that?
To the best of our ability.
Okay. Something.
Okay, so we're not going to extend it to July then? No?
There's no item for that really right now, so.
Well, I mean, we could extend it if we wanted to. It doesn't have to be an item. I'm just asking, but if nobody wants to extend it, then we'll be without.
Definitely not extending.
Okay, you don't have a quorum anymore.
Yeah, now we don't quorum anymore, so.
All right.
All right, so motion to adjourn, whoever's left.
Motion.
We don't have a quorum. We can't leave.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Oh, here we go. All right, there was a quorum.
Okay.
Committed to getting your agendas finished.
Hey, everyone, this is.
Even without a vote, because there are no.
No, he can't.